Okay, folks, welcome back. Day 37. As per the duo trend, keeping the streak alive. Once again, Maku desu. Konnichiwa. Yokoso. Yokoso. Alright. Anyways. Yesterday we learned I guess what you would call it, the second half of Unit 6, which dealt with a lot of public transit stuff. Lots of proper nouns once again. Let's see if I recall as much as I can. Since yesterday's the first exposure, we haven't really done review. We're gonna stick with English. We also unlocked all the kanji. Did not do any kanji practice yet. However, I could say something about the kanji. So we had the kanji for ikimasu, move. Technically we got the kanji for kimasu, I think. However, we haven't used it at all yet. Got cut short here. And then so this one's a little complicated because we only have two instances in which the sound changed, the kana changed. So standalone, we'll say it's either pun or hun, right? Pun or hun. For minutes. And kan for hours. So minutes so far we know that if it's go, it's hun. If it's ju, it's pun. So that's so far. If go is in front of hun and ju is in front of pun. That's all we know so far. I am going to reckon like quite a lot of things. It's gonna go back and forth between hun and pun, depending on what the sound is before it. Sounds a lot of times when you have like pun, the p, oftentimes it is associated with specific sounds prior to it, and as well as the others. So I would kind of anticipate something like and be okay with hun, and maybe anything that is also ends with possibly o, like on would be like pun, pun, something like that. So we'll see which vowels, we'll see what sounds get stuck with pun versus hun. I reckon this is usually the case. So this is down to looking at the patterns and getting it. Okay. So then yesterday, we're not going to use kana or romaji this time. English first, generally, because it's not salient at the moment. So, well, it's nice that these are proper nouns that are coming up. So we learned a lot of cities, right? Toshi. Toshi. That's an old vocab. I guess some of them qualify as cities or not. So Osaka came back. That's an old one actually. And then we had Shibuya. Akihabara, right? Akihabara. Most of these I recognize. Now it's kind of fun to revisit them. Yo, Indy. Sekin do, Indy-san. Sekin do. I'm doing pretty well, I suppose. Pretty well. Genki, nice. I suppose, totemo genki. Totemo genki. Let's see. So, Akihabara, what? Yeah, what have you been doing lately? How's it going? Doyo. Yeah, how's it going? Man, I know you used these kanji a couple times already. I still can't remember. And oh, that's a new one. Yeah. Sanpo. Oh wait, what does Sampo mean again? Oh, why does that sound so familiar? Sampo is a good one. I came across it a bunch of times in conversations already. Sampo ga Akae Akari Akaeri Akarimasu. Oh. That's right. Walk. Sampo. Sampo ka akarimasu. Rakarimasu. Oh no, actually, can you separate that for a moment? Is it what does it separate? Is it the whole thing? Rakaerimasu. So rakaeriru is the action, the predicate. Rakaeriru. What the heck, dude? Why did you copy pasta? I need more explainers, Indy. Oh no, Indy's broken. He's only in Nihongo now. You put a space? Oh. Okay. So what is the... Can you explain the kata for me? Oh, kata as in... Oh, as in the preposition kata. Oh, yeah. Got it. And then... Kaeriru? Kari... Man, that's actually kind of hard for me. Kaerimasu. Okay, I'm gonna have to keep on. So, kaeriru probably is take, right? I feel like I have a different take right now. Don't I have a different take predicate right now? Kata usually means from, yeah. That's why I called it a preposition. I forgot about kata. Well, I haven't had kata yet, but I've seen kata for the preposition. Or like a like a pointer. It's a pointer. Right. Sample. Let me look at sample some more. Okay. One day I'll remember sample. I recognize the kanji on the left. I haven't really taken a good look at the kanji. Kaerimasu is to return to a place, usually home. Oh, interesting. So the expression ends up saying you return home from a walk. Is that so? Oh, how does that relate to wakairi? By the way, a 4-mile walk. Wow. You must have some really great scenic routes. 4-mile walk. Tell me a little bit about your walk. How does that relate to wakairi? Isn't it just a truncated me? Or is that a shortened just inferred I have returned home? So it's still using kairi, right? Obviously the phrase that comes up in anime and whatnot is wakairi, when you're welcoming someone back home. What's up with that ending, actually? This is going way beyond what I know so far about Japanese, so like trying to explain why it's wakairi. Yep, wakai, kaeru. Oh, it's kaeru. Right. Oh, right. You convert the ru. Right. You convert the ru into e. It's a what you call it? It's a ichidan. So it's a ichidan. So you convert the ru into a i ri, and then you add mas. Got it. Also, the expression is okairi. Oh yeah, that's right. Okairi. That's right. The oh. So I heard whoa a lot of times, but I'm not sure if it was wa or whoa. But I actually hear the whoa instead of the o. So I don't know if that's a thing either, but I always thought it had a W sound to it when people say it. But that's we talked about that a little bit with the W. You never hear it? I hear the W sometimes. But I don't think that's related to the wo particle. I just think it's just related to the O. The open O sound. I know. Well, it's said now, Indy. It's said now. Historically, it's not. And then there are still areas of Japan that actually do pronounce WO. So, I mean, asterisk is actually one of them. So right now we are learning the contemporary modernization, but there's still places in Japan that does say that. So it's not without exception, I suppose. But I have heard it before. But yeah, okairi is probably, so it's okairi nashita na okairi na. I don't think so. I actually think there's an implicit W. So we'll have to double check that. But I do know for a fact that there are people who still use the W. Just like the people who are not fading away W was. I mean, wa is still carried over, so for the time being. There's like this really wonderful like historical lesson about the W. I hear it, but that's just me. The difference between wa, o, and o. Whenever you get o, like the bigger o, sometimes I think there's a W there. When in a sentence, but when you're doing this thing, like let me quickly. Actually, I'll show you Perhaps. I don't know. I don't know. I was gonna use the Hirakana section where they had the samples. I'm generally my my O's when it's the particle is longer than my O's in front of in a word. So like osake instead of wa mimasu. So wa mimasu versus osake. Oh, osake. So o wa o. So it's kind of like a slightly W sounding is how I produce that the distinction, but I'm just mimicking what I hear. Might not be all that important, really. There's lots of nuances that I notice, I suppose. Let's see. So let's finish wrapping this up. So the original phrase is okairi nasai. I haven't ever heard, like, I guess that's the expression, but I don't think that's the expression I hear. I actually hear a shortened version of that expression. Let me double check. Perhaps I know it means welcome home, but I think I actually hear a shortened expression. Might be, I guess not. Maybe it's just I hear it as two separate expressions. No, yep, okairi. It's okairi. I mean, I hear wakairi, but okairi, like without a really soft W. But okairi is the expression I hear most of the time. Yeah, which is what I said. So I haven't really heard okairi nasai much at all. And then there's, you know, akairi rensai saimase, probably, because you can go even more polite, probably. But okairi is the phrase that I was referring to. Wait, nasai. What part of nasai? What does nasai mean again? When you add it to the back? I don't know any of this at the moment, or I haven't really used any of this for the moment. When you chop off the back, what happens? The nasai. Yeah, no, I don't have anything that tells me. I don't know anything about putting nasai at the end of phrases yet. Not even on my extracurricular stuff. Not my extra off-stream practice tells me what nasai means. I only know it's part of lots of expressions. Okay. Yeah, I have no idea. I know I heard it a lot, for sure. I heard it a lot. The ending. I have no idea what it is. Right now, I only know how to the extra stuff that I know is I read verb conjugations at the end of the evening to go to bed. I actually read verb conjugations, or just to remind myself. I bootstrap to verb conjugations, but I don't know if nasai came up yet for me. Not yet. So oyasumi nasai. Yeah, oyasumi nasai. For sure. Although, I think all I ever hear, and again, Indy, once again, it's the same thing. In the things that I've heard, like expression-wise, oyasumi, that's it. Oyasumi. I think I've heard oyasumi and okairi a bit slightly almost on the same frequency as having nasai at the end. Like it's about 1-to-1 when it comes to at least what my memory is. So that's a, yeah, we're saving up questions, Indy. We have to bank questions to ask asterisks, because I really want to know how I really want to know from someone who is like less ingrained. You know what I mean? Indeed, like I want someone to talk to me like I'm a kid still learning Japanese, as opposed to like someone who's like a 40-year-old Japanese person who's telling me stuff from wisdom I can't possibly ever have in my entire life. So that's kind of what I like about the situation, the opportunity that we have. Yeah, that's a familiar thing where you drop kindness when they're family. Ah, okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. So I guess we're like family, right? I've been dropping words whenever we greet each other. I kind of like doyo. Doyo, I mean, we could change our honorifics too, right? So, but in a way, we could refer to each other as students, right? Doyo, Indy-kun. Or I guess I could go with Ende-kun. I mean, what's 6 years, right? What's 6 years? We're both scholars here, right? Okay. Anyways. Or should we say we had the word. I had the word. What is it? Oh no, I lost it. It's not part of the Duolingo unit yet. It did come up in the kana section once. Gyodai. Gyodai. There is an age difference. That would be kun. Yeah, I mean that's what I mean by the joke. I use kun because I'm like, what is 6 years? So I mean that's the idea, right? That's the idea. And then obviously because of the age difference, I'd probably be the senpai, but that sounds old, so we're not gonna use senpai here. That's kind of awkward. We're talking about intellectual age. Technically, you'd be the senpai in the English sense, right? If we were gonna translate how English hierarchy works in educational establishment, you would be the senpai. Seniority has no bounds with biological age. It typically has bounds with experience. So that's not to say that we'll use those terms because they're specifically Japanese terms. And most of the time in a university, in the English sense, in the American sense, everyone's equal. So we would probably just use kun. If we try to mimic the lost in translation in Japanese, everyone's a kun when you walk into a university. It would be very it would be very awkward if you use the phrase senpai in American university. It would be kind of disrespectful to use chan. Yeah. Oh yeah, and then you can use everyone as a san too for politeness. But generally speaking, that could also come off as Mr. and Mrs. all the time, which doesn't translate as well. Kun often is more that feeling of youth, but people can learn from youth, like open-minded, impressionable kind of thing, versus san, which san comes off to English as. I understand that, but it's not the same. It's not the same as chan, in my opinion. So like people, I don't know about the lowest status thing. I think that's kind of going a little far. I'm not sure if. Yeah, I'm not sure if it means lower status, but younger is probably, I would go with younger. I wouldn't commonly suggest that. Like, I'm not saying what Japanese people are doing. I'm saying if you address everyone as san, as equal in a university, I think that becomes too formal. But that's just me. So like it's already kind of awkward referring to someone as using the honorific san in English in general. It's like saying Mr. and Mrs. something. Like, I'm trying to, I guess, exude. Okay, here's the thing. How do you capture, I don't, oh, we've both been to college, right? I think you've been, you have a psychology major, so you have a psychology degree. So, at the university, it's like, how it feels is everyone's young. It's different cultures, so there's no equal. You mean literal equal? I'm not. Okay, all right. We have a big miscommunication here. All right. There's a difference between literal equal and capturing the feeling of the thing. So you're trying to describe something in a feeling. In English, you always call someone's parent Mr. and Mrs. Yeah, but we're talking about the academic setting. We're not talking about seniority. So you're referring to two different situations. I'm talking about the academic setting. So like if we are not related or we have no bias in seniority, that's usually the university setting. And usually you don't enhance your status by using a title of greater status. So when you say san to everyone has an air of status versus using something of quote unquote lower status, but everyone is equal of that lower status. So what I mean is everyone is very impressionable youth in university. We try to give or at least I try to give the impression that I can learn something from you and you can learn something from me as open-minded people. But when you're a san, you're someone who is more Mr. and Mrs. So you don't want to talk up someone. So if we're all sans, then we keep our distance from each other. There's no motivation to educate each other because we're all individual thinkers at that rate. So I was figuratively using the fun way of understanding those phrases. When you walk around and address people as san, you keep your distance. San is kind of like that Japanese feeling where like, oh, polite. Well, in a university setting, you really need to be willing to express your opinion. So when you're starting to refer to people as san, it captures that Japanese feeling where like, I'm trying to be formal, keep it safe. And like, that doesn't really, in the English environment, at least in the American environment, I don't want that feeling. That feeling is weird. That distance where like, oh, we're just being polite. It's like, you got to speak your opinions. This is the American university. You want to share knowledge. But I get it. And then the whole like senpai thing, senpai and stuff. Yeah. It's kind of weird. And I totally get you though. I totally understand. It still translates back in the day. Like what I mean is it still translates back in the day. You can't, outside of a university setting, it's still the same. It's very similar where like your parents are your senior, right? And there's that old school value system where you don't talk up to your parents. So there's always that constant pushback, right? In the United States sense where, oh yeah, but when you become a young adult, then you might get privileges to maybe challenge or be on equal footing or less of a thing. So I kind of like the idea, the feeling of coons all around, as opposed to coon meaning there's a senpai. I really dislike being called a senpai, like, or having some sort of seniority because of age. I'm not the biggest. It's not for everyone, right? That kind of system's not for everyone. It's not for me. I love it when someone comes up and they're like, I know a lot about this thing. Can I tell you about it? And then we can determine if we have something to share. Instead of, Professor, I don't know, Professor someone. It's like, I don't want to give you like is this a dumb question? I'm like, what do you mean it's a dumb question? I don't even know what the question is yet. And anyways, yeah, I know there's no equal. Obviously, indeed, there's absolutely no equal. The fun part is trying to see how much we understand, to remember to reinforce these things, and that's kind of the fun part. I think here's a hot take. Because there are no equal, like no literal equal, I like that. I like that challenge that there's no equal. I like unachievable tasks, and it makes me invest more in things. Like, I'm not going to become a native Japanese person, but I don't mind trying to be one for fun. Not that I desire to be one, but it just be interesting. Like, how do you bend Japanese formality into English? I've been watching a lot of YouTube videos about all the fun distinctions, and then how you would be able to interpretively communicate these things. Like, if you I haven't had the privilege of meeting a Japanese native who comes into an American university class, and then had the opportunity to ask them, so how do you feel about addressing your professors, or at least myself? How do you feel when I tell you you should address me on the same hierarchy? That would be a really fun cultural interview question. But I don't work at a university anymore, and I don't have access to like international students. So I always curious, like, because the first thing you do in a class, much like Japan, is introduce yourself. And my first introduction is, well, this is my name. It's my full name. And you can address me by my first name. That's it. Like, I don't want to give you the impression that for some reason I'm some messiah that's infallible, and that you must withhold concerns and things in my presence, right? I don't get the benefit of the doubt of being a senior or something. It's not to be disrespectful to those who want that provision. I'm just not a person. I'm a person who does not want that privilege. I'm human and very, very fallible. Sometimes mistakes, right? I talk about making mistakes, but at the same time, if a mistake is gonna ruin a lot of things, I prefer someone to have the comfort of challenging me in those situations. Not particularly in a situation that I'm learning. If I'm learning, I'm expecting to make mistakes. However, if I'm in a position that's vulnerable to mistakes, that can be vulnerable to mistakes, it's nice to have people that have your back. I feel that that's the difference, how you understand how it is. It's a kindness or respect to people older than you, not a superiority thing. Yeah. Oh, well, no. Yes and no. I disagree. This is because of what the results of the human condition happens. Just because it's a kindness or respect to people older than you doesn't mean that it doesn't condition a behavior that makes you superior and more highly valued. To me, this is a deep cut into Japanese culture, where they sideline youth opinions in their regulations and rules. The sheerest kindness and respect is there. Like, if you have great intentions, it doesn't necessarily lead to the psychological dispositions that people are in. So with great kindness and great respect, still can unintentionally lead to the air of heavier weight. No, it's not it's not superiority, but an adoration and intimidation. So what I mean by that is, if you see someone who you respect and incredibly well, like a lot, it's not that you feel inferior to them. Well, it's not that they feel superior to you. You are intimidated by their higher rank. And what I mean by that is the timidness and the shyness to exchange ideas as equal come from the extension of being incredibly respectful. So you withhold information due to feeling intimidated. And it's not a bad thing. It's not like the person who is respected has any intention of projecting that they are superior. When you have rank, intimidation is self-inflicted. So people are more likely to withhold things on the insecurities of someone who has a higher rank. It's not, no one is intentionally feeling superior or inferior, like intentionally, like intended. So in a university setting, I strive to dispel that. There's a trade-off. It also means that I enter more confrontations, right? There's less of a natural order to things. So in that environment, I will have students challenge me far more frequently. And to me, that is showing me kindness and respect. Not that they show me kindness and respect by being modest. So it's not a misunderstanding that it's some sort of like a misunderstanding of the Japanese culture. Kindness and respect is what it is. Like, I grow up in a household of Chinese parents. It's kindness and respect. It also stops me from addressing them with certain things because they are of higher status. And in Japan, even with the highest kindness and respect, younger people do not share things with older people, and vice versa. And it is kind of somewhat mirrored to a lesser extent in the United States. It's lesser extent, and it's a little bit far more trivial in the United States because of the opinionated nature of less of that demarcation between the two. But generally speaking, in an academic environment, my preferred environment is like this, that you and I are talking about differing points, and you are challenging my understanding while I'm also defending my challenging without necessarily hurting anyone's pride or pulling rank, if you will, So there's no amount of my experience that would qualify me to have a better opinion than yours, right? That's kind of the thing. But in a society that's filled with kindness and unidirectional respect, I must accept that I have a lesser opinion than yours due to inexperience. That's kind of the idea. And it's out of the kindness and respect, not a negative thing, for sure. Oftentimes, the reason why I concern myself with that is because of imposter syndrome. There are kids that are far more talented than I am and know a lot of things. But if they don't approach you, then they don't approach you. If they have problems, they don't approach you either. Because you have to deal with it. To respect the elder, or to respect the person, you don't burden them with things that are your own problem. That is the kindness and respect that you have for older people. You don't burden them with things that are your own problem, which naturally for me it's counter to what I want. I actually do want people to not spare me kindness and respect and burden me with things that are on their mind. At least that's my opinion on being a foreigner looking at Japanese culture. One of the stories that we had that has been shared with me and another person in Discord about children acting out, right? And it's very hard to distinguish if it's the child acting out because of a lack of communication with their parents, or that the parents are more lenient because of a hierarchical system that's oppressive, but also very consistent and necessary for their culture, or some other thing. Like, there are many other things, but it's basically a child act out and created an incredible, questionable scene of malice. And that's kind of the things we're talking about here, right? It's a really interesting topic. We could talk about it for hours. I do believe that, hey, Babin, I do believe that kindness and respect is fantastic. Unfortunately, kindness and respect going in one way does have some unintentional consequences. And one of them is feeling insecure and intimidated. And I don't like being that type of, I don't like being seen as that type of person. But oftentimes I actually masquerade as a student. I know that's kind of a little deceptive and a little subversive, but man, people are so much more candid to you in a hierarchical institution when you humanize yourself. You level yourself to equal. Kindness and respect doesn't necessarily lead to the idea of being equal. If you respect someone, you place them above you. A lot of times, like, if you really genuinely like someone, you can't help but psychologically place them above you, because it's someone you look up to, it's someone you respect. Like, in that regards, in the way, in my opinion, in the way that I would use that type of kindness. And I don't like being on a pedestal. That's why I try as much as possible to communicate that I'm a fallible person. I like making mistakes. I actually communicate that too. I enjoy making mistakes. It's part of the learning process. So to discourage people from polishing me into like some sort of very infallible product. In Japan, that probably won't fly. In the United States, I almost feel like that's part of my identity, to make mistakes and have misconceptions. And I think that's one of the brilliant things about having multicultural people. Just a little side note. I don't know if you feel that way, Indy. I'm kind of curious how you feel about it, because you don't really express kind of that. Listen, give me the most elaborate psychological take on the human condition when it comes to respect and kindness. I really love to hear a more detailed version of your take on this, or any idea, really. Be very interesting. I haven't really talked to anyone who thinks deeply and also has a psychology background in this way. We're not talking about experts. Like, if I talk to a psychiatrist, I'm probably going to do the whole kindness and respect thing and just assume or presume that they know better than I. And it's not because I feel inferior to them, just that they're professionals and I'm not. We still do this in the United States. So it goes without saying, if I meet an expert, I will humble myself and be kind and respect that they are more experienced than myself. That's the closest thing you'll get, in my opinion, to Japanese culture. That is the social norm. When I see someone who is more experienced than me, I humble myself and be as kind and respectful as I can to really listen and take whatever they want. And those experts might enjoy that. I think for most people, they like being respected and be admired for their hard work and whatnot. if I am ever in a position, this is just my personal preference, if I'm ever in a professional position where someone would talk me up, I would talk me down, right? Because I don't want to give people the idea that I have all the answers. I really don't like that responsibility. So people joke about this, but when they ask like, oh, have you ever considered giving a TED talk? I'm like, I can't do that. I legitimately, that makes me feel very, very uncomfortable giving TED talks. I know I look up to and respect a lot of people who are able to. I just don't have enough. One might say I lack confidence, but that's not quite it. It's more, I have confidence in my speech, but I fear the responsibility that I would have as someone of higher status. Oftentimes, I'm very, very comfortable in being underestimated. It's actually my preferred status. I enjoy being underestimated over being overestimated. It's imposter syndrome 101. It feels really good though. I'm sure you can relate. Whoever is listening, I'm sure you can relate. It's a very great feeling when people are talking incredibly like nice things about you and showing you a lot of respect and compliments that I'm terrible at that. I think that's a skill that does require some tact. When someone shows you a bunch of kindness and respect, I kind of brush it off. I do it quite a lot. And then if I am in Japan and I'm just this like old guy, I don't know how I would deal with that. I'd probably act like a goofball and a youth and keep saying like, no, I'm sorry, I'm rejecting the Japanese culture. I'm sorry, like, kid, you're 13, I'm gonna try my best to also be 13. That's kind of the thing. I love empathy. I prioritize empathy over this striation between I want to be young. So if someone is 30, I want to talk to them as though I was 30. I don't want them to think I'm different, as opposed to difference creates respect and kindness. You respect something that's different because of the higher status, in my opinion. I like to do the naive thing where someone says, oh yeah, is respect deserved or earned? And that's kind of a great talking topic maybe for a little bit later. For me, you have my respect until you lose it. And then getting it back is very difficult. That's when you earn and stuff. But generally, when I see a human being, you by default have respect. So it's kind of closer to the whole quote unquote deserve thing than the earn thing. And that's a really big striation between the conflicts that are happening right now in the United States, conflict of interest, the opinions, but in Japan, it's a rule of how respect works. It's a unilateral rule, right? There are some slight pushbacks, but not really how respect works. For me, you have my respect until you lose it. So in a way, I could say, so some person would attack me and say, well, respect deserves merit. You have to earn someone's respect. It's like, fair enough. I understand that. And I'm willing to get, I guess, fleeced all the time if I give someone respect right away. It's not to say that people haven't lost my respect in record time. I think the first way you can lose my respect indefinitely, very quickly, is the first thing that comes out of your mouth is, I know what you want. Done. It's over. now you have to earn my respect. So the moment someone just comes up and say, this is what you need, I'm gonna tell you what you need, you're done. Like, I mean, like, what I mean is you've lost the respect, but you can always earn it back. It is, you know, I believe in second, third, fourth lifetime of chances. But generally speaking, if you come up to me and try to gaslight me, that's kind of tough. That's a tough pill to swallow. Good talk. Good talk. Good talk. Although I do feel like Indy might have walked out for like a snack or something. All right, let's go back to what we were trying to total recall here. Move, come, okay, so we're going over cities. Oh, Yue no Kohen. Yue no Kohen. Cohen. I know what you need is Duolingo. Cap. That's a lot of cap. Hi, Cozy. Hi, Cozy. Yeah, that's just me, though. I know I'm gonna ruffle. I ruffle a lot of feathers. Like, and I kind of like that. I keep other people. When it comes to being, like, in a high position, I definitely have been in a position of influence before, but more in a professional setting. And it just became, to me, my personal experience, it has become an impediment. Like, whenever undergraduate students, like, enter the lab, they're very reserved. Yet they have so much information that I do not spend time on, right? And they don't want to share it because they are always looking for something that's relevant of my time. As in, because of that respect and kindness, they feel like they do everything possible to not waste my time. And that's just an unintentional, in my opinion, that's an unintentional consequence of emphasizing respect. Respect elevates another person's time over another in that regards, in like that way. Not that it's the same as like two strangers crossing the road having mutual respect for each other. Like, oh, I respect your space, you respect my space. That's in equivalence due to lack of knowledge. But when you're in an institution, it becomes like the whole pulling rank thing. And even if you unintentionally, if you're encouraging a student, like, come to me if you have a problem, right? Like, I'm here to help you. It doesn't remove that element of and there is a set of professionalism you must become, right? You can't be friends, for example. However, you also have to remove the barrier that they won't approach you with actual relevant problems. Things like, the student is performing poorly, but they don't want to waste my time in helping them study. So they go to their friends. It gets too strict with not saying anything. Yeah. So I'm not, because I'm used to the American system, I have become quite almost tangentially close. Obviously, there's a line you can't cross, which is favoritism and strictly professionalism. But after you exit my class, as in I'm no longer your teacher that can directly influence your grade, I become friends with these students. And the friendship it takes friendship oftentimes to remove that different status level. And oftentimes now I find that if I don't say my age or my educational background or any of that stuff, you really see a wonderful nature and opening and like candidness among conversations. So some may even forget the age difference, right? Even when you have conversations with generational gaps, it becomes less awkward. It becomes more of a personality that you learn from someone. So like, I'm not on top of, which is funny. Let's talk about a little bit about language. I was watching a YouTube video on Gen Z internet slang, or Gen Z slang in general. And it was a conversation interview between someone who is a representative of youth and more of a viral influencer, and then someone who's of higher status. Oftentimes they are a older gentleman who's in a different field that requires like political correctness and other things. So that's the segregation, right? That's the striation of the expectations. So this person, the one interviewing, mentioned like 21 different slang terms for Gen Z, like Urban Dictionary stuff, right? And the moment I saw that video, I was like, I'm not gonna get like half of these things, right? Maybe a third of this. And that person also felt the same. Like, we're very polite and try to hold ourselves up to a different standard, not a higher standard, but a different standard. And I'm like, I'm not gonna get any of these. And sure enough, that person ended up getting like 14 out of the 21, and I got 20 out of 21. And funny enough, I actually used 10 of them. Here's a fun, like, because we throw these words around like sus, cap, the feeling when, it's different, main character, like the different uses now. Obviously, that, by the way, that person that was being interviewed, his favorite phrase was main character, because he argued that there was etymology in it. There's a history behind being a main character, although the use of that main character is implicitly different now. Don't use them. That's thinking about rules, but you use them when they're appropriate. There's an appropriate time and place to use them. You feel old now? Oh, you don't use them? Some of them can really help, I would say. I don't, yeah, see the whole feeling old thing? I don't think so. I don't think you're old enough to use them. I use them weird. Like Riz, that's still a little awkward for me, but I've used Riz a couple times now. I think that's the new one on the block. People really do like Riz. Occasionally I drop drip, right? Drip, and then everyone laughs, and that's kind of funny. Even if they're laughing at me, that's kind of nice. Like, if you want to drop any of these words out of the blue, it almost immediately endears you to younger people. And that's kind of what I mean by, if you're always holding yourself up to like an older standard, I don't think people see you as old. It's just your unwillingness to want to incorporate new things. And that's not, I don't want people to think being old cringe. Cringe. I actually haven't heard about that one. Wait, is that a thing? Cringe? So far, is that a graduation of cringe? Oh, I'll tell you one that I didn't know. So there were other ones that I don't use, like simp, right? Simp, stan, stan was one. Oh, you said cringe? Oh, you mean cringe? Yeah, cringe. A stan I don't use, and simp I don't use, right? Okay, no worries. Yeah, we're talking about language here. So. One that I use. There were a few more. But hits different. Man, I like hits different. That phrasing is great. It hits different. That I love that one. So here's one that I didn't know. So the one that I didn't know out of the 21 words was camp. Camp. Man, that was a stretch. Wow. I was cultured now. I don't know how often, I don't think I've heard that phrase before. When something is camp. I don't even know how to use it properly. But in case people are curious what camp is, I mean, I'm sure more people know what camp is that are watching on Twitch than I do, but camp is ironically fashionable. So what I mean is like maybe it's some guy wearing like a tie-dye t-shirt that has like plastic fishnets or something. That's camp. It's more now used like ironically fashionable. Like oh, that's actually camp. At least that's my understanding of it. Where like, oh, this doesn't it didn't work, but now it works. Like it works even though it shouldn't work kind of feel. I think that's how that goes, but that's language for you, right? Rainbow all over them, yeah. That's probably the extension, the etymology of the use. But it's pretty good. I think stan was my favorite. I haven't heard anyone use stan, but stan is actually an older word that is coming back with a slightly modified connotation. Stan. Not to stand up. That's the different. No D. Stan, as in a person's name. Like if you know a Stan, sorry Stan, but Stan is a word that's coming back. Curious if Japanese have any of these, right? So if we're thinking about language, I'm curious if the Japanese stuff comes back. Like, is kipu gonna just randomly come back with a different word? Back when I was little, I used to be a spicer. I have no idea what a spicer means. The closest thing I can think of, and it's kind of derogatory, I suppose. I don't really know what the status of this word is now. So pardon my French, I guess, or English. But back in the day when they talk about Japanese cars, this is kind of slightly derogatory. So I'll apologize in advance if it is derogatory. But a ricer. And I always thought, interesting. It's to describe a Japanese car that is like souped up, right? A Japanese car that is souped up, and then it's like kind of loud. Yeah, the ricer. People told me that because I was Asian, so you know, it's kind of relevant. But I didn't know its status. Like I didn't know what that is. It's kind of like the word nerd. Loud, big spoiler, souped up. Yeah, SoCal, the ricer. Hey. And now it's kind of like one of those things, like it's like the word camp, where something was originally supposed to be like not as great, now has become a symbol of like nerd culture. Like nerd culture, like weebs, right? That kind of thing, it's reversed. It's got turned on its head. But I don't know what Spicer is. I'm curious what Spicer is. Fill me in. We're talking about language here, and it's great. Okay, so I think these are our 4 things. Oh no, we had Yokohama. Yokohama as well. What other locations do we have? I still haven't finished my total recall because there's so much so much fun conversations that I started thinking about. Okay, and then we learned oh no. Is it kinda take in a sense of time, how much time things take. I gotta switch over to Japanese. It's kakarimasu. Yeah, kakarimasu. I think we'll keep that on the back burner for now. It's the newest things. Oh, and using the ni particle or as like kind of a destination, because we learned mass transit stuff. Oh, and we had dencha train, which fantastically by the way, I was watching a YouTube video earlier today and densha was used. It warms my heart whenever a vocabulary is like, I know that vocabulary word, even though they said like 8 billion other things. But when you learn something and it just sticks out like a sore thumb, that's amazing. They were in Osaka, so fair enough. And they brought back like things like who call the airport, eki, right? Eki station, which was linked with all of these things. So station. Right. So airport. Oh, of course. Basu. Right? Bus. We gotta get all the forms of transportation, right? Basu. There's also arriving, or I don't know how to phrase this. There's another predicate that I'm missing here. We'll know when we hear it. It's like kind of arriving. Oh, and yesterday we learned we had new mechanics, new duo mechanics. Complete chat and fill in the blank. I absolutely love these for a very different reason. Fill in the blank and complete chat. I had a blast. And it's not even for how it's supposed to encourage you about the right things. I had a blast looking at the wrong things, or getting a review of all the other stuff. It was fantastic, especially chat. Chat is hilarious. It's absolutely hilarious. We have way more vocab. I think starting in section 2, vocab just goes a little bonkers, or like salient things. Oh, next. The word next. It's tsuki. We had a frequency word outside of tsuki. Oh, and time. We have a different type of time, right? We learned minutes and hours. We also learned the about. I'm gonna say Dagui. It might not be that, but about, which is different from other abouts, like following ji, right? Ji and goro, in contrast to nagui, like after pun or kan. Sir, I might have spelled it wrong. Someone with a mullet, Adidas clothes, etc. I have a mental image. Okay, this is good enough for recall, I suppose. There's so much more. Holy heck. Personally, I actually stand by my recent comment about that Duo isn't necessarily moving slow, it's moving fast because it's skipping lots of steps. It's skipping a lot of things, and inherently it's making it very difficult to remember all these things. I have to go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. Yeah, everything was missed. All right. Okay. So we want to unlock our we want to do our kanji today. So let's get into our lessons first. Yesterday, what were the weak spots? The weak spots is I keep doing don't have and forgetting the have in the translation. Frequency words. I also have a habit of dropping frequency words. So we'll focus on that. I do not have any indicator of my stream not sending packets. I don't know. SoCal. Okay. So, 本棚が欲しいです。
本棚があります。
Oops.
が欲しいです。
Sorry, I was gonna make a very facetious comment. Well, SoCal lives in SoCal, so what can you do, right? I sorry. But you know, internet dropping in and out. That's the SoCal life. I don't know if that's true. It's just it's something from personal anecdotes. I'm gonna riot the ISP. Yeah, that sounds.
明るいシャワーがあります。
Akarui. Oh, right. This is from the 2 days ago. All the apartment and living stuff.
明るいシャワーがあります。広い。
Oops.
広い。
Akarui, well lit.
明るい。明るいシャワーがあります。
Why can I not hear?
明るいシャワーがあります。明るいシャワーがあります。明るいシャワーがあります。
Why does that just sound so weird?
明るいシャワーがあります。
I can't hear the object. What's going on with me?
明るいシャワーがあります。
I keep hearing something like Isha, but that's not it. That doesn't make any sense.
明るいシャワーがあります。
I guess it's
シャワ
no.
ー。明るいシャワーがあります。
Okay, I hear now. Oh,
明るいシャワーがあります。
okay. Akari shower. Akari shower ga arimasu. Wow. Wow, that really threw my brain for a loop. Huh. audio bots. Roll out. Shower. Showerがあります。シャワーがあります。
シャワーがあります。小さい掃除機があります。
小さい掃除機。vacuum cleaner。掃除機
があります。小さい掃除機があります。
cramped。狭いシャワーがあります。狭い。Sorry, a little aggressive.
シャワーがあります。
I like this guy's vocal tone. If only that was my normal pitch. 狭いシャワーがあります。That kinda, it's too deep.
いいえ、ベッドはありません。
いいえ、ベッドはありません。
ベッドはありません。
Nope, I don't have a bed.
いいえ、ベッドはありません。
Technically, if I was being super technical, I would say this too. No, I don't have a bed per se. Oh, I'm curious how you give that expression per se in Japanese. Get that same feeling per se.
いいえ、ベッドはありません。
I guess you could say, I think I don't have a bed. Oh, you called me out. Yeah, you called me out. Technically, I don't have a bed. Per se, yeah. You called me out there. I would tell people that if I was speaking to an appropriate person, like in the United States or something, I would probably say, no, I don't have a bed per se. I have a futon, right? And futon was one of the vocabs. A lot of times when people think of futon, they don't think of a bed. Oftentimes the standardization is something that's raised, probably have a bedboard, and also likely a box spring. Likely. I think that's still the standard nowadays. Sometimes I sleep on the floor, so it's not to say that my only bed is a bed, but the floor is fine too.
いいえ、ベッドはありません。
いいえ、エアコンはありません。
いいえ、いいえ、エアコンはありません。You're a hard surface sleeper? Yeah. I like my firm. I like being firm. Too squishy and you get back problems? Understandable. I sleep on one of those like just thin enough to prevent myself from arcing futons. They're basically futons, but they go by different names here, you know. Yeah, just have a blanket and a pillow on the floor. I legitimately just drape bed sheets over a pad. I would say calling it a futon might be also a stretch. It's more like a pad floor. No aircon. For the longest time, I also slept on an air mattress. Only because when you get even the floor can be warmer than an air mattress. And during the hot days, on a hot day, if you sleep on an air mattress, it's like it keeps your back cool quite substantially. It's one of the cons of most people's sleeping habits. Like air mattresses are very cold, but if you sleep on an air mattress when it's really warm, it actually separates you from the floor. The floor can still end up retaining more heat than an air mattress. So it's kind of interesting. I have a lot of random things around. I don't actually sleep on a bed. I don't have a stationary bed anywhere. I'm a very mobile, nomadic person. What the heck, Indy? Did you just bail on me, or did you not even give me a psychological profile of what you think? Come on. Indy just randomly shows up again. He probably went... Did you go get a snack or something? Is that what happened? Mr. Lurk. Obviously, I profiled you. Oh, I see. I would love to hear that profile. I haven't been aggressively profiled before in a long time, like in an academic environment. Basically, like someone explaining to me their profile of me. Generally speaking, is because most of the time it's strangers, and strangers don't do that. Candid profiling only occurs when someone has already established like some sort of deeper relationship. I don't think I've ever asked, and it's a common question you'll get, so I'll write in Japanese. Okay. Maku-san wa Nihongo ni I just got that. Like what I mean is I just got that kanji, but we haven't written it yet. Am I going to move, or like moving, or what does it mean again? And then toga arimasu. Yeah, it's going. Oh, in the past tense. Yeah, it's going. They asked, have you ever went to Japan? Oh, I thought you were asking me if I plan to go to Japan. I see. Yeah. At first I thought you were asking me if I'm planning to go to Japan. And that's Nihon ni. But yeah. So have I went to Japan? No, I haven't. Yeah, the ta is the past plane. I have, not koto yet. No koto. But it was contextually enough to know that you're asking me if I either gone to Japan or going to Japan. I thought you might have been asking me, do I plan on going to Japan? That is a common question. And the answer to that is no, I have not gone to Japan. I have not went to Japan yet. I do plan on it, and not for the reasons most people might say. Probably dependent. My family wants to go visit my sister, who happens to be in Japan. So, would it be like the same thing where we hit like Shibuya, Osaka, Yokohama, do like a 5-week, like a weekend or a week, 2-week stay? Possibly. We'll see. In the near future, yes. So yes, you are correct. I have been asked that. It's the second most asked question. I'll let you guess what my first most asked question. Although I don't know what that looks like in Japanese if someone asks me. Most people ask me in English. Only because this question is relevant to the idea that they have to know that I'm learning Japanese. Otto does things like have you ever, have you been? Ah, that's very useful. Yeah, it's the conditional. Yeah, it's like a expressive of potential. Sorry, the potential form. Potential form. Sorry. The word I was looking for was potential form. I think that's what was on the list. I haven't gotten to really evaluate potential form. I think my next thing that I'm looking at is conditional form. Your best explain is as a thingifying stuff. Oh. Thingifying stuff. I love that. That's so American. Thingifying stuff. You know, the thing. It's just making it a thing. It's fine. I'm thingifying it. It's great. It's good enough. Like with enough context, like I could still answer your question and you wouldn't necessarily know if I understood everything part of the question. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of the whole conversation thing, right? I don't actually truly believe. Here's my thing. I don't truly believe that a conversation between casual people in English has ever been at the level you learn your second language. If you know what I mean. So in the process of learning your second language, you have never been, in my opinion, the conversation skills of a native speaker hasn't ever been on a level in which you acquire your second language. That's not a cognitive dissonance on the part of the learner, as in the consternation that is involved in meticulously dissecting sentences is rarely ever at the level of the language you speak natively. So when we're having this conversation now, the subtext of the words I choose has never been more foggier. Like, what I mean is, you are not weighing on dissecting all the subtext of what I'm saying in English right now. You are listening to exactly the filtered meanings you're used to. So whenever someone asks me something and say something, I'm always clarifying because my subtext is incredibly different. And I feel that's a natural process for native speakers. You get to the point. And I think in Japan, the Japanese culture is kind of nice because they kind of just get to the point most of the time. Ironically, I know how that sounds. When it comes to other things, they're really indirect, right? About the politeness and whatnot. But when it comes to their language, they're very straight. It's kind of like a sharp knife. Not in the like feelings department stuff. I think most languages have that implicit difficulty in expressing something that's inexplicable with language. Language has that limitation in general. But in English, I don't think... Okay. This is not something I desire, and I think it would be absolutely exhausting. I always tell people, like, if I met myself and talked with myself, I would hate myself. So let's just get that out of the way first. However, I have yet to meet more than 10 people in my life where when the conversation is so detailed, it feels like the way we're talking about Japanese right now. So rarely in my near 40 years of life have I ever had a conversation in English where it's at any semblance of the level we're trying to dissect Japanese right now. Like when we're constructing our sentences, it's like, wait, so you have to put this here. This is actually literally what it means, and this is, and when I'm speaking to someone, like, you didn't hear like half the words I said, right? You probably didn't hear you probably heard like yes, no, good point, and then forgot, like didn't hear any of the rest of the words. It's just there. And that's so socially normally acceptable. It's so true, unraveling all the possible angles to see the true meaning. That's exhausting. It's absolutely exhausting. And you know what, SoCal? Whenever I'm streaming, I know you guys are not doing this because obviously we're at two different positions, but I am always doing that when I'm on stream. But I don't want to give the people the impression that if you meet me on the street, if you're having a meal with me, right, like we're just chilling, that I sound like this all the time. I actually only sound like this on stream because I get to read your typing stuff. It's a different medium, right? You're not talking to me, you're writing the stuff, and it gives me a lot of time to unravel all the possible angles, right? I can think about all the stuff impermanence. So rarely do I have nothing to say about anything you do in this environment. But if we were talking around like a beer or something, it'll be radically different because I wouldn't be able to process every single one of your words too. Speech is a lot faster, it's nuanced, you hold on to as much ideas as you can that perpetuates the conversation to demonstrate that you're actively listening, but not comprehensively. In the same way, when you're typing, your accuracy goes up. Your accuracy goes up because you have time to talk about it. So naturally, when you see someone speak and do things and make mistakes, you are more likely to catch those mistakes. Generally because everything you type is through a filter first before you say it. So oftentimes when I'm streaming, I'm through a filter. What did I say again about what? Cozy. I was talking about how when you hear someone speak, it's processed very differently than hearing someone type or write. Hey Kev from YouTube. Kev the Dev. Are you a software engineer? Kev the Dev? So for me, it would be foolish for me to say that when whatever I say here on stream, you're hanging at my every word. I think in general, it's very socially acceptable that whatever I say... Wait, was that a joke? Actually, Cozy, did you make it funny? Sorry. But yeah, like, I don't know if that was... Now I don't know if you're doing a meta level joking. Okay, I got the joke. It just landed on me. I'm like, oh wait, I get what you mean. Yeah, so that's what I mean. Oh yeah, Kev, you are a software engineer? Nice. Do you like Japanese, Kev? So, oh, cap? Are you capping me right now? Okay. Don't cap me. Let's see. Yeah. And that's just kind of the nature of it. But when we are on even footing, it's not anymore intellectually interesting, in my opinion. Like, there would be no way I would be hanging on your every word. That's very good. You used to use Duolingo for Japanese. What do you use now, Kev? From YouTube. What do you use now? Or are you still using Japanese? Are you still learning Japanese? Or you're learning a different language altogether? We've met lots of different angles in which that could lead. Yeah. Anyways, I said, what did you say again? Because you don't catch every word. Yeah. I know. That joke took me like 5 minutes to catch. I was like, oh, I get it now. Yeah, got him. You still use Duolingo, just not Japanese? I'm learning German. Nice. What are your motivations for learning German or Japanese? Like, I would love to hear that, Kev. No, aircon ga arimasen. So I don't have an air conditioner. We gotta stay focused a little bit, a wee bit. World War II. That is a bit more specific than I could imagine. Learning German, World War II, huh? Was that the same for Japanese? It might be a coincidence. however, but Japan and Germany. Duolingo has Italian, right? Man, I heard German grammar's brutal. What are your thoughts, Kev, about German grammar? We're cross-platforming right now. Kev says yes, and then capital yes, all caps, yes. So it is in all caps. There you go. It does have Italian, first language you ever tried to learn. Oh, I see. Too many cases and genders. Yeah, that's fair enough. We're good.
いいえ、まだベッドはありません。
Yeah. I heard betto, but maybe there was an
いいえ、まだベッドはありません。
mada betto wa arimasen.
まだ
Mada betto
ベッドは
wa
ありません。
arimasen. You gave up and went for the easier language, clearly. Kappa. Wait, did you go to Japan from Italian, or did you go to something else? Did you go to Japanese after Italian, or well, give me some order. Give me some order.
はい、掃除機があります。
はい、掃除機。はい、掃除機があります。Yes, I have a suck machine. A suck machine. There it is. Oh, don't forget the article. I have a suck machine. はい。はい。掃除機があります。Spanish to Japanese to German. Oh, Kev, that's an interesting order. My planned order is Japanese to Mandarin to Spanish. It's in the reverse order of my education up to this point. And this is the second formal language I have ever learned in this approach. Not in Duolingo. I mean the approach of doing formal practicing instead of using like natural acquisition or total immersion. You heard Mandarin is easy. Interesting. What kind of company do you have? Where are you situated? Are there a lot of Mandarin speakers around you? That's interesting. I don't usually think of tasks as easy or hard, so I like to ask questions about how to get an idea of other people's perspectives. I actually think it's super curious when people rank difficulty. Bloomberg in NYC. Oh, New York City. Okay, and Bloomberg. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Any of y'all's learn sign language? I only learned a few things, and they're not that great. And maybe 30 years, maybe like 20 years ago. You went, okay, so SoCal went Spanish, Italian, Korean, Japanese, and stuck with Japanese because I learned more than any other one. Right? Oh, you also had that life experience, right? You love to learn Mandarin, not writing, of course, but yeah, understand. You don't live in NYC though? Same, I learned a few, I see. Yeah. So, you might do sign language and Braille. Oh, that's super neat. That's so different. You know what? I really would love to learn sign language and Braille. I want to learn sign language. Dude, guys, we should learn sign language. That's so different. That's such a different experience. I haven't even considered that. That hasn't crossed my mind yet. That's a great idea, Cozy. Sign language. Oh, that's so useful. Oh, Because you can do it at the same time. You know what I mean? Like, I would love to be able to sign and speak. And then, like, toggle between languages while signing. That would be fantastic. And Braille is so different. It's so different. Huh. I don't even know how you would do that. Like what I mean is in a way that I can demonstrate, right? You might stream Braille or sign language. I wonder how you watch 2 deaf anime? I'm ahead of the game. Indeed. I've watched oh, hey Kev. Hello, Kev. Yeah, now you're on Twitch. Welcome, Kev. Yeah, thank you. If you ever want to know what these goobers are talking about. Indy, did you watch the movie too, the anime movie Silent Voice? I think that's what it's called. I don't know the Japanese translation of Silent Voice. Both? Oh no, sorry. That's cozy. Oh, and you mean both Braille and sign language? It's curious how you're gonna demonstrate that. You've watched A Silent Voice and A Sign of Affection. I see. I haven't seen A Sign of Affection. You did mention that one. I did quite enjoy A Silent Voice. You have an idea on how to do it? Well, that's the interesting part. Well, now.
新しいエアコンはありません。新しい
エアコンは
ありません。新しいエアコンはありません。
Yep. I don't have a new air conditioner. Oh, wait. Gotta make sure I didn't miss Mada or something.
新しいエアコンはありません。
Okay. I'm trying to keep in mind of all the things that I tend to brush over because they're not necessarily important for the full comprehension of the core of the sentence, but I'm doing like an English thing, which is not a great habit to start with.
本棚が欲しいです。
Like forgetting Mada. Mada, Tabun. Mada and Tabun. Oh yeah, Tabun. Yeah, things like that. Like, I probably don't have, or like, I still don't have something. It's essential to know that there's a still in there. However, old habits die hard. It's kind of the thing about adverbs and timing and stuff. When you speak to someone in English, oftentimes you brush over superfluous or accessibility or hyperbolic modifiers. You just need to be motivated to turn your stream on. It's been too long. I see. Well, I mean, that sounds like a fantastic idea. I don't think I've ever seen a person adapting how to depict and use their take on how to acquire Braille and sign language. I have a great idea about sign language. Not sure about Braille. Not sure about Braille yet. That hasn't come across my mind. But sign language, ooh, I have some really funny things. It deals with drawing as well. Superimposing a drawing pad onto a camera feed while using my hands. That's way down the line though. I suppose I'm just gonna be executing my plan now. I won't derail the plan for the time being. It's a great idea. It's an awesome idea. Now, tonight, this evening, when the stream goes off, I actually want to see some signing, like what YouTube has for signing. Interesting. So interesting. You guys have some great ideas. I mean, all your ideas are fantastically intriguing. It's even more fantastically intriguing when it hasn't crossed my mind. 本棚が欲しいです. Hondana ga hoshii desu. I want a bookshelf. Okay. Yasui, Yasui. It's probably Yasui. Yasui suck machine. Sorry. Yasui Sochiki ga arimasu. Suck machine. Sign language depends on where you are, and they're simplified. I can see that. That's all part of learning a language. So it's pretty much understood. It's universal for languages in general. Any form of depiction, visual based, writing based will depend on your regional simplifications and regional differences. You do meditation, walks, exploring, etc. on stream. Ah, I see. Lifestyle stream. That's kind of nice. I would qualify myself as a lifestyle person too. However, I don't do any of those things. I am largely focused on executive function. So if I had to make it sound really professional, I focus on executive function. So habit formation, learning process, communication, and problem solving and critical thinking. Those are my lifestyle skills that I focus on. And then I do whatever activity that allows me to apply those skills. Yeah, suck machine. Soljiki. Suck machine. Come on, SoCal. Suck jiki. Can't you hear it? Suck jiki. Soljiki. Soljiki. Suck machine. In a sign of affection, they had one of the characters make a guide on sign language. Indy, all right. You know what? I'm gonna watch A Sign of Affection this evening. That sounds amazing. That actually sounds really amazing. You've already sold me on it. You know what's another fun one? Anime that's instructive. Indy. Also, have you watched the dumbbell and anime? The calisthenics and the weightlifting tips on there, it's just good enough. Like, I think it's just reasonable enough, in my opinion, as a fitness person, like someone who's seriously a hobbyist. It's fantastic. If you're interested in a workout thing, I think it's called like how much you like, do you lift dumbbells or something? I think dumbbells is in it here. Hold up. It's called How Heavy Are Your Dumbbells You Lift? I know. It's that anime trend where it's basically a sentence. I'm pretty sure it's called, hold up, let me make sure. It's quite nice if you want to get like a general mechanical overview. I think it's called, wait, hold up. It might not be this one. Hold up. No. I know what it is. It's is it Onegai Muscle? No. It is this one. I think it's this one. Yes. It's called Dumbbell Non Keto Moteru, or Kilo. Oh my gosh, I can't even say kilo anymore. Dumbbell non-kilo materu. I had such a problem saying kilo, like a Japanese problems. Sorry. I think it's just easier to say keto instead of kilo. Which called yeah. I think the things that they cover, fantastic. Lots of suck. My nephew learned simplified Irish signs. Oh, you're going like international. That's so interesting. It's like another dimension, another extra layer. Like national variances in sign language. That's fantastic. Oh yeah, I'm definitely not fit for sure. And as a person who focuses on, of course, nutritional science and fitness as a way to promote some of the lifestyle problems that I've encountered with people, right? As a person who offers about habit formation and stuff, I must be at least well read in fitness and nutrition. And oftentimes the perception of fitness, as in what fitness looks like, is not, that's the difference between athletic and being fit. One person that's fit doesn't necessarily appear athletic. I know you have kappa, but generally speaking, one that is fit does not necessarily appear athletic. Athletic is a misconception, a very dangerous misconception between being fit, because one that's athletic can be not fit, as in not fit in a sustainable manner. Right? In Japanese, it's literally clean machine, but I prefer the suck machine. I know. It's a joke, but because it does say clean machine, we covered that a bunch, but suck machine is, it's the suck machine. Come on. How can you forget suck? S for soul. Soljiki. It's not koljiki. Or it's not kare soljiki. Like kare jiki. Oh, no. A curry machine. Sorry. So I'm gonna watch A Sign of Affection. That sounds amazing. I love instructional things. By the way, anime. I know you guys probably watch anime for entertainment and stuff. I was motivated to learn most of the things. What do you mean I'm calling you fat? No, it doesn't. Silent Voice does not use sign language. Actually, at all. Maybe not even at all. What Silent Voice did do was look at the psychological impacts of communicating between the two. So, like, I'm very much interested in the depiction and media portrayal of psychological impacts of people who have communication barriers, because it's a very important lifestyle, like it's a very important skill, in my opinion, to be very accommodating. So A Silent Voice looked at that most of the time. I don't actually remember if they signed at all in Silent Voice, so it's not an instructional movie, right? And in anime, most of the primary, like Duolingo, right? Duolingo. So hold on to that thought. So like Duolingo, it serves as a point of inspiration. So anime has gotten me to educate myself on baseball. Or I could say yaku, basketball, tennis. You see where I'm going here? I'm guessing boxing is boxing. Or something. And oyogimasu, right? Oyogimasu. Even though I don't swim, I really am not that great on swimming. So there are many things that have got me on the train of learning things, because anime still kind of strives a little bit harder for just getting me intellectually interested. So the reason I started running again was not because COVID put an end to it a little bit. I started running again because a great track and field running and anime came out, right? And then, oh yeah, we could say volleyball, right? Volleyball, or something like that. That's how they say it. So volleyball because of hakyu, which technically hakyu is probably volleyball. Before they had the katakana. But anyways, so many things. Anime, I look for instructional inspiration. Not if it's entertaining, that's fantastic. If it's fun, someone else like it, that's great. If it's instructional, educational, and have some psychological impact on the human condition, extra bonus points. Just bonus points all over the place. And that's how I watch movies and all the other stuff. So lots of the things I know now, just willy-nilly everywhere, is often because I'm intellectually stimulated by the things that people watch. And a sign of affection sounds amazing. Wait, and who called you fat? Me? Did I say anything about fat? I don't know if I mentioned anything about being fat. It's a lifestyle thing. So I don't know. People can appear dissatisfied. Like, it's hard to know if you don't know the person what they constitute as fat, right? Sometimes people are far more fit than they actually appear because of social standards. And that's a deep cut. I don't usually talk about whether I know something. Me? What did I say? I said some people can appear. Oh, is it because I mentioned the whole one can be athletic and not fit thing? Yeah, that's what I remember. Everything she tried to sign, they bullied her. Yeah, every time she tried to sign. Yeah, I'm pretty sure A Silent Voice had minimal signing. There might have been 1 or 2 signs, not really instructive. If I can remember, if I can recommend one show for natural speech, Terrace House. Hold up. Terrace House. Oh, you're talking about, are you talking about the like reality-ish, are you talking about that reality-ish show? Or am I getting this confused with something else? Right? It's kind of like don't Google that. That's apparently also an explicit term. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, I'm not gonna dox myself. I knew the word in a deaf context. Yeah, that's the Netflix. Okay, yeah. I haven't watched it yet. I haven't started watching like long Japanese things. It's gonna be a bit. I've been watching short form stuff because it becomes a little exhausting. Because now I don't just watch it to numb out to or to be entertained. Now I kind of watch it for actively trying to hear things. And at the moment, staying 4 minutes. I think right now 4 or 5 minutes in little bursts of 4 to 5 minutes right now. One day. But I know I haven't resubscribed to Netflix yet. I'm a binge watcher. So don't worry about that. Actively watching is hard work. Yeah. So is actively listening. Ooh. Here's a fun, like, this is what I mean by actively listening. So I asked someone like, oh yeah, tell me if what I say needs some adjustment, right? And I would say a Japanese phrase, and then oftentimes the person would say, well, you should say this, and like that is what I said. It's like, oh, sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Or they don't even say sorry. It's like, oh, I didn't hear that. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, I don't know. I guess that now it's just awkward. What do I do now? It's like, well, I did say that. It's like, well, you didn't. It's like, well, were you paying attention? Well, you just told me you weren't paying attention. Like, I don't understand. Hey, Lotus. How's it going? Doyo. Notisu. San. Lotusu-san. Doyo, Lotusu-san. Or I guess you would put it in the front a lot of times. It's more like Dorusu-san, doyo. You would have loved the meeting I just had with the owner of your company. Ooh, big guy. Big guy. By love is, are you using that ironically, or are you using that like it just got so deep that's my jam? A lot of conversations about how to simply present complex technical. Oh, I love it. You're right. That I would be so all up in that, even though I would be way out of my depth because I wouldn't have the semantical knowledge, the semantics down, but I would totally be so game with how to present complex technical information and make it understandable, as opposed to preventing from simplification, right? Oftentimes that is the biggest flex that an experienced person can do. If you are a super great expert at anything, if you're able to present a complex topic without simplifying it and making it understandable, it's, in my opinion, you have my extra adoration. When someone is able to explain a complex topic with complex information without simplifying it. Yeah, you're at the stage in my career where that's the primary skill I'm working on. Dude, listen, in the next couple like years or so, I would totally want to hear some complex topics that you can explain to me in a form that someone that I have no exposure to would love. I absolutely love that skill. Like on YouTube, you know how you have, I forgot the guy's name, but he's an astronomer, maybe a physicist, I love listening to theoretical physicists who has command of this skill. Like you can listen, at least in my opinion, I can sit there and listen to them for days, making physical concepts of the universe so entranced, yet I'm not having trouble listening to them. As opposed to like, in contrast to a well-read person who keeps throwing around jargon, and I'm like, I can't even comprehend like how this is relevant to the physical world, and yet they're saying these words like, oh, you know, this is very interesting. It's like, are you trying to convince me this is interesting? You certainly am not demonstrating that it is interesting, because you lost me at the first 5 minutes. That's kind of the thing. Perfect. I'll do it in Japanese in a few years. Wait, oh, true. I would also love to hear it in Japanese because you're going to Japan, Lotus. Oh, that's so good. All right, bet. Speaking of slang that I occasionally use, bet, right? Yeah, let's do that. What is the Japanese that I would use? Yeah, so it's good. So I should use desne a lot more. Like sugoi desne. Anyways, too much stuff. I'm not gonna, guys. I'm never gonna learn Jap. I'm just kidding. Don't read into that. Getting distracted, so distracted. We're still talking about Japanese though. Somehow we're gonna relate it all back to Japanese. I'm curious what Japanese sign language looks like. I wonder if it's as serious. Oh, you know what? We were talking about sign languages, right? Cozy is like, I think Cozy said be right back. But when I'm thinking of sign language, I'm kind of curious if each country has their own like somewhat like is Japanese sign language just really serious and polite? Oh, that's true. I'll see the sign language but I have no relative indie. I don't know if it's polite or not polite, if you know what I mean, right? Like I don't know, I don't have any form of I don't have any frame of reference for if it has. Thanks, guy. Yeah, most YouTubers would have dropped by now. Oh, the Duolingo thing? Nonsense. But thanks. I appreciate the motivational words. I very much appreciate it. You know what I mean, Indy? Like, oh yeah, they keep doing like honorifics in their hey Dark. They keep doing their honorifics with their sign language. I'm like, what? And then, you know, you go to the United States, like, oh yeah, there's none of that kind of thing. It would be really interesting to see the regional differences in sign language. I'm all up in this, you know, it's, guys, Lotus, Indy, SoCal, listen, it's been a great journey, but I think I'm just gonna have to stop learning Japanese at 37 and move on to sign language. No, I'm just kidding. We gotta move on to Japanese sign language, you know? That's just the natural progression of things. Okay. Alright. We gotta complete some lessons. And we gotta do our kanji. We unlocked the 4 kanji. Learning JSL sounds dope. I know, right? And then, you know, learning English, right? So then you can listen, hear me out here. You can learn 2 languages that you know in sign language, and you can in real time compare their mannerisms to each other. Do you know how awesome that is? Like, that's like a converging point. It's not a diverging point. Like, oftentimes when you're learning a different language, you're diverging, right? You're diverging from your original. But in this case, sign language is converging on the 2 languages. So that's crazy, in my opinion. That's something different. That is so different. You're gonna run to the corner store for some caffeine real quick? Alright, see you in a bit. Going to be right back or something? Is that what that is? I'll be back. Or Indy, help me out with that phrase. Or Lotus, someone help me out with that phrase. Because we established that was like going or going somewhere. Thanks, Nojo. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing fine, Nojo. I'll go and come back. Okay, I'll go and come back? Or I'm leaving. Okay. And it's implied that he'll come back if you say it that way? Is it inferred? Come on, guys. Lotus and Indy. You guys gotta like be like political here. I need some compromise. Okay. It's a fixed phrase. Oh, kind of like the shawa thing. No? Maybe not like the not like the shawa thing. I mean the shawa o abimasu. It literally means I'll go and come back. Oh, okay. Oh. Yeah, and I just got that today, but I didn't learn it yet formally, but I just got the kanji for it. The imasu. Just got it. Maybe I'll try to get to it now. Yasui suck machine. Soljiki. Soljiki. Ga arimasu. Yasui soljiki ga arimasu.
この大きい本棚はいいですね。
I'm a little extra peppy today because yesterday my allergies like wrecked me super hard. Like allergies come and go, but it usually it's at the mercy of weather. So if it starts to rain, the hours flanking the rain is pretty miserable times. I get drainage all over my back, like back throat and stuff. Yeah, suck machine. Surimasen. Sochiki. Surimasen. suck chiki surimasen. Sumimasen. Sorry. Sumimasen. I keep saying sumimasen. Sorry, Lotus. It's suck chiki. So chiki.
この大きい本棚はいいですね。
Okay.
この
Kono oki.
大きい
What kind of object?
この大きい本棚はいいですね。
Hondana.
本棚は
Wa ii desu ne.
ですね。
Kono oki hondana wa ii desu ne. You're just laughing at it. Hideyoshi reinforced it, but the first time I saw Sojiki, I legitimately just said suck machine. And then Hideyoshi also said suck machine, so it just now it's suck machine. Did you guys ever understood how a vacuum works? I'm naturally curious. I ask this a lot about people. Do you understand how a vacuum cleaner works? Or like how suck really isn't suck but more of a push? A vacuum cleaner is more of a push, but the vacuum cleaner itself is not doing the pushing. Things are being pushed into the vacuum. Oh, vacuum cleaner, I guess. To the bag. It's the same thing as how straws work. I've always wondered how many people remember that from their high school physics class, or it might not necessarily be physics where they learned it, but general science, probably some sort of general science. You don't have to learn it in a physics course. How sucking works, in quotations. It's kind of also the same thing about how centripetal acceleration works. Instead of, well, what was the other? Centrifugal force? Yeah. But centrifugal force is in the context of centripetal acceleration. Always curious how much sciencey stuff people remember from their high school days. I'm pretty sure internationally, high school taught how how low pressure, creating vacuums, low pressure and high pressure, comparing atmospheric pressure to a localized pressure kind of thing, and how sucking works. Wow. Even Indy doesn't have a comment about that. What the heck, guys? It's a really fascinating phenomenon, or not really fast. It's a very fascinating mechanical thing you can do. It helps with a lot of things. I'm just saying. It explains why when you open a door during a very, very cold day, and the place where you're leaving is super warm, it suddenly just, pressure goes in a particular direction. I'll leave it to your imagination which direction the wind goes in, like the pressure goes in. I still don't have a bed. So, mada bedu wa arimasen.
まだベッドは
Beddo. You're so happy.
ベッド
Beddo. Mada beddo wa arimasen.
ありません。
まだエアコンはありません。
I still don't have an air conditioner. Okay. Just said that, but we'll say it here. I can't wait to get to the conversation stuff. The conversation stuff is absolutely amazing. Atarashi aircon wa arimasen.
エア
Aircon.
コンは
What?
ありません。
Kono kono yasui. Kono yasui hondana wa chotto.
この安い本棚はちょっと。
Hondana. Okay. Up and away, Adam. Oh, we do have to get to the end of this unit,
か
though.
わいいテーブルがあります。
I missed the object.
かわいいテーブルがあります。かわいい テーブル
Oh yeah, teburu. Took me a while. I'm like, it sounds like Bruno, but teburu. Okay.
があります。かわいいテーブルがあります。
Teburu. Forgot about teburu.
新しい布団があります。
Futon, right? I really like saying futon. Like, it's kind of like udon. So something about that sounds really cool. Makes you feel semi like you're making a different sound whenever you're doing futon. 新しい布団があります。Sure. I have a new futon. Hello there. Hello there. It's me. EKLM. Okay. Hello there. Genki desu ka? BK for short? Got it. BK-san. BK-san. Let's see. Article check. We're good. All right. Yes. Yasui, Yasui futon ga arimasu.
安い
Yasui futon
布団があります。
はい、テーブルがあります。
You just started learning German yesterday? Hey, another German learner. There is someone else here we just met today. Ev, that started German as well. How's it going with German?
はい、テーブルがあります。テーブル
What are your motivations for German? Curious. German's good? You're almost on the second unit? Oh yeah. Oh, okay. I was told German does not... I don't remember how many sections and units German has. But yeah, what are your motivations? You're going to a German university. Well now. That'll do it. Is that are you German going to a German university, or is this a study abroad thing? How's this working? Since you're learning German, it can be any of the above, really. And you clearly know English.
はい、テーブルがあります。はい、
はい、テーブルがあります。
があります。
テーブルがあります。I heard they do most classes in English. Is that a thing? Oh, that's an excellent question, Lotus. In German university. You want to go in the future when I graduate because they have high levels of education? Ah. Where are you currently educated? And what is your current educational status? If that's not too personal. What is your current And what are your experiences with educational systems right now? Philadelphia. Okay. I see. Bad education here. Can you, in your opinion, like what is it that makes it bad? Like I'm curious. Break it down for me a little bit. Give me some few hot takes. I'm very, very well versed, in my opinion, humbly so, in the US educational system. So in fact, in this case, a very personal understanding of the Pennsylvania education system. But you know, curious.
はい、テーブルがあります。
And what's your point of reference, I suppose? When you're thinking of bad education, using the word bad means you have a point of reference, like whatever the point of reference is. So I'm kind of curious what you're comparing it to, right? Or how you evaluate the educational system. 大きい布団があります。
安いテーブルがあります。
安いテ
ーブルがあります。テーブルがあります。
Okay. 安いテーブルがあります。 Okay.
安いテーブルがあります。
いいえ、電子レンジはありません。
Teachers don't help students or actually do teaching. They just make us watch videos of the topics and expect to learn from that. And I am a smarter student than others, and I'm learning things I learned 2 years ago. I see. So since you're actually not learning anything, do your classmates learn anything from their approach of watching videos on topics and learning from them? That's interesting. Teachers don't help students. Do the students ask for help? Curious. And what do you mean by actually do teaching? What does that actually mean? Yeah, this is Denchirenji wa arimasen. No, I don't have a microwave. Denchirenji wa arimasen. Oh, I skipped half again. I did that again. Dude, I need to stop doing that.
椅子はありません。
So far, I'm at like 50% with having half. Jeez.
椅子はありません。
What?
椅子はありません。椅子はありません。椅子。
Isu is desk, right? Isu.
椅子はありません。
Oh, chairs. Chairs. Of course. Not really, of course. Isu. Chairs.
多分テレビを買います。
Let's see. 多分テレビを買います。I'll probably buy a TV. Good enough.
いいえ、まだ椅子はありません。いいえ、まだはありません。 いいえ、まだ椅子はありません。
椅子は wait.
いいえ、まだ椅子はありません。
Oh,
椅子。
isu. Oh no, it's a kasa moment. I think isu is gonna go down like kutsu and kasa. It's just not long enough. Oh no. And it's next to a particle. It sounds like one phrase. We're gonna have to work on
椅
this.
子。
Is ask you for help, so I do end up helping them. That's nice of you. Fair enough. And it also allows you to practice a skill that you don't typically have a chance to practice. That's nice. And teachers don't teach properly because they make us watch videos from our own computers to educate ourselves. And teachers don't really go up and explain the topics to me or the other students. Okay. It may be a bad school I go to. I'm switching schools at the end of the school year, so hopefully I go to a good school. That's very optimistic, very auspicious. Hopefully that school teaches something, teaches a different manner, a different method, right? So it doesn't sound like kids ask the teachers for help, right? Is what you're trying to, is what I'm inferring from this. And then teaching properly, that's so you want a school, it looks like you know what you want. You want a school that doesn't that has more structure and stricter obligations, like choices made for the students. And it sounds like hopefully the school you go to will provide an appropriate method for that. Yeah, it just sounds like the school is very inappropriate for your learning. Although it does sound like you're getting a lot of other types of skills, which can come in handy in the future. Duolingo updated the Japanese track since this morning? Wait, what did they change? And where do you get this? Where do you get this patch information? Wait. Hold up. Oh, wait. Is this the app update though? Because I'm pretty, I think sometimes the web version is behind the... Yeah, that's what I thought. So it's the phone one. It's the phone. Yeah. Okay. I got it. Yeah. I've always had to reset the Japanese track if you're on the PC. I see. Okay, yeah. I haven't pulled up my phone yet. Good. Oh, what grade are you in, by the way? I'm genuinely very curious about Philadelphia school system. What grade are you in? BK.
いいえ、まだ椅子はありません。
多分ベッドを買います。
多分ベッドを買います。And why German? You turned 13 this year? You're in 7th grade? I see. So, why Germany's educational system? Like, where are you getting this idea? Or how are you getting this information? I'm actually that's a very interesting decision to be making very, very early. Friends, family, perhaps. Social media. Hey, welcome back, SoCal. How was your caffeine run? Coffee? Aisu? Coffee maybe? Tabun? Tabun Aisu coffee? Sorry, I'm trying very hard to just throw in words that with fragments, so I'm just using, you know. Uh, eneru, eneru, gi, energy nomimas. I don't actually know what that last kanji is, but it kind of looks like nomimas. But is that the mas kanji? Is that another different conjugation thing? I don't actually know what the last kanji is. And Nomi mono. Okay, mono. Oh, nomi mono. Oh, yeah. This is where that girl that told me that Duolingo is a waste of time, thanks to YouTube algorithm, told me that people don't say nomi mono anymore. They say drinku. And I'm like, okay, sure. I guess dorinku. I'm like, okay. I get the nomi mono thing. I got it. Actually, I don't know what the energy. What is energy? Yeah, the girl, like, YouTube fed me an influencer who she learned Japanese, and I think she has a historical Japanese background, but she learned Japanese formally, and then she didn't like the formal approach, and then Duolingo is using the formal approach again, and etc. But oh, energy. Oh my. I totally get it. I couldn't even hear energy. I couldn't even. I'm still that dude. Katakana is just, it doesn't resonate with me, my friend. It doesn't. Also, I haven't ever thought about energy drinks. That's kind of funny. Energy, like energy, energy, energy is so good. And wait, energy. So there's no other thing, right? You don't say anything else. You don't say the drinku thing. Kind of like how. Well, I guess we don't say coffee drink too much. I was trying to think of another example. And interesting. Past family members went to German schools and college, and they tell me it has good education over there, so I'm kind of following in their direction. Oh, okay. Well, you gotta, sometimes you wanna, it sounds like BK, you have family members that are really interested in your educational success. So that sounds like sound advice. If you have a great relationship with your family members, I would definitely put your trust in people that know you well. Sorry to hear that Philadelphia's school, it's an interesting approach. I'm not on top. It's been some time since I've been around the educational level that you are talking about. That's why I'm asking, where are you in your education? Generally, I talk to nearly post high school to college students, and I unfortunately, interestingly enough, I didn't realize that's how they teach per se. That's their approach to middle/high school students. I'm in central Pennsylvania as well. Like, so I'm not that far from Philadelphia. I feel like it would be energy. Ooh, energy. And then, oh, I do add people. I just didn't put up a command for Duo because it's because everyone who comes to Twitch hates Duo. You're also into sports culture? Soccer? I hope soccer, because like If you're heading to Germany, soccer or football, right? You're saying you gotta be into football. Like, I'm just pulling up some statistics. Yeah, soccer. Checks out. Sounds like you're a soon-to-be German maid, right? Also, Pennsylvania Dutch. It does check out that you have a lot of family members who are of German descent, because Pennsylvania has a statistically high, quote-unquote Pennsylvania Dutch population, which are not to be confusing, but it's of German descent. So it's a very common conversation I have with people that I grew up with, the people around me. I grew up in Pennsylvania. Most of my childhood up to adulthood is in Pennsylvania. La Duduka. I have German is way out of my. Alright, so Labdurugas? I don't know. You're the only streamer I know that's from PA? Oh, that's interesting. Well, there you go. Yeah. I think I spent more than a third of my life in Pennsylvania. All of my childhood is. That's Hungarian? Oh, that's even. No, I can't. And I was not. I mean, it's the first language you learn? Hungarian. Oh, interesting. Is that how they say soccer? Are you saying soccer in Hungarian? Oh, do you want? I'll add you afterwards. Okay, it's the same name. I use the same Twitch name. So you can add me and then I'll add you once I finally complete this lesson. Whatever that is. I see. Well, it's nice that you're really interested in your own educational background. BK, you sound like a very intelligent and proactive kid. Thanks. Let's see. Let's refocus here. Tabun. Beto. Yeah. Tabun beto. Oh, okaimasu. I'll buy a bed. I will probably buy a bed.
いいえ、高い椅子はありません。いいえ。
Do you usually watch people learn other languages? BK? Curious. Or it just so happens that I'm on Duolingo on Japanese and you've used Duolingo on Japanese?
いいえ、高い椅子はありません。
高い椅子。Oh. 高い椅子はありません。
ありません。いいえ、高い椅子はありません。
I don't have expensive chairs? What the? No, I don't have expensive chairs. I'll probably buy a new suck machine. Okay, let's see. Tabun. 新しい掃除機を買います。多分新しい掃除機を買います。No obligations? Alright, since I don't like Californians. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'll get it. It's my spiel. I always do this, so don't worry. When Lotus mentioned it, I'm like, well, I don't really like me either. No cap, right? Cap. Yeah. It's all the caps. Give me all the caps. I need to put on my cap right now. Sorry, I thought of a gag. I feel like I should do a gag with caps. Like a, you know, like, hey, you're a great, like, do something like, oh yeah, that's a really great point. You know what I mean? Something funny like that. Just start a gag. I think a YouTuber actually does that. I think there is a YouTuber that does that. Cap no cap, where they like take TikTok, you know, like TikTok hacks or life hacks. They try it and then it's either a cap or a no cap, right? And then they literally have a cap, right? Need a camera zoom as you stare at the screen. There are moments like that for sure. Like someone would come on and say, oh yeah, you know, you can't become fluent with Duolingo. You don't say. I mean, yeah, definitely. That's really great, insightful advice. Thank you. Come again. I'm sorry. Sorry, but we didn't go over what was the most common question. You know, you asked me if I've went to Japan. The second most common question is, do I plan on go? The second most common is, why am I learning Japanese? That's the second most in this 37 days. The top comment though is Duolingo sucks. Like, I'm just gonna paraphrase it. The most common commentary that I get is Duolingo sucks. I'm not even brushing words. So 3 of the 4 comments actually use the word suck. And I'm not talking about suck machines. I'm just talking about how Duolingo is not good enough for them. Fair enough. I'm telling you what the facts are, right? For me, in the last 37 days, the most common comment is how Duolingo didn't work for them, and here's what I should do. That's the most top one. And the second one is asking why I'm learning Japanese. And then the third one is about visiting Japanese, or do you like the Japanese culture? And then everything else is statistically very, very unlikely. Yeah. It's always in a past tense. So I've only met people who've said something in the past tense. It's so weird to me, I'm no expert, that people have so much hate for Duo but never pass an elementary level in the language on it. But to each their own. Whatever works for them, right? Right? There is some fairness to be said that if these people say it sucks after one section, that could be a Duolingo design feedback, if you know what I mean, right? So if they're doing an app, their design is to capture the person's attention for at least a specific amount of time. So that can be offered as feedback. However, those people don't stick around long enough to offer feedback. Like, why did you just stop after 2 units, for example, right? So in a way, the developers would necessarily take that into heart and would love to hear the feedback. It's a shame that this is more of a lower limit thing, so the person can't bother, they can't create sentimental investment. So in that case, that feedback just doesn't ever get to Duolingo, right? It doesn't get to developers. They already moved on. And that's unfortunate, of course. Now, they did do something indirectly to help with this. To get another hold of things, you can create an ecosystem. So you can take the ecosystem approach, where if it's not Duolingo Japanese that keeps you going, right? There are other aspects. If their umbrella is large enough, they can have people trying things and staying long enough for the other products to reasonably provide emotional and constructive criticism for a product. So that's kind of how like Apple works. That's how Google works. When the ecosystem is big enough, they can experiment with designs that don't get enough feedback because the dropout rate is so divisive. You have either people who drop out in the first 2 weeks, or you have people who just nonchalantly do 700-day streaks, right? It's binodal in a way, binodal in a way that it's. And what I'm saying this is because that's kind of why it always feels like it's a hate or consistent habit formation. Habit formation. In app design, that happens a lot. And the one side, the hate side, often is due to surface level exposure because of that. Really interesting changes in the Duo curriculum. They're giving lesson summaries up to where I am now, at least, so that's good. Oh, the lesson summaries, like the guidebooks thing. I'm curious. Today I just got a new mechanic, or yesterday I got a new mechanic. It was so much fun, and I can't wait to do it again. But they seem to be grouping things more based on CEFR levels. Yes, I heard about that. Yeah, before I had gotten past where the guidebooks were. Oh, so it didn't extend beyond that. I see. So at some point they didn't cover, like they're still catching up or filling, like backfilling, right? Retroactively backfilling the stuff. Neat. Good to know. I really wasn't expecting an update for my extended use at some point. I am excited about dual music though. I want to see how they approach music. I learned music the classical way, like the traditional way, so it's a great extra thing. It would be so cool if they introduced signing using people's cams, because for an app design that translates so well to smartphones. Just think about it for a moment. Like we were just talking about sign language, right? Imagine signing into your face cam to do exercises. Oh, that's so good. Like it's an app, right? I'm sure there's an app somewhere out there that has the basic principles. Oh, which by the way, okay, I kid you not. All right. Yes, this other program is probably going to have a lot of hate too, because it's an app. But I was watching a musician. This is a professional musician. He's a professional violinist, and he was doing the whole like beat me and get $50 thing, like the music one, to encourage people to pick up musical instruments and play, right? And his sponsor for that segment was a app. We're just gonna not chill out the act, but it's a musical app, and it's supposed to help you train and be consistent with the musical instrument and like track your things. And guess what that design looks like? It looks like Duolingo. And all I can think about here is this is a guy who wants to encourage people to pick up classical instruments, to encourage people to get their foot through the door, and if they have the privilege, right? If you have the privilege to do something like that. And I'm thinking that's kind of how I feel about Duolingo. Like, it's about getting your foot through the door and then meeting people who already have their foot through the door. But oftentimes it's kind of disheartening when the people who got their foot through the door and then they moved on, they only came back to bite the hand that feeds, in my opinion, or like in some way, and end up discouraging the very thing that got them through the door in the first place, right? It's a linear experience. Your experience is stacked on each other, not that you remove an experience and expect to get into the same position, right? It's kind of like schools. And I know I was talking to BK about BK's experience, sorry, BK's school experience. What'd you call it? generally speaking, I love to ask people their point of reference, because generally it's difficult to have like evaluations without a point of reference. So when you have your first experience and then you were better for it, it's dependent on that first experience. It's not something you remove. You see what I mean? So like, when someone says, oh, I used Duolingo and I dropped it because it was bad. No, you dropped it because you had an experience with Duolingo and you found something that works even better because you used Duolingo. Not because you skipped over Duolingo. So when you give an advice, you don't tell someone that skip Duolingo and do this because I found this to be better. Like, you only got to that point because you used Duolingo. It's a summation of the experience. You need to understand the process-oriented. Learning is a process-oriented, extremely process-oriented type of mechanic in your life. Much like when BK was talking about hyper-focus about the process of learning, teaching, it is the thing that is the focus at the time, not the end result, right? So how the teachers are presenting their information, how they're helping, are the important details. You can't tell the details if you see a successful student what their educational background was like. If I told you that I have a PhD in biology, what does that say about my educational background? Does that tell you anything about what my education was like getting to that point? It does not. So when you go around saying, oh yeah, you might as well just skip all these steps, all the mistakes that I made, all the time that I wasted, and save yourself the trouble and go to this, you can't guarantee that's going to work. You can suggest it strongly by saying, maybe it's not as optional, maybe you don't need this step. Can I ask you, do you find the same things that you need or don't? Can we establish, a relevance? So oftentimes that's kind of like fitness advice and dietitian, like nutritional advice online. Like, oh yeah, you're overweight, you must be insecure, and then follow these steps. It worked for me, it's gotta work for you, right? Skip all the other steps. Don't even listen to the person that is like starting their dietary thing and they've established a habit for like 3 weeks and they're slowly losing weight. Come to me. I've already lost like 40 pounds in like a month, and this is the way. That's the hustle, in my opinion. And Duolingo is a victim of hustle as well. But most things that are popular are a victim of hustle, because they can't change them rapidly. You can't change a product like this rapidly. I'm just saying, thought I'd throw it out there. It's worth inculcating, right? It's worth inculcating at every part of life skills. So whenever a student moves to a school system, hopefully you're expecting, due to the nature of the previous school system, the new school system can be used juxtaposed to the old school system. A lot of times I don't want to discourage people for not being optimistic or auspicious, but generally speaking, every new system is going to be, when you have choice, in this case, as a kid, you don't have a choice. You move to a school system when the privilege provides, but as an adult, all your latest ones are going to be statistically likely to be a psychological boon than your previous experiences, because you're building on top. If you are focused on self-improvement, the latest thing you're doing is a culmination of all your experiences prior, not an experience that you can skip as a form of advice. I don't know, CFR, is that European level? I have no idea what the people throw these on around, but I just assume it's some sort of language evaluation as well. So for me, if Duo had a progressive speed toggle, I stick with it longer. Interesting. What do you mean by a speed toggle? Like, how fast the stuff shows up, literally shows up on your screen, or or how long the content is. What in what speed toggle? I just speed up the animation or just flash all the animation? Like less review, more new words? Interesting. Was that before or after you learned Japanese? Or was that before or after you went into, like, went to Japan? You get reviews from the section 1 constantly? And what section are you on now? I'm really curious, because genuinely I differ quite a bit. I actually talked about this quite a bit, so I want to get your perspective first. I didn't much till I left. Then I went hardcore. So you already went to Japan, and then you kind of maybe use Duo, and now after you're away from Japan, now you're using Duo, right? I would totally agree with you that section 1 would be very, very slow. Without a doubt, if that is the case, section 1 will be very, very slow. I wouldn't, no arguments there. You're at the end of section 3, but I have to see how many I can skip. I haven't used it a lot recently. Oh, okay. You can skip, as far as I know, I could skip all the way to the end. I'm not entirely sure. Oh, or maybe I can't skip to section 4. I can most definitely skip to section 3 when I was in section 1, I think. I do have a comment about the whole section 1 thing. I think section 1 is kind of slow, sort of repetitious. But however, as a person who has no experience with Japanese, I think Duolingo moves too fast. And what I mean by too fast is they cut too many corners. They don't slow down for more information. So, but for a person who already know all that information, it is hecka slow. It's probably super slow. So, like if you're practicing, Duolingo is hecka slow. It emphasizes practicing over learning. Less learning, more practicing, even though I feel like the learning thing is a little fast already for myself. Yo, take the section 4 skip challenge real quick and see. Oh, okay. Yeah.
新しい電子レンジはありません。
新しい電子レンジはありません。I don't have a new microwave. It still sounds like electric electric machine or electric box. Denji. I'll probably buy a bed or Tabun beto o kaimasu. Tabun.
映画、多分、
No one saw that.
ベッドを買います。
高い電子レンジはありません。
高い電子レンジはありません。I don't have an expensive microwave. Okay. I skip have again. I swear I say I don't have and I just don't click on 2 phrases. Don't have is 1 phrase to me. I've made the last probably 6 or 7 consecutive errors. Like maybe there was a break in between, but I think 7 of the last 10 errors was skipping over the word have, because when I say don't have, those are linking verbs together. Like it's a verb phrase, but they kept them as separate things, so I don't pull both of them up. And it's such a terrible habit from English. for this. That is this is like that was like the 8th heart I've lost from not pulling have. It's egregiously kind of annoying.
いいえ、
yeah, まだまた椅子はありません。
まだ。椅子は
ありません。
ありません。
いいえ、電子レンジはありません。
I don't have a microwave.
高い電子レンジはありません。
I don't have an expensive. See, those are the two. Legitimately just dropping the have. I don't have an expensive microwave. Okay. Heckin' man. Old habits die hard. Okay, let's practice first, because I'm sure this is not going to be the last time I forget to translate have.
6、本を読みますか？
What kind of question is that? No, I'm just kidding.
ジャズ。
ニュースを読みますか？
Freaking article. It's do you read news? No question about it. Don't heck me with the news, okay? Don't give me that. Don't give me that. Heckin'.
雑誌。
サッカーをしますか？
テレビを見ますか？テレビを見ますか？
山口さんはバスケットボールをします。
We're not doing keyboard inputs today. We gotta get to the kanji. What was this? Oh. What the heck? Oh.
花さんはよく本を読みます。花さん。
Was that a pause?
花さんはよく本を読みます。
No.
はよく本を読みます。
よくテレビを見ますか？
Oops. I put often in the wrong
時々
place.
雑誌を読みます。
Same difference, man.
時々雑誌を読みます。
Not really. It's not the
雑
same.
誌を読みます。時々雑誌を読みます。
I'm being too impatient.
ジャズを聞きますか？
よくロックを聞きますか？よくロックを聞きますか？
よく、
Oh, we can do it this way. Actually.
3はを読みます。
Oh, don't forget manga.
漫画、
バスケットボールをしますか？
よく音楽を聴きますか？
Okay.
ニュースを読みますか？
There's your the.
よくテレビを見ますか？
I can. Well, you're in section 4. Nice. I need more hearts. I'm being too complacent. So
ホーム。あ、自販機はありますか？
junkie wa arimasu ka? Do you have jahanki? Do you have vending machines? Junk machines. Just like I have ton of Japanese points. Yeah, well,
カフェ。
自販機はありますか？
I am a lifestyle person. I am a lifestyle person. Oftentimes when someone says something is going too slow, I fill that void. So if anything is going too slow, I add my own thing in it. I don't just use the tool, I modify the tool. Whatever pace you're going is whatever pace I go with you. It's oftentimes the difference between someone who can't extract learning privileges from anything and make it work versus someone who wants things to work for them. So I am I guess that's what I like to show people. I make things work. And if they work for me, it's also nice. I take everything that works for me and I make it work better for myself. I'm not here to sell a product. I'm here to make do with what I'm given. So it's kind of like my background. I'm not very privileged. I came from an underprivileged background and now I am privileged, but I must constantly remind myself that privilege makes one complacent. So most of the time, if you give me a tool and someone else is using the tool, I will use the tool with you. And I will contribute everything I possibly can that I have to offer to you outside of the tool. Not to force you and prescribe you a different tool because this tool doesn't work for you. I make things work, not have things work for me. So it's a very different perspective. So whenever someone says, this is too easy, this is too hard, how can you make it hard with an easy product? Those are the questions I ask. Because when life gives you lemons, you must make lemonade. Or at least, I wouldn't just make lemonade, I'd probably start a lemonade business by starting with those lemons. That's kind of the idea. It takes time. Takes a lot of trial and error. It makes you adaptive. So when you're bored out of your mind sitting in jury duty, I might also be learning 3 languages at the same time. You use your time. You just did German a bit? Nice. DK, nice. So that's the idea. I don't expect kids to do that though. SoCal. I'm talking to adults in this case. So anyone who's gone through the ropes of life, grown up into adolescence, the next tool, the next skill that will take you on from like your 20s into your 70s is making everything work. You're not always going to succeed, of course. You're going to quit certain things. You're going to drop certain things for the path of less resistance. But the idea is challenge yourself to do so. If this game is too easy, if this game is too slow, how do you make it harder? If you had to use the product, right? I always think that I give things a fair shake. Adult in age, not mentally. So like section 1 was very, very slow, SoCal. And all that XP is largely due to how I do things. So in the beginning, the massive amount of XP, if you're looking at the XP from Duolingo, is because I did kana. Lots and lots of kana and kanji. Even if it's the same 4 kanji over and over again, every time the 2x boost comes out, it tells me I should practice my kanji. So I wrote kanji over and over again. Starting with 4. If I knew all 4 kanji, I'll still do it. I'll still put in the time over and over again, and it keeps building up over and over. And that's how I do. Oh yeah, yeah. Also, yeah. No, true, true. Zero writing. Yeah, and I don't think that's I don't think that's really necessary per se, right? But I enjoy writing, so I mix it up quite a bit. And you know, why is it taking me so long to get to section 2? Some people might say, "Oh yeah, why are you still at section 2 even though you spend like 6 to 7 hours a day every single day for the last 36 hours?" Is because I like it. As in, I'm doing other things. Like I'm having these digressions with you, talking about learning language and then comparing culturalisms, writing systems, and all that. That's part of the process, in my opinion. It's not interesting to, like, if you're like a power user and you're only focusing on getting as many languages under your belt, I respect that. You're going to be very frustrated at how slowly I get through my lessons if that is the case. Right? Sometimes I go through so slowly that I forget the things that I'm learning on the spot. So, is Duolingo going too slow? I'd probably say yes. Is it going slow enough for me? Absolutely. In fact, the last couple of days when I had nothing to talk about, I actually think the vocabulary is going too fast. It's too much vocabulary. Like, what was the last 2 days? The last 2 days was 67 words. Like, that's kind of much for me. I'm more inclined to keep it at maybe 20 associated words, maybe 2 groups of 10. Never too much vocab. I was gonna ask you about some English vocabulary words. Like, to my chagrin, I hope tomorrow you'll remember what chagrin means if I defined it today. Actually, you probably know what chagrin is, right? I was gonna say maybe we should learn some English words together. That would be kind of fun. I love learning English words with people. You do? How about... Oh, you know what's a great word that I don't use very often? And I continuously forget because I see people need to use this word. Vex. Vex is so good. Vex is such a wonderful word. You're new here? How's it going? Genki desu ka? Yokoso. I am doing quite well. Daijoubu. Daijoubu desu. It's similar to like dismay, right? Vexing. Annoyance. To vex. To directly. So there is malice. It is malice. Or it is directed. So when you vex me so, it's a wonderful not long word that people still say is a long word because they don't know it. Vex is a very short word. It's VEX. And I actually think vexing, sometimes people put 2 X's. That's also a misunderstanding. Vexing. It's closer to like urusai. At least the sentiments. I have no idea what those mean. Ayo. 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 Oh. So. No chance. No chance. No chance. I don't know what that means. I can't. All I have is kana. That's all I got. I only got the kana. Like the kana as separate things. Like haha, he, or it might be wa. Wa, ha, he. I don't know. He, shin. Haishin English, it's stream. Oh, in English, it's stream. Oh, you're talking to... I just got it. Like, the moment you said stream, I'm like, oh, it makes sense. Welcome to the stream. Nice. Oh, you know, I should learn how to say that. Can you type that all out in, So wait. Oh, okay, so I just combined that, right? Shin... Shin... Yokoso? Wait. Wait. So I see yokoso. And I see hai shin. So hai shin. Hai shin. Hey yokoso. It's just okay, yokoso. Interesting. So haishin yokoso. Is a particle? I don't know how works here. Yes? Oh, okay. And it's directed towards stream. Oh yeah, is the particle for this particular class of, yeah, for stream. Got it. It's like the ni particle, yeah, but E indicates the direction. Yeah, okay. Got it. Yeah. All of that just flooded into me the moment I said that out loud. I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. Got it. So, haishin, yokoso. Nice. Will I remember that tomorrow? You're probably gonna have to remind me, because these things take a little time to pick up. But that's a great phrase. I love that phrase. So, haishin he yokoso. Okay. Yokoso. Haishin yokoso. Got it. I like it. Spoilers. Way to spoil a 1,000-year-old language, but alright, fine. Okay, fine. I can spoiling everything. How else am I gonna enjoy the rest of my time? Everything's being spoiled.
Jihanki wa arimasu ka?
Junkie. Everyone's familiar with Junkie, right? Junkie is... Duolingo is just spoilers on a drip feed. True. It is true. It is true. It is exceptionally tantalizing when they tell you new word and they highlight the whole phrase in purple and you're just left there saying, drip, drip, drip. So this part, you know, that's at the beginning of every unit. It's like half the sentence or the whole sentence would be highlighted and it would say new word. I'm like, how does this new word work? Dopamine hits hard when you see it in the wild though. Oh yes. I don't know if you were here, SoCal, but I just said it. It's a coincidence. I was watching an interview, right? It was an interview. Bilingual person was interviewing pet peeves of Japanese people, like that foreigners do in Japan, what have you. But they used densha, and I just learned that yesterday because we were talking about transits. And I'm like, I know that, and then and then the dopamine like subsided immediately as they proceed to talk, and I'm like, 3 words here, 4 words here, like, yeah. And I'm using repetitious stuff. So what I mean is the conversation, the nature of the conversation is similar. So over time, I also get familiar with hearing patterns. So I'm doing what Duo does, but now in different subtexts. Like the subtext, the context and subtext of the nature of the conversation is similar. So now phrases become more, even though if I don't know the phrases, I know the orientation of the phrases. So I watch a lot of interviews, tons of interviews about like cultural dissonance and culture shock and stuff. Pattern recognition is your opinion of core learning? Well, you try telling all that to people who are on their Ankis. SoCal. I'm looking at you, Mr. Anki user. I'm just kidding. It is another component, another tool that you can definitely use to increase retention. Yeah, Duolingo relies on pattern, right? And it's to the it's almost hyper aggressively reliant on pattern, even to the translation model. Like even translation, even romaji, even process of elimination, matching, and recognizing key efficiency routes. That is to the detriment of how pattern efficient Duolingo is, and you have to keep that at bay. Like just saying. Also, Anki user, I don't expect to remember a word until I had it in for Anki for like 2 weeks. Fair enough. That sounds like a reasonable friend, very conservative too for someone like you, Lotus. Very conservative. 2 weeks. That's a pretty safe standard to meet. And I'm not saying that as a bad or a good thing. I think that's a very realistic thing. I like individuals who express incredibly realistic expectations as opposed to, you know, I need to speedrun Duolingo in 40 hours or else I'm stupid. That's a recipe for cognitive dissonance. Yeah, at peak, I was learning 15 new words a day, but it's quickly unsustainable when review comes these days. I stick to 10. You guys are familiar with the element of 7? Where like, I don't know why it's 7. It's between 7 to 10. Those are the, like if you really want salient stuff, a conservative number is 7 to 10 elements. And not 7 to 10 extremely compartmentalized elements are typically the, I don't want to call it's a rule of thumb. It's statistically likely that's how many elements one learns quite rigorously per day, per rest period kind of thing. So it's not a surprise it's between around 10. And they have to be desperate stuff. 10 desperate stuff. So if you have 10 unrelated vocabulary, that would be rougher than 10 related vocabulary. Because if the 10 related vocabulary, it can be viewed as one element, right? So one element, one line of thinking. So if you have 10 separate vocabulary that's just willy-nilly, like if you were doing it on a flashcard, I would probably stick to 10 or less. Is that 10 English to Japanese or 10 Japanese to English? Have a mix of English to Japanese and Japanese to Japanese. Ooh. Japanese to Japanese. Interesting. I don't have enough vocab to even do that yet, but I can't wait to do that. I think for me, I want to, it's not about reading comprehension or being able to watch anime without subtitles, etc., or having fluency in casual conversation. The one thing I want, and I'll give you guys the hot take, is to be able to learn something using the thing. And that Japanese to Japanese is what that reminds me of. The ultimate goal is to be able to use Japanese to learn Japanese. And that's it. Just like in English, you use English to learn more English. That's it. As in, if you can't describe something, you can describe it using English to discover a new English word. So, much like how we learn new vocabulary in English, you use English to learn what that new English word means. And I want to reach that part, that position, as opposed to whatever other people say about fluency and stuff. And that's fair enough. I'm more concerned about the learning process. So one day you can explain to me what I'm doing wrong in Japanese, but also use that Japanese that I can understand to figure out how to correct the Japanese mistake that I made, as opposed to using English to correct the Japanese, right? If only there were a hyperbolic time chamber for learning Japanese. I'm gonna be real, SoCal. You sound just like a Californian. Why would you use a DBZ example? Come on. Come on. Why not a Doctor Who example? We don't have a Tartarus to travel back in time. Come on. What is this? Hyperbolic time chamber? DBZ? Come on, SoCal. Oh, TARDIS. Sorry, TARDIS. TARDIS. I'm thinking of Persona's Tartarus. Yeah. Listen. I don't even watch Doctor Who anymore. or more a more edgier anime, right? A more edgier like Steins Gate. Steins Gate would put you in like the millennial snobbery category when you go with Steins Gate or something. Like in DBZ. Come on. Like in DB. I'm sorry. I'm just kidding. Obviously. I'm obviously kidding. Or am I? Am I kidding or am I not kidding about DBZ being generic? I'm just kidding. Alright, I'm done. No more metagaming. I need no more metagaming. Alright. No cap. No more metagaming. I'm a pretty old school anime viewer. You're the one that mentioned Hunter x Hunter, right? Pretty old school. It's also new school too, though. Oh, okay. If you're pretty old school, I mean, technically One Piece is old school. Just saying. Are you telling me you watch One Piece? I don't watch One Piece. I'm just saying. One day I can comprehend Ghost in a Shell in native. Ooh, that is amazing. I would love to be able to do that. Realistically, I don't think I will. As in, it's a conflict of interest. But one day I would love to hear someone explain Ghost in a Shell to me in Japanese, but a more like low-key version, instead of using, you know, that whole skill thing, right? The whole skill thing. Someone Japanese could explain Ghost in a Shell to me in Japanese, but not in the Japanese that Ghost in a Shell is written in, because that is pretty complex. Even for I think some of the concepts in things like Ghost in a Shell would be very difficult to explain in English already. What the heck does that mean? We are on the cruise? Oh, One Piece. Oh, dude, let's not get started on song lyrics. Honestly, I still have trouble with English song lyrics. Let's not talk about Japanese song lyrics. Like, none of it is gonna make sense. It's like, oh yeah, well that's one word. Okay, that's one word, and the sentence just suddenly end there, and then, or not sentence just ends there, and then I'm just kidding. But SoCal hasn't watched One Piece, and he calls himself. No, I'm just kidding. So Lotus showed his hands. He watched One Piece, right? Lotus, you One Piece guy. I'll show you a One Piece. Okay, all right, let's go back. We're distracting ourselves too much. Jihonki wa arimasu ka? Do you have vending machines? You're a Toonami Adult Swim era anime person? Fair enough. Ghost in the Shell, Cowboy Bebop, Gundam, Mobile Suit Gundam, the OG. And then how they just cut it off and never show you the rest of Mobile Suit Gundam OG. We belong to the same generation, so just saying. First Toonami thing was Gundam, and then they just cut it off at the first full season. Right before they get to the Space Wars with Zeon. Heckin'. And then you have like the weird ones, right? That's still a product of Japanese animation, like Zoids. Now you have to get on the new age stuff, you know? The new age stuff. Now it's about Voltron. Come on. I'm just kidding. I kept up with it, but One Piece is not one of them.
電話。
すみません。自販機はありますか？
Okay. Excuse me.
Home はあそこです。はあそこです。
すみません。カフェはあそこですか？
Soko?
ホームは1階です。ホームは
1階です。
1階です。
すみません。Wi-Fi はありません。
Wi-Fi.
いいえ、コインロッカーはありません。コインロッカー、コインロッカ
ー。This is where I store people.
コインロッカ
ー。Everyone goes into a coin locker. Coin locker. Everyone goes into a coin locker. Yes.
いいえ、コインロッカーはありません。コインロッカーはありません。
Okay.
すみません。Wi-Fi はありません。
あ、コインロッカーはありません。あ、コインロッカーはありません。
We're just getting our hearts back, so let's go
すみません。
Oh, interesting. Huh.
カレー。
Whoops.
カレー。カフェ。は
Wait. Oh, yeah.
あそこ
Yeah.
ですか？
I forgot about Asoko. Again.
コインロッカーはありません。
Okay.
いいえ。ホーム。電話は
I was looking for smartphone. That's kind of a deep cut. I'm looking for smartphone instead of dianhua. And that's not because I don't understand that dianhua means phone. It's because when I read we don't have a phone, I'm thinking of we don't have a smartphone. Oh no. That was so automatic. Like immediately I read iie smaho wa arimasen. Like immediately when I read no, we don't have a smartphone. We don't have a See, I just did it again. We don't have a smartphone. I'm like, Old habits die hard. Immediately look for smaho. Smaho. Okay. Where was I? Arimasen.
ありません。
That era of home phones is over. Cap. No cap. No cap. All right. We can finally get back to our our current lesson. Oki desk. I think it's skue. Yeah. Oki skue ga arimasu. Oh, I want. Ga hoshii desu.
が欲しいです。
Oki skue ga hoshii desu.
今週新しい電子レンジを買います。
Every time I hear denshi renji, I just get drawn into denshi renji.
今週新しい電子レンジを買います。今週新しい電子レンジを買います。
I think that's what they said.
今週新しい電子レンジを買います。
Yeah.
今週新しい電子レンジを買います。
Yeah, dude, when I hear denshi renji, I just get drawn in to that bounce. It feels like you're singing when you're saying denshi renji. Okay. 今週新しい電子レンジを買います。Right? Oh, fridge. They something. Reigoku. No. Reiku go. I don't know. Reiku. Oh. Reizoko. Reizoko. Heckin' fridge. Took too long. Reizoko. This word I remember taking me a long time when I started. Reizoko. Man. Reizoko. Would it be weird to say that I don't even use a fridge when I was living alone? Yeah, I just don't use a fridge. It's kind of weird. I just have a bunch of dry, dehydrated stuff. Junkie? How can you forget junkie? SoCal, it's junkie. It's a junk machine. It's a junk food machine. Obviously not in Japan. There are pretty decent machines, but if you think relatively, if you had a home cooked meal, you know, like, or a restaurant meal compared to a vending machine, how can you forget junkie? I'm gaslighting you so hard right now. I'm sorry. I apologize. But junkie, it's a junk machine. It's like a suck machine. Sochiki. Junk machine. Junkie. Yeah, automatic selling machine. Yeah, I know. Someone said it before. If I had 100 yen, if I had hyaku yen for every time someone told me it's automatic selling machine, I would have 300 yen. You owe me 100 yen. I'm just kidding. But yes, automatic selling machine. I got it. I know, some people already told me about it. Only 3 people though. Only 3 people before you. Okay. Raisoko. Raisoko.
冷蔵庫。
Oh my gosh. I did it again. Oh my gosh. You know what? We're just gonna be 冷蔵庫. Alright. Fridge, get out of here. Why can't we just use fridge you? No, I'm just in 300 it changes to a, yeah, I know. It is important, but I didn't get there yet. We are doing something like that though. We didn't get there yet as well. Yesterday we introduced something as well. So we didn't get through all the counter swaps yet. So I haven't done any of the counter swaps yet. The only one that did a counter swap for the time being is the easiest one. No, that's perfectly fine. We are at one of them though. And it's for the counter for pun. Pun and hun. And I'm going to tell you now, before you spoil it again, the only two numbers that we've seen is Jupun and Gohun. Okay? I haven't heard any of the other vowel endings with un and pun yet. But I know they probably change. And we'll see. And the only other time that a counter has been done in Duolingo so far is G. And the only G is Shichiji. So far. So no more beyond that. And then Hyaku, it's interesting. I'm surprised I haven't done it yet. Huh. Maybe I didn't notice it. Did they even use 3 before? They use 5. Go. They use 5. Something about go. I think go maybe is a safe one. Is go a safe number across everything? Hold up. You can spoil this for me. Is go why they choose go a lot? Because it's the one that changes least, or where am I? Why are they all about the go? A lot of times. Oh, I guess hun actually changed, right? So maybe go is not the safe one. I have to think about that. I think it stays the same. These are the questions that you guys have to answer for me, because I probably won't have a working glossary. Yeah, like see right here.
500
Yeah.
500
There's too many. Yeah, see?
500
Go hyaku.
500
Like something about, so I've been reading into these patterns, right? Even the choices, the non-choices, tell you what Duolingo why Duolingo changes choose specific words for a lot of times.
500
So it always raises my eyebrows when they specifically choose certain things. In most uses, yeah, go changes in don't change in most uses, yeah. Which, funny enough, though, the most recent example is the one time that go still hasn't changed, but the counter changed. The counter changed, but go doesn't ever change yet. Usually the changes occur in your experience opinion. Yeah, for sure. Like, for example, go itself
500
doesn't change. So I haven't had one instance yet in terms of the counter where go itself changed, but the counter does change. Yeah. Exception being 4 and 7, maybe. Yeah, 4 and 7. So far, the first thing right out of the gate, they chose 7. Nana. They actually introduced Nana first. Then immediately in the next unit, they showed where Nana changed, which is for time. So Shichiji, right? Shichiji was the first thing they chose. And then Yo was the next thing they did, which is Yoji, as in instead of Yonji, Yoji, which is, again, G is the first counter that they introduced. So Yo and Shichiji. Yoji and Shichiji.
500
Fun. Anyways, more nerding out to Japanese, right? don't worry about. If we're talking about Japanese, I need to know all these things anyways, right? So reinforcing all of this is definitely worth, in my opinion, the time. Because then you just don't forget these, in my opinion. Although I'm gonna forget fridge. I don't know what I'm gonna do right now for fridge. Reisoko. Reisoko. All I can think about is it really sucks. Get it? Kind of like suck machine. Zo? Oh no, but it's a zo. It's not a soul. It's not like a soul jiki. It just really sucks. Reizoko. Reizoko. And don't get me started. I could spend all day nerding out. Me too. Me too. My voice would go though. So it's kind of one of those things. I really enjoy talking about these things, but my voice just does not hold up. And obviously, I'm exaggerating. I talk on stream like 6 to 8 hours nonstop. So naturally, I think it's fairly reasonable that my voice would go by the end of 6 hours. Try changing Duolingo language to Japanese, the UI language. I will not be doing that until I complete the Japanese course. But yes, I will probably do that in the future. Learning other languages. Actually, my plan is that I'm going to learn English using the Japanese UI. That's already a thing that we're going to do. I might use Japanese to learn Spanish too. I can't use Japanese to learn Mandarin because I will be in a different phase of Japanese learning by the time I start Mandarin on Duolingo. When I start using synthetic conversations and conversation listening in Japanese, I will probably be learning Mandarin, and that's not good enough probably to learn Mandarin. You're gonna head out? Good luck, BK. Good luck. Sleep well. Good luck with everything. I hope I want to hear about your new school when you get there. When you start Mandarin, you better get me in here. Oh, we can nerd out to Mandarin at on time. I don't even know what we're gonna do about sign language. I want to learn sign language with everyone. But first, I'm gonna watch that anime. Just don't tell Indy because I'm gonna rush it out. Take care, BK. Best of luck. Yeah, I really want to hear about your new school. I love hearing about kids and learning. Especially self-motivated kids. Okay, so, 冷蔵庫 So, 冷蔵庫 が欲しいです。
まだ古い洗濯機があります。
I heard まだ
洗濯機
Oh, which by the way, SoCal, how did you feel about sentakuki? Were you here when we were talking about this? I absolutely love saying this word now because it plays to an English benefit. And I already talked about this at length yesterday, where you can say it differently because it can be a little bit troublesome, but I actually think English speakers get this. It's just one of the few rare moments that, in my opinion, because the ending, cookie, it's cookie. Come on. Haven't you had a chocolate chip cookie before? Senta cookie. It's like a center cookie, but Senta cookie. Sorry.
まだ古い洗濯機があります。
Not to be confused. Sooner or later, I'm going to actually confuse this for a cookie. That gave you trouble because 選択 also means to select. Oh. Okay. Sentaku. Interesting. Oh, but then I say it differently. I say it is sentak. It's probably sentak. That's probably how I'm gonna pronounce that, really. Sentak. Different kanji, but dual rights in kana. Yeah. Sentak. But then I pronounce it differently. So I don't know. And I enlarged the font and it doesn't help. Those kanji are too dense. Especially the second one. The one that's repeated. It's so dense. Too many lines. But do you not I soften this stuff, so it'd be like if it was senta it was sentak. Yeah, I'd probably just say sentak as opposed to sentaku. Sentak and sentakuki. What? Those can't be real. They're like Tetris blocks. Oh, clever. Very clever. So that's cool. That's cute. I don't know what the stroke order is, but let's just think about this for a moment. This could be a T block, or it could be convex. That's so cute. And then you have this. I know. I'm not gonna joke, but concave. Oh my gosh, that's so good. But them together meaning rough. That's a little weird. You could say no. That's a little rough. Sorry, dad joke. Together, they're a little bit rough. I would say. Like it's rough to imagine what you get when you slap a concave with a convex. This is a terrible connection. That's kind of cute. I like that. I don't know if I'll ever learn in Duolingo, but that's pretty sweet. Convex and concave.
まだ古い洗濯機があります。があります。まだ古い洗濯機があります。
今週ベッドを買います。
今週ベッド。今週ベッドを買います。Okay, I'm going to buy a bed this week.
いつ本棚を買いますか？
いつ本棚
いつ
を買います。But, いつ本棚
を買います。
か？
か。
いや、か。
いつ本棚を買いますか？いつ本棚を買いますか？
When are you gonna interrogative? You haven't seen it in Duo yet? I see. What kind of post-Japanese person are you, huh? Post-living in Japan person. You should have sped run this in like 10 hours. Didn't you know? Duo is so slow you can speed run this. I'm just kidding. That's kind of how I feel like people are telling me. That's the subtext in which I hear people offering constructive criticism. Like, what are you doing? You could do this in one day. If they had a full word table, I would. True. Fair enough. Like someone say like, oh yeah, you don't even need that hiragana and katakana in Duolingo. Like, you could do that. You can smash that out in one day. I'm like, yep. Smash out kana in one day. I guess I'm just not that smart. 明日新しい冷蔵庫 Yeah, 冷蔵庫。冷蔵庫を買います。Hiragana took you 2 weeks? It took me 1 week for hiragana and 1 week for katakana. However, I also write hiragana and katakana every 3 or 4 days. So what I mean is I write the whole alphabet out. Or alphabet. I write out all the characters. Takes about 2 minutes. 2 minutes every 3 or 4 days. Write them out in the table form. Because the table form helps me remember all the conjugations too. So everything I learn about grammar is with respect to the table form. So every 3 or 4 days I must reinforce the entire hiragana and katakana chart. And I write them like side by side. So both ahs, you know, both ahs, then both e's, oo's, a, o. And then the next column, right, is the kas, right? Kas, sas, etc. Katakana, you skimped on learning to an automatic level like hiragana, so it took me an extra, I don't know, 3 weeks. Ah, I see what you mean. I think the weakest right now is I don't what do you call the combo words? The combo words. Is there a Japanese word for combo? Like the combo ones take me a little bit because I don't write them out like in that representation all the time. So it takes me a while to put one and one together. And oftentimes spacing is a little wonky. So I don't even know if it's smaller or larger sometimes. Yeah. Which, by the way, Indie used the same term for Dakuon, Dakuten. So I actually think the two of you are likely using a term that they use to describe Dakuon. It's just the only version that I've ever heard the term is here in Duo. So I don't know what the deal is with the whole Dakuten and Dakuon to describe the whatever those marks are. That I don't know what Japanese people refer to those marks, but they look like apostrophes and the not sign in English, but or in Romance characters. However, maybe Japanese have a different description. I specifically remembered when you said Dakuten, and so did Indie. Indie also used Dakuten. Dakuten is the marks. Dakuon is related to sound, cause the second kanji. Oh, okay. I see. Ah, good old Japanese. It's kind of like making the argument, the different argument in English of what's the difference between a homophone and a homograph and a homonym. It's like, well, technically, a homonym, it can be both or one or the other, but the homophone is not a homograph, and yeah, homophone, you know, homophone is the one that most people know, where you have two words spelled differently, they are pronounced exactly the same. And then homograph is the one where two words mean dramatically different things. Or yeah, it deals with their definition itself. And then a homonym can be both. Usually, strictly speaking, most people use homonym as both. They both have the same sound and the same and different definitions. Which oftentimes you have fewer examples of those. So homographs then is flexible. Homonyms tend to be the umbrella, in my opinion. I don't know. I'm obviously using it incorrectly because I'm not a linguist. I'm obviously wrong. So take it for a grain of salt because I'm not a linguist. Disclaimer. Disclaimer. Do not change your life around my pedantic nature, I suppose.
明日、
明日、
新しい、
冷蔵庫、冷蔵庫、冷
冷蔵庫、
冷蔵庫
を
を
買います。
いつ新しい布団を買いますか？い
い
つ
つ新しい布団
布団を
を
買いま
買いますす
か？
か？
いつ新しい布団を買いますか？
Being wrong is the best way to learn? Yes. And then meta on that, being wrong and knowing what is right or knowing how to change it is OPOP. That's the OPOP, right? Like, being able to learn from being wrong. Yeah. Some people are just wrong and they don't learn anything. That's kind of disheartening, if you know what I mean. The ones that continue to be stuck. That's... And we're not even talking about school. I'm talking about people's feelings. Like, what I mean is people who constantly, like, self-loathing. Self-loathing is being wrong, but not being able to learn, right? Like, what I mean is when someone self-loathes, you have to somehow encourage them to think of it as not being wrong or being is your fault kind of thing, and you have to break their cadence. So the way you have, oftentimes that's vicious, right? It's a vicious cycle. So being wrong ends up reinforcing the self-loathing beat. It's kind of a deep cut, but it's one of the things that I pay attention to quite a lot. I try to read those red flags as much as I can in people. So I'm not just asking about people's hobbies because I'm not looking for some subtext. But generally speaking, when I ask people to describe their days, their behavior, how they're feeling, those are the subtexts that I typically am looking for. Found it. It's contracted sound, palatalized sounds. Oh, like palatalized, yeah, palatalized sounds. So it's yo on. Oh, yo on. Okay, I can get with that. Yo on. Yeah, yo on. Interesting. Cause like the other stuff, right? What is it like? Anadaka or Anadaka and Nakadaka and Heibon, right? Heibon for pitch accents. I don't know the Anadaka or Akadaka. It's probably Akadaka, and then Nakadaka, and then Heibon are the pitch accent stuff, right? At least the three common patterns of pitch accent. I might have gotten the rise rise fall atamadaka. Yeah, sorry. Atamadaka. Atamadaka. I don't like saying the rise to fall one. That one, yeah. And then Nakadaka is the low to high. And then we have Heibon, the flat pattern. And then some fun ones. No, I'm sorry. We're not going to go into the fun ones. There are some weird ones, some exceptions, but...
いつ新しい布団を買いますか？
I do extra credit, okay? I'm that guy. Alright. I'm that kid that I like to know something in advance before going into a class. So Atama. Yeah, it's head, if that helps. Yeah, I know Atama's head. It's like Atamashi, Atama ngai, right? Smart head. Clever head, I don't know. Yeah, you use the same for remembering smart. Right? Good head. Good head. It's a good head. This is a good head. Or head good. Me head good. So. Wait, what happens when you put so head good? So wait, what's the so in front? Like how do you? Is it like just really good? Are you saying like very very good, or what's the so? Oh, are you just saying right good head good, right as in yeah, I got it. So like so, I haven't ever seen it repeated twice. Like so desu ka? So head good. Really, I should put really you should write so ne. Oh, but I'm repeating so like agreeing. Ah, yeah. Okay, I got it. I use so in my head all the time. So also has a different meaning. Interesting. And not so like asi, right? Or kusi. No, it's not that, right? I hope it's not that. That's a little confusing. You know, like so. In before it actually does. The more you know. So ne. Oh ne. Hurrying. Oh, that is very different. Yeah, to hurry, like to get some, like shuffle someone along kind of thing, like so, right, like just like you kind of like pick up the pace kind of thing. So oh, I can see it in that manner. Which kind of reminds me, I learned the vocabulary word for oh no, it feels great to say it. Oh no, I don't remember it. It'll come up a little bit later. That's fine. I still don't have a desk. Mada skue wa arimasen.
Mada skue wa arimasen.
今週大きい本棚を買います。
今週大きい本棚を買います。Or it might be something else.
今週大きい本棚を買います。
No, that's it. Okay. So.
今週大きい
本棚
を買います。今週大きい本棚を買います。
今週大きい本棚を買います。
来週洗濯機を買います。
洗濯機。Okay. I'm going to buy a microwave. Or no, a washing machine. Just kidding. A washing machine. That's denshi renji, right? Next week. Or actually, yes, next week. 来週。
この新しい洗濯機はいいですね。この新しい洗濯機はいい3ですね。この新しい洗濯機はいいですね。
いつ新しい電子レンジを買いますか？
いいですね。Like いいですね hits me so different. Like unlike all the other phrases, like いいですねどこですか? like any form like doko desu ka, nanji desu ka, you know, that stuff is just like immediately you hear is like yeah. The rest I don't even have to hear the rest. The standard what is or is this or isn't it, it just comes out because of the order. The order fills in with English, like it translates with English in position as well. Like doko desu ka, you know, nanji desu ka, and then you can add the ima nanji desu ka, do desu ka, right? So many of those are nice. They're fairly nice. And then desu ne. Okay. いつ新しい電子レンジを買いますか? Okay, when are you going to buy a new microwave? ね?この小さい机はちょっと Okay.
この小さい机はちょっと。
明日洗濯機を買います。
明日洗濯機を買います。I was about to say が欲しいで。But that doesn't make any sense. Or があります。Tomorrow, that doesn't. Well, tomorrow I will have a 洗濯機。I mean, technically, yeah. Tomorrow I'll have a washing machine. I mean, that's fair, right? I mean, that's something you would say in English. I'm going to buy a 洗濯機 明日. I think, low-key, here's another hot take in my opinion. The extra 9 yards for speaking out loud. If you're pulling an English word, right? If you're pulling an English word, like you're mechanically pulling an English word, but you can immediately say the kana, I think that's a different level of mechanical bridging. The day 29 image. What? What? Oh. What kind of image do I have on day 29? I have a lot of videos. I mean, like tons. Oh, in Discord? Oh, are you talking about my Inktober stuff? Oh, you're talking about my Inktober stuff. It's like a panda with a rising sun. Yeah. All of that is recorded Inktober, and I explained all of the stuff. Yeah, I explained all the stuff. That was I use my model, my OC model that I typically use is a red panda. So, and then I take different styles and different inspirations for the Inktober prompt, right? And that was supposed to be like Shin Godzilla or Shin Gojira. So I was using the style of Shin Godzilla as the reference. So for the ink painting, and then I converted it into a red panda. So that's why it looks like that. So the idea is to challenge myself. So Inktober is every Inktober. That's kind of how I did it, and that's my only drawing experience. So it's kind of my little take on. You can see a massive Also, I do lots of 30-day things. I don't know if you noticed that, but I do a lot of 30-day things. It just demonstrates how you can keep something fresh for 30 days and then see how well you can acquire and improve on your skills. So it didn't look like that. My first Inktober did not look like those things. It did not look like those things. And I had no experience in between. Generally very minimal doing artwork. I try to do more artwork in between. I like doing it in like months at a time. So yeah. Yeah. Hey, you can definitely be a wonderful drawer as well. Just go for it. Go for it. I think we have everything here, right? You're never too old or never too incompetent, in my opinion. And everything's relative to yourself. So you are your relative. So even when you're thinking about competence, you're thinking about your prior competence. You are a linear creature. So your relative is your baseline. I would, but then I feel guilty. What do you mean? What is this guilt? Excuse me. How do you feel guilty? Oh, for cheating on Japanese? Yeah, I would feel guilty too. Shame on you. Like 3 weeks in, I had to confess to people that I've been cheating on Japanese. I could be developing my Japanese. Yeah, I told people that I was looking up more Fujianese because every time I learn Japanese, I think of Fujianese because of not being illiterate in Mandarin, and Fujianese doesn't necessarily help with that. And I keep trying to define other things in Fujianese. Like, do you know what I'm kind of curious what the Mandarin word for fridge is. It's probably like 冰室, because 冰室is Fujianese, and yes, it's the same Bing, like Bing chilling, Bing chilling. Yeah, it's the same Bing. It's Bing sure. It's an ice box. that's refrigerator. It's an ice box, or it's a cold box, so to speak, right? And I know John Cena, Bing chilling, got it, Bing, you know, or for the Korean people, Bingsu. Looks like you're just saying it right. Oh, Bingshu? Oh, sometimes I'm not sure about the Mandarin translation. I'm more used to the Fujianese. So Bingner is the slight modification. Ah, okay. I can't read Pinyin. And I can't read Mandarin. Yeah, I'm completely illiterate. That's why Mandarin is coming after Japanese. Technically, I have speaking abilities, so I'm starting even further in Japanese. Then Mandarin is even closer. Mandarin is even closer. Then Spanish is even closer. Spanish, I have literacy as well, to limited literacy on top of that. So that's why the order. I always go in head. I tend to go in head deep, find out how much I can handle, and then the rest is. I see the Japanese kanji, icebox. Yeah, bigger icebox. Yeah, Bingchu. You know, that's. Sometimes people say English is very on the nose, but you know, language is on the nose. I heard that phrase before from other people, like in interviews, where when they come to when they learn English is often iconically described as a descriptor language. So oftentimes when you're naming stuff, you're trying to get as redundant as possible, right? Or like try to get the highest use case for the English. And I kind of feel like the other languages also do that quite a bit. You repurpose your words as much as possible. For more layman, for more casual speak. Like instead of calling it a refrigerator, you could call it an ice box. It's fine. Like it's an ice box. It's a cold storage, not to be confused with cold storage. For you software people out there, cold storage is not the same as cold storage. I get it. For the specialized people. I'm very into technology, and man, when someone says, let's put it into cold storage, the last thing I'm thinking about is storing your meats away for the winter. That's a different story. I don't know if you know what I mean by cold storage, but that's an IT thing. Oh wait, so Cal, you know what I'm referring to, right? IT, cold storage. As opposed to hot storage, which I think layman won't actually know what I'm referring to. It takes a very particular, you have to get your feet wet to understand the difference between hot storage and cold storage, you know, for sure. Okay.
古い、
古い、冷蔵庫、冷蔵庫
があります。
があります。Hold up. I gotta get into character. 古い冷蔵庫があります。I really like this type of voice tone, but I don't have that voice tone. You really have to drop your voice, or I really have to drop my voice, and it's not really that deep. That kind of looks like the kana for G for a moment, but I don't know what that is. G. Hoi? Ish. Oh. Samurai-ish. Samurai-ish. Wait, that whole thing stands for samurai? That kanji is just samurai? Or are you translating that for me? That is samurai. I recognize the right side of that kanji. It reminds me of the kanji for G. If you know what I mean. But the left side with the one stroke. Yeah, it really reminds me of the G kanji on the right side of that one kanji. Interesting. Samurai-ish. Yes. Samurai indeed. Oh, it is the right side of G? Okay. Fair enough. Did not get samurai. But now I will kind of remember it. I like that. I like that kanji stands for so like a long thing. By itself is like Buddhist temple. I see. Tera. Okay, Tera, Buddhist temple. Oh, yeah, I do know Tera. Tera showed up in the kana section. When you're practicing kana, occasionally Duo will tell you what. There's a very specific one where if you're assembling the word with the different kana, it'll tell you on the bottom what the word is. And Tera was definitely just like Tori. And then among other words that didn't come up in the unit, like bird, like Tori, not to be confused with Tori, if you know what I mean. Like instead of the Tori, Tori, the bird. I hope I didn't mix those up. Let's see. Akai. Ooh, they're bringing back colors. Yeah, bird and shrine. Yeah, bird and shrine. They're bringing back colors. Akai. Sono akai 冷蔵庫はかわいいですね。かわいいですね。その赤い冷蔵庫 Wow. Okay. 冷蔵庫はかわいいですね。
ですね。
My plan today was to complete all these lessons. Ain't happening, Chief. Ain't happening. Oh, wait. I just got the bonus thing. So let's do this. Okay. 行きます。
行きます。
Ooh. Okay. Yeah, that's
行きます。
no surprises on strokes there.
行きます。
This is one of my favorite activities in Duolingo.
行きます。
Without a doubt, this is my favorite activity in Duolingo. Even though their writing input has a lot of latency.
行きます。
行きます。
My hand is not that shaky. Just that's how
行きます。
they register my my pen
行きま
tablet.
す。行きます。
Also, they autocorrect where you're drawing, so my
行きます。
position is always relative to where I am. So I have to like get really
行きます。
on top of things to shift properly. But that doesn't really affect.
Introducing the Duolingo.
I want to keep doing this. Stop. Come. I can't say that too much.
来ます。
You must.
来ます。
Sorry, kids.
来ます。
Family friendly entertainment.
来ます。
Wow, this one's different though.
来ます。
This one is whoa. Oh, this one is very exceptional in terms of its stroke order. What the heck?
来ます。
来ます。
That's
来ます。
something. That's definitely
来
something.
ます。来ます。来ます。
来ます。
Okay. Okay. And then we're bootstrapping around again.
行きます。
Ikimasu.
行きます。
I'm going to be focusing for the next
行きます。
15 minutes. Like hardcore.
行きます。行きます。
行きます。
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 来ます。
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 来ます。来ます。
来ます。
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 Oh. Oh, whoops. Oh. I just noticed
Kimasu.
something. Hold up. Okay. Yeah.
Kimasu.
Inflection. Inflection is in the wrong direction. Old habits die hard. Jupun. Jupun.
10分
Jupun.
10分
Jupun. Hmm.
10分。
No surprises there.
10分。
Ooh, that inflection.
10分。
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 10分
10分。
10分。 10分。
Introducing the Duolingo.
Stop. I must keep going.
行きます
I usually let that play. But not right now.
行きます。
Okay.
行きます。
行きます。
Okay.
行きます。
That was a
行
little
きま
off.
す
行きます。
行きます。行きます。
行きます。
Slightly long. Okay.
来ます
来ます。
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 Ah. Not the
Kimasu.
right inflection. Okay.
来ます。
来ます。来ます。
来ます。
Jupun. Jupun.
10分
Jupun. 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 Oh boy. Okay. Whoops. Did I miss? Oh, I need the extra
10
P.
分。
Extra P. Missed the extra P.
10分。
Mm.
10分。
10分。
Jupun.
10分。
Okay.
10分。
10分。
It's kind of slightly on an
10
incline. You.
10分。
Jupun. Oh, you don't put a Y in. Oh, okay. Just kidding. No Y. No Y. And then we got Gcon. I think.
時間
Gcon.
時間。
which is very related to it has a relationship with
時間
shinpun. Shinpun.
時間
Not quite the same, obviously.
時
Relationships.
間
No,
時間
no surprises here. Also, short order we're very familiar with.
時間
時間
時間、
時間、
時間
時間
Whoops.
時
Position.
間
時間
Ah! That was a little bit more spaced out.
時間
Wrap it back
行
around.
きます。
行きます。
行きます。
行きます
行きます。
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 Okay.
行きます。
Oops.
来ます。
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 来ます
来ます。
来ます。
My pen lifted off there.
来ます。
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 10分。
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 10分
I don't like it.
10分。
10分。
Not quite getting it the way I want.
10分。
You could change it.
10分。
That feels a little nicer, but it's
10分。
not going straight up.
10分。
時間。
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 And of course, we have G already.
時間。
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 Heh.
時間。
Try to pull a shinbun with that choice.
時間。
時間
時間。
時間。
行きます。
行きます。
Okay.
行きます。
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 Almost there.
行きます。
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 Okay.
来ます。
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 About some time.
10分。
10分。
That was pretty okay.
10分。
10分。
That feeling is
10
okay.
分。
Yeah.
10分。
Yeah. Oh, I didn't curl up there. Whoops. Ah.
10分。
Ah.
10分。
10分。
There's no directionality in. Okay, that's 15 minutes. I'm too young for this language. Bootstrapping around, I see. Did you do? Oh yeah, I bootstrap all the time. Writing and stuff requires mechanical bootstrapping. There's no substitute for it. It's kind of like, do you want to be a good runner? You have to bootstrap. There's no making up for casually not running. You want to get better at running, you still have to put in the miles. Right? You got to put in the distance. It's not just a memory tool. Although, what I add to the memory tool, after I bootstrap enough, I hold conversations while doing this. So, as I'm learning more and more kanji, I'm talking about the kanji as I'm writing them. So, it's kind of like playing video games. I add more to it. So as I'm writing kanji, I'll be able to tell the story of the kanji all at the same time while writing the kanji. So then the mechanics, it'll tell me my mechanical writing is at a place where I don't pay attention to it. It's kind of like drawing and doing stuff. At some point, the mechanics will no longer be stimulating enough. So to keep on practicing the movements that your hands are doing, I'm adding more and more components. So initially, I'm not going to say too much when I'm seeing the kanji and writing the kanji for the first time. Then as I keep going and rehearsing all of these things, I'm adding more and more as I'm going back. And that's how I built the foundations. That's how I built my English language most of the time. One word leads to like 20 words, and then 20 words lead to like 100 words. It's always webbing. My conversation techniques use the same thing. You start at a core, you seed the core of the conversation, and then you set up for all webs. Do that all the time. That's how I drill and make bootstrapping a bit more intellectually interesting. Yep, and these animations help too. I'm like her right there, and she's like really focusing and then relaxing. Anyways, yep, I mean, you got to do it, you know, like here, right? You got to do your kana, you got to do your katakana, and you got to do your hirakana, right? And just because you completed it, here's another Duolingo criticism, but I don't think it's a Duolingo specific criticism. It's the user's criticism. Oftentimes people blame Duolingo for highlighting completion, right? And then it gives people a false sense of security that, oh, I completed it, so I don't need to practice it anymore. That's the onus is on the person, not the design. Like, there's nothing that's stopping you from doing it constantly, which is what I do. How do I get comfortable with kanji in the future, and how I'm going to get comfortable with drawing, and like drawing transitioned into writing with kanji? I do it a lot. Just a lot. It's normal. All these strokes, why would I want to do these strokes all the time? It helps me draw too, actually. Because the stroke order and the way the directions, the order, I don't actually do certain strokes. When you look at an artist, when their stroke orders, there's dominance in their stroke orders. So this is actually a really awesome way to work on different types of wrist movements. Or using, so I can't wait till Inktober this year, and I'm going to try to see if I can incorporate all these stroke orders that I've been practicing with my hands. Lots of extra value. Extra value. It's not just for Japanese. Do I want to complete yeah. Let's go. Okay.
いいえ、電子レンジはありません。
Yeah. Developing muscle dexterity is fantastic. I'm not sure if I'll remember a lot of these things, but muscle dexterity is wonderful. Also, I go from using my mouse and my pen to click on things. It just gives it has a different type of feel to it. Sometimes when people think, I feel when someone, if you can easily go around your life and you can say, I've wasted my time, or man, I spent so much time doing this, now I have no way of using it. That is the type of thinking that if you are asking me for advice, right? If anyone comes up to solicit me on advice, the first thing I want to determine is what type of person are you? And one of the biggest things are how people interpret time and the use of their time and the value of their time. That's a really great starting point. And oftentimes phrases like, oh, I'm not going to start doing this because I'm afraid I'm going to waste my time, and then later I have to unlearn and change all of this. That's a mindset that I can work with. I don't ever pick up something and not thinking that it won't serve a purpose. I don't discard my experiences. I bend my future experiences into them. So it's kind of like the whole idea of the Japanese counter argument where, oh, I stopped using Duolingo because it stopped helping me learn. It's like, that sounds natural. If something stops helping you learn, you go and find new things to help you learn. Alternatively, you can make it learn. You can add something to continue learning. That's also an option, but usually most people take the path of least resistance. They pick another tool that serves them even better. That is a low resistance, but still allow the person to be successful and continue to grow. I do both. If you give me a tool, I'll make it work. Because I'm more focused on developing the tool into something useful, as opposed to being barred by... It's kind of humorous because a lot of people say, well, Duolingo becomes a crutch, right? It provides motivation, it's very slow, it's a dopamine sink. When you say Anki is better than Duolingo, that's still a crutch. You're just substituting a filter for your confirmation bias. Something that helps you learn better, it's no more than a crutch. It's actually arguably even more of a crutch than the thing that isn't helping you anymore, because you're no longer relying on it. It doesn't develop something that is lowering the boundaries. The alternative, the vanilla catch-all thing, is you do it all by yourself. And I wouldn't recommend that for most people. That's not taking advantage of mechanical advantage and, technology. So it's often a mix of everything. But generally speaking, the logic is not sound when someone says a tool is worse because it doesn't help them learn and it creates dependency and bad habits that are compensation. The tool that's most efficient is the one that develops the most crutch and complacency. The most useful tools to you are the ones that are substituting the most. So always be careful. And for me, it's irrelevant. A tool is a tool is a tool. Don't be a tool. I just kidding. That was a dad joke. Anyways, yeah, stuff like that. I like bootstrapping every once. Bootstrapping is kind of fun. It helps me turn off my brain and focuses on something else. You gotta mix it up. Mix it up. This is how I keep fresh, by the way. I still feel like there are some people who are impressed, right, by a slow amount of dedication to something. But I'm not really dedicated to any specific thing. I make it so that it's entertaining. Like, oh, man, running every day, eating healthy every day, that's so boring. Well, make it interesting. I challenge you to make it interesting. If you can't, that's perfectly fine. It's acceptable as long as it doesn't eat at your lifestyle. If it's killing your lifestyle, that's where I come in, I suppose. If I had to be someone who's helpful in any regard, is when someone is in a vicious cycle with themselves. I think I'm particularly apt at trying to get that done, right? So oftentimes when someone says, yeah, I dread doing a resume, it's like, well, here, I'll do the resume with you and I will show you myself doing the resume from scratch, and I hope that influences and inspires you to, and I'll do it with you. It lowers the barrier, and then once you do it a couple more times, I no longer have to do it, right, with them. That's kind of the idea. So bootstrapping can be very helpful sometimes. Okay, let's see. Never surprises me. Never surprises me how low resistance, how low of a barrier one must have. They even criticize something like Duolingo. Sorry. Okay, no. Renshi renji wa arimasen. No, I don't have a microwave. I gotta remember half. I drop half all the time. Oh yeah, these are the two that I drop halves on. I don't have an expensive microwave. I drop half on both of these mistakes.
私も来週引っ越します。
私も来週引っ越します。Oh yeah, we haven't seen 引っ越します too much. Okay, I'm also going to move next week.
このキッチンはとても広いですね。このキッチンは広いはですね。Or oh no. 広い。このキッチンはとても広いですね。とても広いはですね。Wait. Just ですね。このキッチンはとても広いですね。Because of
Oh, right. We're doing Desnet. Never mind.
このキッチンはとても広いですね。
Never mind. I'm overthinking it. このキッチンはとても広い。広い。Whoops. I said white. 広いですね。このキッチンはとても広いですね。In before very white kitchen.
このキッチンはとても広いですね。
この明るいリビングはいいですね。
Okay. リビング。この明るいリビングはいいですね。This well-lit living is nice, isn't it?
まだ狭いアパートに住んでいます。まだ
狭いアパートに住んでいます。
まだ狭いアパートに住んでいます。
まだ狭いデパートに住んでいます。Naomi. Actually, I guess we can start with 明日NaomiもNaomiさんも引っ越します。そう。明日、ナオミさんも
引っ越します。
Or we can put Naomi-san, right? Or we can do Naomi-san 明日も引っ越します。
この狭いキッチンはちょっと。
I should start with the proper noun.
この狭いキッチンはちょっと。この狭い
キッチン
はちょっと。この狭いキッチンはちょっと。
この狭いキッチンはちょっと。Okay. そう、来週。Oh, I'm doing it again. No. 来週、私も、引っ越します。Yeah, you could start with 私も again. I keep doing it the other way.
広いキッチンが欲しいです。
広いキッチンは、が欲しいです。広いキッチン
が欲しいです。広いキッチンが欲しいです。
Do you still live in that old apartment? Okay.
古い。
まだ古いアパートに住んでいますが、まだ古いデパートに住んでいますか？この。I forgot この。その。That. Whoops. Okay. この。Not this time, dude. このキッチンはとても広いですね。このキッチンはとても広いですね。You need sleep? You got COD? You need sleep? You got COD. Listen, Indy, I saw you drop your streak. What's the deal with that, huh? Huh? Indy, explain yourself. Why'd you drop your streak? Do I need to give you a Japanese lesson on how to be consistent? Right. I was looking. I was peeping, Indy. Are you doing all right? Things have come up. Okay, fair enough. You're okay, right? You're okay, right? I don't know much about your. Give me a lesson. I don't know how much. I don't know much about like how your regular schedules are, but you've already piqued my interest saying that you have a psychology degree. So I'm just saying, you know Japanese, and you're not Japanese. We've already established that. So there's a lot of interesting like intersections, and I haven't converged on this identity. Yeah, I'm great. Huh. I need more details. Great is such a ambiguous word. Oh, and you sing, right? So we've only established like some cross things. Heckin' Lotus. Sag, freedom. I'm starting to go outside more. Listen, Indy, you can totally go on a 4-mile walk. Oh, and you go on walks. Like, and I'm starting to work up this profile of you, but you can totally be doing. You could walk and be doing your streak. I'm just saying, you can couple it. It's efficiency. When you're walking, you can be doing your streak. Sorry, I'm not promoting habit dependency. If the streaking thing, that could have been worded differently. If streaking poses a like dulling effect, it's best to wean off of it, of course. Obviously, it's highly recommended. It becomes too much of a dependence, right? But anyways, I don't know. You could be walking and doing your streak. Go streaking outside. You can streak and walk at the same time. I mean, out of context. Bring it back down a little bit, right? Bring it back down a little bit. I'm feeling like streaking. I'm feeling like streaking now. Well, hopefully your life is well balanced, right? Yeah. I just notice it. I'm invested. If you give me data, I'll notice it. So be wary. Oh, you know what? I still haven't added SoCal. I just realized that. You have to be wary, guys. I'm all up in people's business on an arm's length thing. I believe in consistency. When I see people behaving inconsistent, even with like some limited information, I start to ask questions. It's often kind of nice. I feel one of the things to make people feel like they're important in life is that have someone who notices that their behavior is changing or something like that. At least in my opinion. If you're a wild child and you're just doing, you know, you're still young and you're doing random things, dropping and going and dropping and going, that's perfectly healthy. Like I'm okay with that. When you get older, as people get older and then their consistency starts to drop here and there, I typically want to ask them, hey, you know, did something better come along? Something like that, right? Something that brings them more joy. Because oftentimes I firmly believe when you have someone who notices these little things, it at least protects the person from saying, oh yeah, no one notices me. And sometimes most people are like that. They're loners and stuff. I get that. It's often kind of nice even for a stranger to say like, oh hey, I haven't seen you in a while. Did you get a new job? You know, when you step into a restaurant that you frequent a lot, like, oh yeah, haven't seen you in 2 weeks. How was it? Do you want your usual? That kind of thing. It's very cathartic. Right. I don't think there are enough people online nowadays to form actual interaction relationships. It's often parasocial. So, cue the anime stereotype, right? Where you form a parasocial relationship where that other thing at the other end has no consciousness of your existence, even if it's a person or a fictional character. And what happens is you get a unidirectional experience, and breaking that mold can be easily, you get brownie points. Hey, here's my hot take. You want to be instantly charismatic? Notice some little idiosyncrasy changes in anyone. It can really boost your charisma quite a bit. And that's kind of, obviously that's not the goal. The goal is to make sure that whoever I'm speaking to feel like they're valued. Like, I don't think that there's enough of that on the internet. I really don't. I honestly, if there's something that I feel a little bittersweet about, there's not enough value system to humanize people on the internet. Your usernames, your text names. The goal is to make everyone like me. Boy, that is a goal. I'm not going to say I'm going to achieve it, but, I'm self-centered. I'll admit it. Well, all the motivations is still self-motivated, right? So my goal is to make myself feel better by making others feel better about themselves. So if I can see that I can make someone feel better about themselves, in regards, that is how I'm self-motivated. So pretty much the human condition is that you are motivated as strong as you are. The stronger you are self-motivated, the more likely you are going to be able to project useful things for other people. How you go about doing that is another situation, right? Where like unsolicited advice and whatnot. I'm not demanding that people pay me back, right? That's the difference. I want people to know that their life isn't boring. I know it feels that way, for sure. I hear that too often. With a big asterisk, I run towards people. Like, I genuinely run towards people who feel that their life is boring. And I take that as a personal challenge. So, not that I'm gonna jump right into their life, but generally speaking, when someone says it's boring and they voluntarily shared it with me, I will continue to try to indirectly insist that your life is not boring. I don't want people feeling so depressed about themselves. Because there's only one road. There's only one ending, and it's universal. It's universal for any human. When you find your life boring from day to day, there's only one direction it goes. And I was there at one point, at the peak. Like, I was doing a lot of things, but it didn't stop it from being boring. So, I don't want people to say their life are boring, if there's anything. Obviously, it's not gonna be like a utopia or something like that. It doesn't always work out. In fact, there are people who push away, and that's perfectly fine, as long as I make the attempt. Do yo su san Yorosh-san wa I don't remember. That is the Janai desu. Okay, Janai desu. I'm not depressed. Or no, I'm just kidding. I don't know what the first thing is, but I got the Janai desu. Oh, Hana. Oh. Hanan. Hanan. Yorosh-san. Oh, Lotus. Oh, you're saying Lotus. Lotus-san Oh, you don't hate Hanan? Okay, so that means okay, wa nan nansai desu ka? Oh, nansai to hate. Oh no, the second one. Oh, sorry. No, oh my gosh. Okay. So the Janitis. Oh, I don't hate. So what is the kanji? What is the kanji for hate? Wow. Da, and I don't know. That kanji shi. So Janitis, not that. And then you're saying Lotus-san. I'm so bad at looking at katakana. I swear. Every time I say it out loud, I don't click. It doesn't come together. So, and then wa nansai desu ka? Oh my gosh, that makes so much more sense after you said it. It makes so much sense when you said it. After you said it. Okay, so Rorosu-san wa nansai desu ka? Nansai desu ka? And then Rorosu-san wa insert predicate janai desu. What is the kana for hate? I don't think this is gonna be very informative, but I'm not sure if I'm gonna be. How do you know the word hate? Huh, Indy? Explain. Wait, does Duo actually teach you hate? Is it like strongly dislike? I don't recognize that. The left side reminds me of the left side kanji of ski, and that's about it. Maybe nope. I'll let you process that.
Sono
その古いアパート、その
古いアパートに住んでいますか。
I've got Mada. Man. Mada その古いアパートに住んでいますか。You got me. Alright, time to finish the kanji exercises. Gotta fill these in.
Jikan. Oh, I have a question for you guys. After a certain amount of kanji, do you ever feel that... Oh, wait. I don't know if you guys... How often you guys write kanji. But do you ever feel like, oh, now I kind of have a muscle memory for all the usual patterns. You just feel it out. I don't know if you guys extensively wrote enough. But I feel like it's already starting to feel that way. Like, yeah, I got most of the basic motor functions. Some things just feel right. Jupun. Oops.
10分
10分
10分10分
10分
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 Slowing down doesn't make it any like wobbly looking.
10分
Yeah, that's not great. It's sharper.
時間
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 Okay. We'll do a few more, then
来ます
weave in all the rest in the future.
来ます
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 It's in the that stroke there is in the wrong direction a lot of times. Keep doing it in the wrong direction.
来ます
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 Okay.
来ます
Uh
来
huh.
ます
来ます
来ます
Okay. Let's get okay.
行きます
That should be good enough.
行きます
行きます
Almost wrong stroke order.
行きます
Wrong stroke. Entirely wrong
行きます
stroke.
行きます
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 Okay.
行きます
My spacing is a little bit better now. Just a wee bit better.
Introducing the Duolingo Family Plan.
I'll let it bite.
Encourage all your favorite people to learn a language with unlimited hearts, no ads, and more to help them learn fast. Add anyone to your plan. Your family, your friends, anyone. Save together, learn together with the Duolingo Family Plan.
Okay. Here's a personal request. I don't know if I'm ever going to get to that competency, but I would love to do my own skit where we just convert that to Japanese. Remake the remake the ad in Japanese. That would be a fun little exercise. All right, so let's close up our kanji. All right, and I think we can get to the end of this. Okay. I think we can get to the end of this. We're moving a little quick, but yeah, let's go.
行きます。
Oh, we get to use all our public transit stuff. Okay. 行きます。
行きます。
Switch over to mouse. Okay. Okay. Okay.
行きます。
There are some others there. Hi. 空港に行きます。
はい。空港に行きます。
京都駅はとてもいいですね。京都
はとても something
駅
Wait 京都駅はとても
い
いですね。
京都駅はとてもいいですね。京都駅はとてもいいですね。
Okay. I mean, that's something you could say. This is how I conveniently did that. So, 京都駅はとてもいいですね。
京都駅はとてもいいですね。
乗り換えは大阪駅じゃないです。京都駅です。
Wait, this is different. This is also different. Read and respond. Oh my gosh, I absolutely love these new ones. Okay. 乗り換えは大阪駅じゃないです。京都駅です。Where's the transfer? I guess. Wait. I guess you just say Kyoto. Kyoto eki. Wait. Oh, that's kind of weird. Like no response, as in like. What? It's Kyoto eki desu, right? Where's the transfer? Kyoto eki desu. And then Osaka and Tokyo. Yep, we got fill in the blanks. Shifura. Shibuya. Give me the kanji soon. Shibuya blank wa totemo ni. Oh, there it is. Kiyaka.
Nigiyaka
desu. So, wa totemo nikiyaka desu. I mean, it's eki, but what is this? Bolshi and Denwa. Okay, sure.
渋谷が好きです。渋谷は静かじゃないです。とても賑やかです。
Shibuya ga ski desu. Okay. Shibuya ga ski desu. Shibuya wa Gigi wait. Shiji ka what?
静か
Oh, Shizuka. Oh, right, zoo. Dang. Okay, Shizuka janai desu. とてもに賑やかです。So, Shibuya ga Shibuya ga ski desu. Shibuya wa Shizuka janai desu. とても賑やかです。Okay, so it's establishing. Shibuya is, I mean, a bad place, a quiet place. I mean, it's not a quiet place. この電車は渋谷駅に Hey, welcome back, guy. Hello. この電車は渋谷駅行きます What it says. 起きます get up. 起きます and then 飲みます No, 読みます 読みます Oh, interesting. Filling in particles. So, この電車はよと大きい No, it's に Wait. Oh no, it's に Wait. Yeah, に行きます So, この電車はよと大きいよとOsaka. Am I saying Oki? Osaka. この電車は京都と大阪に行きます。Right.
はに
Ooh, this is so much more interesting. 日本の電車はとても adjective 小さいですいくら how much and 静かです日本の電車はとてもJapanese trains are very quiet, I guess. Shizuka. They're not small, I guess. And then how much doesn't... It's weird. Okay. はい、この電車は渋谷に行きます。
は、に。
Neat! Oh, they would throw in heckin' fridge. 冷蔵庫。冷蔵庫。冷蔵庫。
冷蔵庫。
駅。明日。
明日。
K-pop.
K-pop?
And of course they throw in Vietnam. Vietnam.
ベトナム
Vietnam. Oh my gosh, Vietnam. に、新しい。
新しい。
土曜日。
土曜日。
1。行きます。
行きます。
Let's this train go to Osaka. Osaka. この電車は大阪に行きます。あ、Oh, I got caught. Oh no. I'm not gonna make it to the
乗り
end.
換えは渋谷駅ですか？
Focus is lost. 乗り換えは渋谷駅ですか? Yeah, I got caught. That means I'm losing my focus to the end. Yikes. I'm not reading the whole thing. Is the transfer Shibuya Station. Shibuya Eki.
いいえ、この電車は渋谷駅に行きます。いいえ。
I heard.
いいえ、この電車は渋谷駅に行きます。
Okay.
この
電車
は
大阪 or no, I didn't hear Osaka. Oh no. Oh no.
いいえ、この電車は渋谷駅に行きます。
渋谷
に行きます。いいえ、この電車は渋谷駅に行きます。
駅。Whoops.
駅。
駅。
渋谷。
いいえ、この電車は渋谷駅に行きます。
この電車はどこに行きますか？
和道に Where does この電車 this train go? Hey, that's a new phrase. この電車はどこに行きますか? Okay. That's a new phrase. Haven't used that yet. What did I do here? I got caught. Oh no, I didn't get caught. I got konoed. I got konoed. I got what do they call demonstratives? I got demonstrative did. Demonstrative did. この電車この電車は大阪に行きます。Oh, maybe it's a car too. Oh no, this is the car one. Never mind. This is the car one. I did get konoed somewhere, but this is the car one. I had to pick. So what am I gonna do? I think what I'm gonna do now is 2 hearts or bust. We either get all the way to the end with 2 hearts, or we end once the heart runs out again. Okay. So let's go.
いいえ、ここは大阪です。いいえ。
いいえ。
大阪駅はここです。いいえ、ここは大阪です。
The other way around.
ここは駅。いいえ、ここは大阪です。駅。駅。いいえ、ここは大阪です。
いいえ、ここは大阪です。No. Oh, it's just saying, oh, that's just a regular statement.
いいえ、ここは大阪です。
I was thinking too much of it.
ここは渋谷です。
ここは渋谷です。Oh, they're scaling back because it's a new set. This is... And this is the reason why they're showing this is Coco is being used in a different manner than it was before. That was one of the first thing in this unit. Introducing Coco in a different use case. Okay. Okay. バスは秋葉原に行きます。行きます。バスは秋葉原に行きます。Yeah.
この電車は秋葉原に行きますか？この
電車は秋葉原に行きますか？
この電車は秋葉原に行きますか？
Yes. この電車は秋葉原に行きますか？
ここは京都ですか？
ここは京都ですか？ Is Kyoto this? Oh, is this? Oh my god. Oh. All right,
この
yeah.
バスは横浜に行きますか？
I'm pretty much getting exhausted. I'm making very, very common mistakes. Oh no. Now I kind of want to get another heart. I kind of want that one back. このバスは横浜に行きますか？ Okay. This person wants to go to Yokohama. Although they are specifically looking for a bus, but that's fine.
秋葉原は賑やかですね。
秋葉原 Wait.
秋葉原は賑やかですね。
賑やかですね。Okay. 秋葉原は賑やかですね。
どうですね。秋葉原は賑やかですね。
秋葉原は秋葉原は賑やかですね。
すみません。次は東京駅ですか？出口はどこですか？
Okay. Let's let's repeat. すみません。次は東京駅ですか？出口はどこですか？ Okay. So, excuse me. Is Tokyo Station next? Is the next station? Is Tokyo Station next? And the exit. Where are the exits? Where is the exit? The person is asking about the station exit. True. Coin lockers. Oh, they don't say storage lockers. They actually say coin lockers. And about the bathroom. Okay. 次はinsert station. Yes. Insert place. 次は insert place です。近い。Well, yeah, 近いですね。Fast. It's fast, isn't it? 近いです。What are our choices? Wait. Kaishine? Oh, Kaishine, office worker. Kaishine, Osaka Eki, right? And then we have judo. Okay. I'm trying very hard not to just look for the right answer and then looking at all the other answer. It's great practice to look at all the other answers. Or not answers, I suppose. All the possible responses. So, このバスは横浜に行きますか？このバスは横浜に行きますか？ I'm trying to say a different syllable.
はに。
ここは insert location じゃないです。いや、京都です。So, a place. What are my choices? 看護師 nurse 大阪 and 週末every week. このバスは秋葉原に行きます。
はに。
このバスは横浜駅に行きます。泳ぎます。Interesting. Swimming. And 食べます。I'm not sure about eating.
横浜駅は賑やかですね。
横浜駅はにぎやかですね。Okay. Yokohama Station is lively, isn't it? What? Nikiyaka. Yeah. Nikiyaka. Yokohama Eki wa Nikiyaka desu ne. Yokohama Eki wa Nikiyama. 横浜駅は賑やかですね。swim. The swim. Action.
アクション。
月。
次。
月。月。ミステリー。
ミステリ
ー。家。
家。
家。机。
机。
Yeah, yeah.
いいえ。
ここは
ここは
大
大阪
阪です。
です。
月。月は
次。
次。月は
東京駅
で
です。
す。
ここは京都ですか？
What did I do here? How did I screw up? Oh. Yeah. Is this Kyoto? Okay. Alright, one heart.
来ます。
One heart to rule them all. 来ます。
来ます。
タクシーはもうすぐ来ます。
Oh, hey! This is the first time kimas is being used. Or actually, this might be the second time. Yeah, this is the second time. Okay.
タクシーはもうすぐ来ます。
Okay.
タクシーはタクシーはもうすぐ来ます。もうすぐ来ます。タクシーはもうすぐ来ます。
I don't? Oh, Mosuku was soon. Right, soon TM. Mosuku. Okay.
来ます。
Two.
ここは浅草ですか？ここは浅草？
Asakusa? Oh, I totally forgot about Asakusa. Asakusa. Asakusa.
ここは浅草ですか？ですか？
And then we also had Ueno Koen. Ueno Koen is introduced in this group too. I only got the kanji for Kimas. The other ones technically no, but fine. Koko wa Asakusa. Asakusa desu ka?
ここは浅草ですか？
Desu ka? There's Ueno Koen. Ano バスは上野公園に行きます。
次の電車は浅草に行きます。もうすぐ来ます。
OK。次の電車は浅草に行きます。もうすぐ来ます。もうすぐ来ます。 This person is at a train station. A bus stop. Interesting. Oh, I see what they're doing here. Ah, yeah. Densha wa time or frequency or relative. Right. Densha wa insert imasu. So Moscow, that works. Totemo. Totemo. And Itori de. Itori de.
次の駅は秋葉原駅じゃないです。東京駅です。
Okay. Practice. 次の駅は秋葉原駅じゃないです。東京駅です。The next station is Tokyo Station. It can't come alone? It doesn't. Not in Duo. But yes. We already went over the kanji section for this. Okay. Blank. Something wa. Object. Object is itsu. Itsu next. Itsu. When. Whoops. Itsu when. So wa itsu kimasu ka? And Moscow desu ka? What are our choices? Eki Deguchi. Deguchi.
Bus はいつ来ますか?
Bus wait.
バスはいつ来ますか?
And then we also have the kakarimasu. Taking, how long, time related. Okay.
バスはいつ来ますか? いつ来ますか? バスはいつ来ますか?
来ますか? バスはいつ来ますか? Okay. この電車は浅草に行きます。この電車は浅草に Reading comp, yes. I love this stuff, this new stuff. I mean, I know, Hideyoshi. Thanks. Of course, it would only be for people. Yes. Very well. Very nice.
はに
Okay. Let's see. 来ます。
来ます。
日曜日。
日曜日。
何時。
何時。
私。行きます。
行きます。
次のバスは、上野公園は行きますか？次のバスは上野公園に行きますか？
に。
すみません。ここは上野公園ですか？
すみません。ここは上野公園。
上野公園
ですか？
浅草駅は古いですね。
浅草駅は古いですね。Okay. So, 次は、バスは浅草に行きます。
次。
バスは浅草に
行きます。
And I screwed up. Tsuki no. Oh, I've got the no. Tsuki no. Yeah. We missed a particle. Oh, that's a wrap for today. Yep. Guys, listen. It doesn't matter after the fact, okay? Just for the record, guys. It doesn't matter after the fact when I actually know what it is. You guys don't... That's very counterproductive. I've said this multiple times. When I know what's wrong, it doesn't matter if you state it after the fact. So, it's one of those things that are very weird that you guys do a lot. Also, telling me something that I already know is kind of... Maybe you're rehearsing it to yourself. That could be helpful, I suppose. Maybe that's what you're doing. I don't know. I'm trying not to read into it, but after the fact, very helpful. But yes, I am aware that I did not use the possessive there. Hey, alright. So, honestly, it's 9:20, right? 9:20, we can... I'm tempted to add one more heart. I kind of wanted to get to the end of this unit. Probably not. We'll take a break. I thought I was in California for some reason. Nah, I'm East Coast. Yeah. East Coast. Everyone else is West Coast, except maybe Indy. Indy is the only one that didn't disclose potentially the regional I think we're the same. I feel like we're in the same time range. You're central? Oh. Oh, well, I mean, except for the person I'm talking to, Hideyoshi. I'm talking about everyone else, as in excluding you, because you said everyone was in California. So, context. Of course. Context. I'm excluding the person I'm talking to about the California. Oh, you're central, huh? Heckin' central. Can't make up your mind, Indy? Can't make your mind? Don't want to join the East Coast or the West Coast? I see how it is. That meander, central. Heckin' central people. I don't know what I'm saying. Best time zone because I don't pick sides. You play both sides. You know what happens when you play both sides, Indy. You're on no side. I just kidding. I can get behind that. You know what happens when you play both sides? Come on. Multiculturalism. You always win. Ooh, that's a deep cut. When you're playing both sides, you always lose. No one likes you. That's a deep cut though. That's for multiculturalism. When you're a mix and you play both sides, neither side accepts you. What a cruel fate. You know? You know? That's a discussion for another time. Play Witcher. Sorry. A friend of none and an enemy of all. Feels bad, man. Sorry. All I picture you is saying when you're standing there is, I identify as central. Just try to look up no and fall into the matrix. And fell into the matrix? What? I'm not sure if I get that. Everything is possessive in Japanese. I could see that. Except for the implicit no in using action and like katakana in the attributive form. Not really possessive for whatever reason. Unless we're supposed to put possessives there. So, it has so many uses, you're better off just knowing how it works. So, Aoi Densha. Midori no Densha. Yeah, I know you've been waiting on throwing the green thing in. Yeah, I know. I know. I already know what you were gonna do. You've been waiting for like a whole week for me to get the color green to explain that. And there's a historical legacy behind that. I get it. I get it. There's a historical reason for that as well. I also get that. Am I ready for it? Guys, when did I ever make it feel like I'm never ready for something? Also, I still feel like I like to put in a no in front of like mystery and action and stuff after that too. Did someone bring up ikimasu and kimasu? I mean, they brought it up, but I'm guessing there's of many contexts. So what context do you want to bring up ikimasu? Ikimasu and kimasu. The fact that they're irregular? Are you gonna tell me a bunch of things that they're irregular? It behaves like Chinese more than English? No. I don't know what you mean by it behaves more than Chinese than English. That is definitely something new. Go ahead. Yeah, Asterisk is saying that fantasy and mystery should have no in it, and Duolingo didn't do that. Yeah. I feel like it should have been possessive. Yeah. That you should put possessive on there. I didn't try. Did you try putting no there to see if they yell at you? I never get the opportunity to put a no. Like, no is not a choice. Have you ever gotten... Oh, I did? I didn't think I'd get a choice. I didn't remember having a choice there before, like as one of the pull-ups. Oh, so I did. Was it wrong? I don't remember. It counted as wrong. Oh, I did. Okay, I didn't even remember. I didn't even remember doing that choice. So I don't know about that. It doesn't feel right to me. I don't know. If I come to you, I say ikimasu. Okay. Right? You're coming, yeah. Okay. Go on. That makes sense because no is used when there's no ending to attach it to, just like in the color example. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, no ending. That's my thought exactly. It's from the speaker's frame of reference. Okay. To come. What are your thoughts, Indy? When you say to come, are you speaking from the speaker's frame of reference or the person's frame of reference? You don't come to someone else. That's English garbage. Have I used that before? What I can't even think of how that works in English. Oh, like come to mom or come to dad? I see. You tell someone to come to you. Yeah, fair enough. Come here. Come here doesn't help. But yeah, that's come here is ikimasu. It's correct. It's ikimasu. But I'm coming is I'm going. I don't think Duolingo has used kimasu in going, like a replacement for coming to some place. I don't think Duolingo translated it that way, did it? And then I don't know if I've ever said that in that way. I don't use the word come very often. That would be another entirely deep cut here. I don't use the word, the verb to come. Arrive. The word is arrive is the word I would use. And depart. Depart and arrive are the two words I would use. Imas is come here to me or come here to this place. Yeah. Which is the same as arriving or departing. So I guess it's a choice for Duolingo. Everything else is to go. That's fair enough. the problem I'm having here is Hideyoshi is saying it's more of a Chinese thing than an English thing. It's hard for me to relate because I couldn't think of examples where my point of reference is different from Japanese. It was actually very natural for me to use imasu and ikimasu because I use depart and arrive. Those are the words I would use. I wouldn't use come and go. One would depart and one would arrive. So then it would line up with kimasu and ikimasu. Perhaps this is just an English thing. How do you say depart and arrive in Japanese? Is it a different word? Or is this more of a lost in translation thing? Because it's a transit thing. Context sensitive? I see. It's just context sensitive. Okay. Then, in terms of English, I guess you're talking to a person who doesn't understand why there's a perspective shift. There isn't a perspective shift for me. That's weird military terms I hear in like anime and stuff. There's weird military terms. Okay, for that. Oh, depart and arrive. Yeah, so in transit, most, in my opinion, it might be a northeastern thing. It might be a eastern thing or northeastern thing. When you're in a transit place, you don't use go and come. It doesn't track. You use depart and arrive. So when I was reading those, like ikimasu and kimasu, I was reading them as depart and arrive, as opposed to come and go, which is still weird to me. I don't think I use go or come in any other situation as well. Like, I don't remember ever saying to people like, oh, are you coming soon? I would use, are you arriving soon? You might even use, are you here yet? As opposed to, or are you there yet? Are you coming to the party? No, I would still use, are you going to the party? Even then. I don't use, are you coming to the party? That's weird. You are at the party and they aren't. So are you coming to the party? You are at the party and they aren't. Yeah, and then you're telling them to come to you. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I've ever said, are you coming to the party? Like, not very often. I would say, are you going to the party? Because it's the point of reference of the person you're asking, not the point of reference from yourself. I think trains uses itashimasu. Oh, for departure. Nice. And I have heard hashin. Hashin, yeah, I have heard hashin in a military anime before. Cause Gundam, lots of Gundam anime use hashin. Like when they're like leaving, you remember Gundams when they like launch out of the cockpit, like they get in the cockpit of the Gundam and the Gundam launches out of the ship, the carrier. Hashin shows up. Yeah. I'm trying to think of when I use the word coming to. Do I ever use the word coming or like to come? And this is very unfortunate because that phrase can be taken out of context, but yeah, no. I just realized how weird it is. Do you use that verb? How often do people use that verb? Thanks for coming. Oh, thanks for participating. I don't. Yeah, thanks for participating. I don't use thanks for coming. Like I just realized I don't think I use that word. No wonder it's always like I don't get lewd banged by it. Yeah. Or thanks for being here. Thanks for being here. It's from the context of the person, not from the context of the relation with me. Thanks for being here, as in that person is here now, as opposed to I'm here and you're being here with me. I guess that's what thanks for coming is weird to people. Like, I'm here, thanks for being here with me. Usually I just say thanks for being here. Otherwise, it's just a completely different context. Like, it's nice to have you here, right? It's nice to have you here. But there's still Kimas. In N64 GoldenEye, Natalia goes, I'm coming, James. Yeah, they most definitely do. And it's I'm going in Japanese. Oh, interesting. Yeah, the context is I'm going to you, James. Yeah. Yeah. He opens a door to come to you. Yeah, I just don't use come in that way. Oh my gosh, we're hitting some pretty bad contextless. I just don't use that verb in that manner. I legitimately can't even say it without feeling weird. Legitimately, I have not used that word. Oh, and by the way, I don't like go either. So okay. I'm not saying I'm representing other English people. You're talking to me, like, right? You guys are talking to me right now. I'm not saying I represent other people. To me, verbs like go, put, they are nondescript. They are ambiguous, and they can make confusion. So I don't usually use any of those words. You think it's weird to never say come or go? Yeah, so for me, I don't use them. Like, context specific go. Like, you drive to the store. You don't go to the store. Like, I would say, you drive to the store. Did you walk to the store? Did you run to the store? You don't go to the store. You see where I'm getting at? It's kind of like people who say, oh, I put the paper on the desk. Did you leave the paper on the desk? Did you set the paper on the desk? You went to the store, which is go. It's not the same, but fair enough. I would say I drove to the store. I walked to the store. I wouldn't say I went to the store. It's not specific enough. So typically I use more concise language most of the time. I don't say I went to the store. That's kind of weird. It's just not enough details. I don't like being vague. Yes. It's not part of my training, which oftentimes I wouldn't say that I represent most people, right? In this case. Yeah, more Japanese. I speak more like a Japanese English speaker. And aptly enough, I don't find Japanese language as strange. Because ikimasu and kimasu makes a lot of sense to me. Only because I don't like being vague with my English. I actually get really weirded. I mean, you already saw me, right? Indy, you already saw me every time it is Osaka, isn't it? Like all that is really ambiguous. It's very ambiguous language, but I get used to it. It's really weird though. Like the weirdest thing in this unit Yeah, I know, but the perspective is the same for me. The perspective is the same for me. It is not a alien to change the perspective. Not really. However, it's definitely Mosuku. I don't think you're talking about what you're doing like that in Japanese. I don't think so either. Indeed. I don't think so either. But we're not talking about what we're saying. I'm talking about the perspective. Hideyoshi made a point about the perspective difference. And you guys are making a perspective difference. As in, like, someone comes to another person. That's not what I see. That's not what I'm hearing. It's not the perspective I'm coming. Like, the thing is arriving at a place. Is what the Duolingo is sharing in Japanese, and I'm pretty sure that's exactly what the Japanese mean. It's arriving at a place, not it's coming to someone else, or coming to, you know, it's not coming to a station, it's arriving at a station. I've thought a lot about that when it comes to the meaning behind kanji, so this is fun to me. I think so too. I actually think it makes English feel even more interesting. I think learning a second language makes your parental language even more interesting. Well, arguably or debatably even more interesting. For example, like, I didn't realize how little I use the word come. For many reasons, guys. I don't use that word for many reasons. And one of them is not safe for kids. I don't use go. So here's some stuff, right? This is a hot take. Don't take it too personally. Like, don't change your speech pattern because you have your own personality. For me, yeah, I don't know that I say I walk to the convenience store. I see. Yeah, I do. Like, I love more descript words. So oftentimes, like, if I go to a train station, for example, if I'm asking someone, if I'm meeting someone, I would say, have you arrived yet? Right? Have you arrived yet? Otherwise, I would talk about their current location. Are you currently in my location? Not making like the point of reference of I'm vaguely here somewhere. Are you coming to a vaguely, right? Are you coming to a vaguely position? I would typically say, I am at this position. Have you arrived yet? Right? Have you arrived at this location yet? As opposed to, are you coming to me? Like, where is me? Where am I? I might be at the party, but where am I exactly? It's imprecise. So generally speaking, I would say something at a party like, I'm at the front door. Have you arrived yet? And then someone else, I think sometimes they say, oh yeah, I'm almost there, right? They say, I'm almost there. All right, I will wait wait for you at the door, instead of I'm here, something nondescript. It's rarely do I ever communicate with people with not less like detailed oriented words. The only logical interrogation in a sentence is here yet. I mean, yeah. But it's a location that you can describe. It's only the interrogative, but the interrogative can be modified by participles and adverbs and phrases and prepositional phrases. Don't leave ambiguity. And I get the ambiguity. I do use ambiguity things, not in terms of descriptors. So for example, I'm ambiguous when I'm talking about people's feelings. Or like, I guess that's not even the word ambiguous. Open-ended. Does that mean the same thing to you as ambiguous? I like to leave things open-ended, but not ambiguous per se. I don't know if they mean the same thing to people now that I think about it. Like, for example, maybe that's a learned thing. I'm vague first, and I get more specific if I have to. Yeah, so here's the thing. Do you feel that being vague and being open-ended are same things? Like being vague or being open-ended? For example, how do you feel today? Versus, are you doing well? So I wouldn't say, are you doing well, even though that's more precise. I'm asking, how are you feeling? Right? Instead of how are you doing? So this is the relationship, right? Hang on. So let's do some things, right? So how are you doing versus how are you feeling versus are you doing okay versus are you feeling okay. So usually I would go with something like this. Yeah. By the way, did you look up? I did. But I'm gonna tell you now, again, Hideyoshi, it's irrelevant until it becomes relevant. Unless you're talking about something else. I thought you were talking about this yesterday. Unless that's something else. Because the Kai was the comment you made. Did I look up this is what you typed yesterday. A guy. But anyways. Anyways, I think that's changing the subject. But anyways, by the way, no. That's why you ask if you need to. It can leave a lot up for interpretation. It can leave a lot more up for interpretation for sure. That's why you ask. Ken desires ramen, not likes ramen. Yeah. Yes. Oh, you're talking about the interpretation? Sure. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. This is not we're like I'm trying to ask a question and you're deviating, you're detracting from it. So before that, sure, I get it. In Japanese culture, they never assume the feelings of the third person. Fair enough. And while in English, you can do both. Okay, so fair enough. In Japanese, you've just revealed that Japanese only behave in a certain way. And then now I'm talking about English, which is far more flexible than Japanese. All right, let's settle that for now, because I won't know. And we're not talking about feelings in Japanese right now. We're talking about English mannerisms. So when people ask, how are you doing? Versus, are you doing okay? It is very revealing of the type of people they are, right? These are all positive. Like, these are all different methods of asking how someone is feeling indirectly. So when someone says, are you doing okay? It's not assuming they are doing okay. That's very different. That phrase would be, you are okay, right? No. This is far more aggressive. It's more than this. It's more than this. Like this is greater than this, but it's not as much as you are okay, right? Because doing is vague too. And then you can be even more specific and say feeling okay. Then you're talking about someone's feelings. So the relationship between these two is more specific, but the question itself is still more open-ended than this way. And in Japanese, you have like the whole like desu ne, right? Desu ne. And then there's a lot of versions of different things like that. Like what is and how is something versus desu ne. And all that, I guess it's relevant to this. But my point I was making is just to make it clear that I still leave things open-ended, but you can still use specific open-ended verbs. So it's definitely closed off when it comes to verbs, but it's still an open-ended question instead of a yes or no question, which is less open. And then you can infer a status by using affirmative and then asking the question, which is very assertive. Like, for example, when Hideyoshi said, wait for it, or are you ready? That's assuming a third, like that's more aggressive. It's assuming something, right? So I don't usually do that unless I'm deliberately like confident, already established that was going to happen, right? So I am ready. So coincidentally, I was ready for it. Even though ironically, I would probably think Hideyoshi was assuming I wasn't ready for it, and that's why it's interesting. Thanks, Sci-Fi Gaming. Sci-Fi Gemini. Thanks. So yeah, we're already done with our Japanese study for today. But what I'm saying is, the word coming, oh my gosh. The word coming doesn't exude the type and the point of reference, right? There's no point of reference. But you guys are saying there is a point of reference. And that point of reference is different from Japanese. And I kind of get that. I do. It's different. It's different from Japanese. You like that about Japanese people? They never assume anything, which is great. They do assume everything, but it's not in their language. That's the irony here, in my opinion. I agree with you in terms of language. Their language system is very indirect. But culturally, they assume most things. You guys are doing it already. In Japanese culture, they never assume the feelings of a third person. Ironically, that's assuming that that's the rule. Just because you never do something doesn't mean you're not always assuming it. When you never do something, you're always assuming something. In English, you're less likely to assume things because everyone has a different take. Yeah, Japanese is a very contextual language based on principles, based on consistency. English is a descriptor language because the vast majority of things are vague. and imprecise. We already went over the idea that if Japanese people don't assume anything, then their language would naturally be imprecise. But it's actually quite precise. Largely because there are underlying rules. A contextual language is possible because there are underlying rules contextually. You cannot do that in English. You can do that to some extent in English, but to a lesser extent than Japanese. The language has an explicit word for marking the feeling of a third person, so it's likely their culture expresses the same concept regularly. Yes. Underlying rules, consistency, presumptions. It's precise because contextually it's very consistent. English is very inconsistent. Otherwise we wouldn't have that. So it's ironic, in my opinion, that you're saying that the Japanese people never assume things or never assume stuff, but they do assume a lot. That's what makes the language possible, in my opinion. Japanese is an incredibly contextual language because there are a lot of consistencies that allow that contextual language to be accurate and precise. In English, if you say, I want a hot dog, you're not quite sure what you're going to get. And they require explicit descriptions to describe it because it's hard to assume anything. In fact, you get your foot in your mouth most of the time when you're assuming something with the English language because it varies way too much. So what I find elegant about the Japanese language is they're very indirect, but also reliant on perception that is normalized. It surprises Japanese people when you violate these assumptions. So when you start doing things that are not normal with the language, it's off-putting. When you do something not normal with English, it's far less off-putting. In my opinion, just a perspective thing, right? From my idea, the reason why I talked about the many versions of saying something in English is I don't know what I'm talking about in English in general a lot of times. A culture with over 50 words for ice might contain individuals who have no concern for ice, therefore you're making assumptions about their culture. Are you talking about English or Japanese? Are you talking about English or Japanese? One of those native northern tribes, a culture with over 50 words for ice might contain individuals who have no concern for ice. Therefore, you're making assumptions about their culture. Okay, so if the statement is that there are lots of words for a single thing, B, which you leaped over because the logic is here in that statement, B is that lots of words imply a concern. But if you have a lot of words, you can argue that there's individuals that have no concern for it. I don't even know how to get to C where it says, so you're making assumptions about the culture. So there are a lot of words for ice that you make the assumption that there are some people who have no concern. And that's it. Yeah, I agree. Sure. I don't know where we're going with this. Yeah, a culture that has a lot of words for a single expression like ice. And then you're assuming that because of that, there are no individuals concerning, that there will be an individual that don't concern with ice. Then yeah, that's an assumption you're making about the culture. Yes. I don't know where this is going, so you're gonna have to point me in a direction somewhere. I'm not entirely following. So are you saying, have I applied this assumption about Japan or something? So like, if Japan or if English has a lot of ways to express something, I am suggesting that then it is less precise and that is assumption I'm making about the culture. Yes, it still tracks. It's more than an assumption if it's so common in the zeitgeist to be distinguished in language. Okay, yeah, I agree. I still don't know what point you're making. Like you're throwing terms around some more, like zeitgeist. Okay, I still don't know what point you're making. So you're saying if Japanese has a lot of common things, like common elements, then it's more than an assumption. I think that's the point you're trying to make. I don't know if that's right or not. So you're saying somehow that if it's really common, it's no longer an assumption they're making. It's just an accepted fact. Fair enough. That's a pretty compelling argument. So you're saying they're not assuming anymore, so they're less presumptuous. Because they all follow the same rules. I think that's the counter argument you're trying to make. Like, so Japanese people have many rules, but that doesn't mean they're assuming anything or presuming anything because it's so common. It's accepted as fact. This is I don't know how long we're gonna keep going down this rabbit hole, but for me, I think we're gonna enter a cyclic argument here. There's a cyclic argument here to be had. Oh, okay. Take it away then. So say Japanese, lots of quote unquote common things. Because they're so common, right? They're not assumptions. Right? So that would support Indies' enjoyment that Japanese people never assume or try not to assume. Try not to assume things. I think that tracks. Yeah. I think that's a very reasonable... I don't mind that. I can get behind that. If something is so common, it's accepted as fact, then guess they're not assuming things. And then it becomes... It can still track and support that Japanese people never try to assume things, right? Or they try not to assume things. Agreed. Agreed. If that's the point you're trying to make, that's relevant to everything that I'm trying to present, which my perspective is that you don't need to make assumptions, which tracks too. You don't need to make assumptions. This is the philosophical take, right? So you don't need assumptions if there's no outlier or there's no change, like there's no like other behavior, right? That's another way to say this thing. So is it because everyone assumes? Because as far as I'm concerned, that's confirmation bias. Something akin to if a tree falls and everyone hears it, does that mean that no one heard that no one else haven't heard it? Or that's double negative. Someone didn't hear it. Language can have mutable concepts over time, but there's still an underlying grammar. Yeah, I agree with that. I don't actually have anything. I'm not questioning any type of grammar here. We're talking about human perception or human assumptions. Is the Japanese language naturally non-presumptuous? Is it? Well, someone just made a comment called the Japanese language is incredibly contextual. And you're making an argument that Japanese is so there's so many common things that the contextual language nature of Japanese, it's not dependent on assuming things or presuming things. I think inherently language involves elements of presuming and assuming, but we're comparing like two different languages. So like we use English, so the idea is that is Japanese more presumptuous or not, right? We're comparing it as opposed to saying it in a void. So instead of saying all languages have like an underlying grammar, I like to compare and contrast how presumptuous do you need to be about the Japanese language versus being presumptuous about the English language. I think you can infer less with the English language. That's how I'm using precision. There's less you can infer in the English language. So therefore, I want to prefer to be more precise in the English language to facilitate a balance between misunderstandings and understandings as I'm expressing something. In Japanese, I don't have to do that. It's an elegance of Japanese. There are a lot of presumptions that I make when I use Japanese. So therefore, I'm not encouraged to be more precise. Because the language itself, the structure and whatever you have, it is inherently precise, as in there are presumptions being made. When you have a marker for something, it communicates that. In Japanese, feeling and the decider can't be assigned to a third person without a modal word, which is roughly appears to. There you go. It's precise about being imprecise, I suppose. Or It's precise. It's precise about being something. So effectively, we're not even making counterpoints to each other at this point. But in Japanese, it's precise at being open-ended. So you're either talking about the meaning or the grammar structure. And for me, it feels like you're talking about both at once. So somehow the precision of the grammar enables a more open-minded take. So like, for example, there's a marker for not assuming someone, right? Someone, or actually, there's a marker for assuming a third person's feelings. And that's exactly what I mean. So I think we actually in agreement with this. Literally, you are assuming that when you use a marker, it's assuming someone's third feelings. It's not so clear with English. The reason why you guys can describe to me all these things and you care a lot because of like to come from, to arrive, to depart is largely because the writing system, which if you're prescribing to that whole zeitgeist thing where everyone's assuming the same thing and it's no longer an assumption, I can get behind that. If everyone is always treating Japanese the same exact way, then it's no longer assuming. It's a fact. So the fact is, in the Japanese language, there's a marker that indicates you're assuming a third person's feelings. No arguments, no assumptions, no presumptions. Fair enough. I get that. Now, you're comparing it to English. Now we are no longer talking about the relationship of Japanese with Japanese people. We're talking about the relationship of English people with Japanese people. And in English, Japanese people can do that because they are assuming their system is precise. This is a different perspective shift. So in English, the Japanese people, their system is providing the assumption. In English, you cannot do that. There isn't like a clear way of saying everyone agrees on a system that tells you that they're assuming someone's third person feelings. Doesn't exist. Or at least I don't think it exists. I mean, an English person could probably, like a linguist could probably make a really example case, but for myself there isn't. So what I choose to do is I try to be a little bit more specific when I can. Is your intent to be able to translate the language to study their cultural perspectives through language? No, my intent is to share the funny things that contrasts between English and Japanese. Your intent is to correct everyone based on your understanding of Japanese. And I'm okay with that. I don't know enough Japanese or about Japanese to ever know that. I know English though, so I can at least compare English or share my perceptions of English. which is very difficult to know if you're leaving something open-ended or not. In English, there aren't markers in English that tells someone like, hey, I'm assuming, you know, cue the assuming someone's something in English. You're assuming someone's something in English, right? How many times have you heard that phrase come up? Are you assuming that I'm doing this? Well, sorry, the English language doesn't have any precise way of marking that I'm assuming your feelings right now. Maybe we should discuss this a little bit more. So I get it. I get it. To me, my perspective is the Japanese language is elegantly presumptuous. It removes misunderstandings. It allows for flexibility at the same time because it's very concisely indirect. There are rules, lots of elegant rules. And I love that. I just don't consider the point in the beginning that spawned all of this is me and Indy, I don't have the same perspective that Indy has regarding how Japanese people don't assume things. I actually think a lot of the social cultural differences between Americans and Japanese is that Japanese assume a lot of things according to the commonality of the stuff. So it's so common that it's not considered an assumption anymore until you meet an American, until you meet someone outside of the country. Then it's an assumption, right? When you walk into a country and then that person doesn't obey your rules that you've accepted as facts, it's now officially an assumption from the perspective of the foreigner. So for me, I actually think Japanese people make lots of presumptions, but not from the context of being a Japanese person talking to another Japanese person. I don't think that's ever an assumption. I don't think they ever have that type of miscommunication. To some extent, if you talk to other like multicultural people in Japan, that might come up every once in a while. And those are the type of interviews that I talk about. So, I don't know. I mean, if you live in a place where everyone is so common, then yeah, I don't think you have to make assumptions. No, sir. Because it's just fact. Yeah. Let me reread your thing. Is my intent to translate the language or to study their cultural perspective through language? Oh, the second one. Sorry. The second one is to study their cultural perspective through language, but not study their language in isolation. So a little bit of both, I guess. Because having an English perspective on a Japanese language is a translation, as in it's an interpretation, right? You cannot compare things if you're not interpreting things. You could end up just saying they're different and end it and don't discuss it at all, and that just erased everything, but that's okay. Yeah, so I would say if I had to come down to it, it's super interesting talking about different perspectives. And I think Indy raised an incredibly fun point. And what I'm doing is I'm offering an alternative perspective. I actually think when everyone agrees, you know, like very common, when it becomes so common, to me, that sounds like everyone just assumes. Right? I feel there's a fine line between everyone needing to assume versus it's so common that everyone agrees. So there's no need. I don't think there's no need for an assumption. It's common enough to put in writing, which it is. Exactly. When you're a Japanese person, in agreement with Japanese people. Or you're someone in agreement with Japanese. We're not talking about grammar anymore. This isn't about grammar. I'm not talking about grammar. So, if you're talking about putting in writing, it is a writing system. Everyone's in agreement as the writing system is fixed, right? It's a fixed writing system, I suppose. And then you said maybe there might be some things that are mutable, is what you use. The phrase, some things are mutable. That's fine, but I'm willing to accept that it's a fixed system. The system is fixed. So then everyone can agree on it. So therefore, they're not making any assumptions because it's agreement. I don't personally think that's what I was talking about, but perhaps Indy was talking about it. Like maybe you guys are talking about the system itself. I'm talking about the psychology behind like the culture. Like the culture also transcends writing. And to me, this type of thing is possible. This type of thing is possible in a culture that assumes a lot. There's a difference between psychology and anthropology. Fair enough. Which one am I talking about? So you're talking about anthropology. At least that's from my perspective. My perspective is you're more concerned with anthropology. That to me is largely immutable. I agree. What is. So I would be foolhardy. I would be foolhardy to be arguing in the realm of anthropology because I don't know any of that stuff. I actually don't even know enough about the Japanese language or its legacy to make a commentary on that. You also brought in philosophy, which I suppose now it's kind of a mix of philosophy and psychology as opposed to anthropology. You'll always know more details about anthropology. I'm not even sure if linguistics is under the umbrella of anthropology. But yeah. And then the whole zeitgeist thing. Your whole zeitgeist comment, in my opinion, is closer to philosophy. In my opinion. If everyone agrees, then no assumptions are made. I feel that's borderline philosophy. Like if, I don't know, I don't want to touch upon like controversial stuff. Like maybe we can use gravity. I think gravity is pretty okay, right? What goes up must come down. So if everyone agrees, they're not assuming anything. Right? If it's a fact, no assumptions is being made. No assumptions. I agree that's the case. If it's a fact, no assumptions. Right? So if A equals A, it continues to be A. No need to make any debate about this. Traditions are anthropological? Absolutely. Traditions are anthropological. Absolutely. So, you described Japan, all its rules, you anthropologically proved your point. Right? That's fair. You've described Japan in all of its rules, its writing systems, right? So this is the box of Japan. I'm out here. So, if anthropology is this, then so does English have an anthropological, things, details. However, I'm comparing the two. And that leads to interpretation. So are we still talking about anthropological details, or are we talking about interpretations? You've introduced some interpretations that incorporate philosophy. And I thought I was presenting something that was psychological, but perhaps I'm talking about philosophy. The fact is they are anthropologically different. English and Japanese are anthropologically different. So that enables me to make an interpretation that is different, regardless if you understand the facts about Japan and the facts about English. And this is not anthropological, in my opinion. What I'm saying as interpretation is not a fact, an anthropological fact about English or Japanese. I never said it was, and I hope I don't give you this idea. Yeah, but the English language is complex enough to describe the anthropological concepts found in Japan? That's fine. That's fine. What you're telling me here is you're filtering that you assumed what I was trying to do. Or you're assuming that what you're saying is more interesting, in my opinion. The only thing I said so far is that I have a different interpretation than Indy did. But instead of, in my opinion, instead of adding on to that thing, you detracted from me. At least that's how I feel. You detracted from me and you focused on a detail that I agree with you. Most of the things you said, I agree with you. And I have nothing to add to that. So for me, I'm talking about, do you have to assume things, or are you assuming things if you're encountering something that is fundamentally different? Like if I'm an English foreigner and I go into a closed system, what is from the perspective of an English person? Well, the perspective is that they're assuming everything. At least that's my interpretation. And this has behavioral consequences that are not bad or good. If you desire the Japanese language to be characterized by specific adjectives, then I probably have no disagreement with you that you can back that up. I'm sharing my interpretation of this. I actually think that habitually assumptions are being conditioned in English, as in we are hyper focused on making assumptions and presumptions. And then when we look from an outside lens into a system that is closed, that is very, very anthropologically consistent, I suppose, it may seem like they never presume anything, but it's largely because they're so consistent, in my opinion. You don't need to presume things, like you said. You don't need to presume things if everyone agrees. And I don't think they think about it either. I actually don't think they think about it. I would even go as far as supporting your idea that they don't think that they're not assuming anything, because they don't have to. So if you don't have to do anything, if you don't have to assume, then you're obviously not assuming anything. That's assuming that you live in here. So if you're here, then I agree. It never feels like you're assuming anything. When you're out here, that's a different perspective. So you're proposing the existence of cultural concepts unable to describe under the current corpus of the English language. All right, so now you're being pedantic and also condescending, but okay. All right, the current corpus of the English language. I am not insisting that English or Japanese can't explain each other. My only suggestion is that they're assuming things, and it has behavioral consequences. I thought that was interesting. I think we can end it there, I suppose. I don't know what else to present to you other than you're trying to... I'm not making... I don't know. You know, you're confusing the heck out of me with words that I wouldn't use in that context. Yeah, this is what happens after 37 days. You wanna join in our discussions? It is a lot of fun. Although I'm not entirely sure if I'm like being educated by something, or that someone is trying to tell me what I'm trying to say. So am I proposing the existence of cultural concepts unable to be described under the current corpus of the English language? No, I am not. I am suggesting that someone who is an English speaker has different perspectives between each other. So many English speakers have many differing perspectives on whether Japanese people presume things. And it, as a result of their writing system, or even their cultural stuff, and any other anthropological things. So before we start throwing some more, I mean, in my opinion, respectfully, before we start throwing more jargon into this discussion, the only thing I'm saying is Indy speaks English. So do I. And we have differing perspectives from outside the Japanese language. Meanwhile, you are telling me that Japanese people have lots of things, and that's it. I don't know where I'm going with it. Like, I don't know where you're going with it. I only wanted to share that from my perspective, this language, these things are possible because rules are accepted. And that's great, in my opinion. It makes things very precise. And paradoxically allows people to be indirect, but still be precise. Oh yeah, that's just objectively true. Different languages change your ability to comprehend topics. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if my goal... So the goal is, I think I'm giving the wrong impression here. So one thing I must dispel is I'm not saying English can or cannot explain Japanese. Definitely no idea. I will never know. It sounds to me like Hideyoshi believes something about this. And I have no comment about that. I actually have no idea if English has the capacity or not. I'm not a linguist. I don't look at grammar systems and writing systems. I simply offered, in my opinion, I offered a differing perspective where Indy is on the perception that Japanese people don't presume things, and I'm on the other end, sort of, that they do presume things. And the irony here is we're presuming things about presuming things, and that's pretty funny. At least it's pretty entertaining to me. Going the other way, Japanese has no simple way to express the perfect tense, and a large proportion of students have trouble with the concept in English class. Fair enough. Fair enough. Again, I agree. That makes sense. I mean, that seems good enough. Yeah. But the concept is expressible. Okay. I see. You have to presume things in Japanese because the subject isn't always written in. That's one of the things, yeah, but that's one of the things. I just think, okay, all right. Going the other way, that's great. I agree with you. If the Japanese system doesn't have a simple way to express perfect tense, then they will struggle with it in English. That still backs my point that when you are talking about another language and you compare it to another language, you will have differing perspectives. That's psychology. Or maybe philosophy, if you blend the two. It's not anthropology. Most of the things you're saying are anthropological. As in, there's no simple way to express perfect tense. I understand that. Well, I don't actually understand that. I know now. I know now that there's no simple way to express perfect tense. I don't actually understand the grammatical system. Those things are set in stone, right? Like, they are anthropological. Their system, that's the system. So you keep providing me with facts, and I don't know where you're going with this. It's interesting though. I had no idea. The Japanese language is the worst language to bring up anthropological on because nobody agrees on the root language. Okay. Let me see. So, your argument or your suggestion is it's the worst language because no one can agree on the root language. Okay. And this is in relation to what? Are you suggesting that this is in relation to all languages? That's a bold statement. That's a very bold statement. I have no comment about it because I don't have that information. Since you're talking about anthropology still. Yeah, I have no idea. roots again is still anthropology. So if I don't have the data, then I don't have the data. And then your argument is that because they can't agree, anthropology is bad, which makes it the worst thing for anthropology. I agree. If it's anthropologically nebulous, if it's nebulous in its anthropology, then yeah, it's the worst language for anthropology, I guess. But you mean you also have to consider someone else's skill, understanding, agree when you talk to someone else? As far as presumption goes, I know Japan has high consideration. Is that baked into the language? I think so. I personally think so. And that's what I'm talking about. However, I'm not quite sure what Indy was talking about. Indy just disappeared. He doesn't want to get into this because I feel like Indy's a non like he might have just clocked out and went to bed or something. Yeah, I'm only just I'm not talking about any of this stuff, but it's interesting that Hideyoshi is making like observations. Yeah, unless you spawned yesterday from another universe, everything has anthropological history. Yeah. So yeah, I agree. So, can you make the? I'm curious. When you say it's the worst language, can you make that same argument or that same thing, that same point about any language? The reason why I say it's a bold statement is because I think it's a really bold statement because it's comparing every language, and I don't know. Yeah, I don't know enough information. What I do know is that when you have a monocultural society, which is kind of like anthropological in a way, oftentimes you don't have to make presumptions or assumptions as per the whole Zeitgeist thing. You can only follow what is in the rules. However, when you take into consideration an outside perspective, which is anyone who doesn't speak Japanese, rules are technically presumptions that do not exist outside of that system. So when I am outside that system and I look into that system is a well-oiled machine with a lot of presumptions. We can only follow changes of the language through history, and Japanese becomes isolated the farther you go back. I mean, yeah. So you're saying somehow Japanese is different from any other language when you go back? I suppose. Not. I get that's a good point. I mean, that's a point. I'll think about it. I really don't have any comments on that. Not only do I lack the knowledge to understand the the etymology of the Japanese language, I lack all the basic understandings of every other language other than English. And even then, I still don't even know the etymology of English or the origins or what have you of English. So when I hear someone say Japanese is the worst language for anthropology, I hear someone overextending their depth of knowledge. However, I have no way of challenging it, nor do I can contribute to it because I do not have the expertise in it. What's the argument here? I don't know. I don't know what the argument is. I have no idea. It's an indirect share. I do feel that it's for educational purposes. So this is educational purposes. For me, I lost the person I was talking to. I was gonna say like my lead-in, my segue. I know Indy's probably not gonna catch this, but my segue was, I'm very curious how Japanese people as ESL think about the open-endedness and like vagueness, however you want to, like open-endedness, vagueness, maybe directness, like the extent of directness, and like how that reflects on the behavior of Americans, or like any country they want that speaks English. Like, are they more or less presumptuous in their language? That would be a really interesting question. From the outside, as an English speaker looking in on Japanese, I think the elegance of Japanese, like one can be really precise and like, oh, you're doing it wrong, you're not doing it wrong, this is not how you express it, this is definitely the way you express it, and then we try to translate to English, is because the Japanese language is incredibly presumptuous. And what I mean by presumptuous is largely because rules are meant to be followed and rules are incredibly precise. But then again, you can make the argument, no one's presuming anything because they're the rules. And okay, fair enough. If they're the rules, then that language is really precise, not actually vague. Like, what I mean is, it's less vague. It's actually far more precise. You can't give any kind of cultural reason why Japanese set up their tenses in their current manner because we're lacking any kind of prehistoric antecedent. Fair enough. That seems very reasonable. Okay. I often feel like if I am trying to be as respectful as I can, I often feel like you're trying to go on your way about proving a point that I don't feel is germane to my conversation. Like, it's not relevant to my conversation. As in, I don't understand where your anthropological knowledge intersects at my fun discussion about perspective and the psychology behind two different pools of people or more, right? Like, if you talk about why Japanese people set up their tenses in the current manner, how does this relate to a contemporary Japanese person learning English and getting the perspective of whether there's presumptuousness or vagueness between people? I would love to know if the way I feel about the Japanese language is either concordant or not concordant with someone who's doing the opposite. Regardless of prehistoric antecedents or the manner or the current system. Talking about a pool of body of people who have psychological perspectives. And they're all relative. So we're talking about relatives now, not some gold standard that exists that hasn't been written down in human history. Imprecise stuff if you will, for lack of a better word. I actually think Japanese is incredibly direct with its things. It is paradoxically, it does have a paradox effect, I would say, with how they express feelings. So I think this is where this is where we went back. So, splatter-at, right? This is where we deviated. So, where all this discussion started was the idea of assuming someone's feelings. This is where it all started. So don't worry, you're just gonna have to trust me on this one. I kept a track of all the points that were made, and this is the origin point in which our discussion separated into two separate points that are not in conflict with each other in any way. Not only are, in my opinion, they're not in conflict with each other, I don't even think they're relevant to each other. So let's establish this. This is the last point in which both of our comments are converging, as in it's the whole idea of, do Japanese people assume someone's feelings? And in the language itself, Hideyoshi has made the very accurate, in the Japanese language, there's a lack of assuming a third person's feelings. Or anything, really. I guess feelings, thoughts. And then they left a exact marker of how to express when they are. When they are. Nice. I agree. Like, I definitely agree in this because I have to accept it. I don't actually have the knowledge for this. So I accept this premise. They lack assuming third party feelings, and there's a marker that expresses that they are. This is introduced by both, I guess, we'll just say both Indy and Hideyoshi. And my thought and my segue, which I'll express my motivation here, is the lack of assumption, because everyone behaves the same. So like, okay, I know the language says, the language will always say, right, that they're not assuming a third person's feelings, right? Everything you describe it, it's not that they don't understand the concept, it's that you'll get laughed at as an outsider otherwise. Well, that's an ad hominem argument, but all right, I'll take it. Sure. And that is still not germane to my comment, but all right. Like, let me finish and see how that's relevant to my comment. So, it's not that they don't understand the concept, it's that you'll get laughed at as an outsider. I'm sorry. I guess it's funny because I probably get laughed at an outsider then. That's an ad hominem argument. Oh, and guess what? That's also presuming. Interesting. So you're assuming that everyone follows this in order to make that comment. I agree with you. So I understand this concept. Without needing English, in my opinion. I understand this concept that in their writing system and their expression that there is a lot of lack of assuming someone's feelings, but if you do, you're going to get laughed out as an outsider. Sure. that is not even germane, not even relevant to the comment I'm making. Stop stating like the same thing over again. It's so pedantic. It's almost condescending at this point. Ken-san wa ramen ga hoshi desu. It's about to be understood as a train of thought. Yes. So you're not assuming Ken wants ramen. Fine. I get it. It's not assuming the third person thing. Or maybe this is the one that does. Naturally, you're offering a train of thought. It's not saying that he wants ramen when it's being translated in English as being expressing that he desire. Someone is saying that they know what Ken wants. I get it. And I'm not commenting on that. I agree with you. You will get laughed out if you think Ken-san wa ramen ga hoshi desu is assuming that Ken's feelings about wanting a ramen. So, thank you for expressing that. Honestly, I didn't know until now that Ken it's not talking about Ken's feelings. As in, the person saying Ken-san wa ramen ga hoshi desu is not assuming his feelings. Sure. His feelings. I don't know. Maybe that's your train of thought. Is your train of thought, right? Or maybe it is. What is mandatory here is Japanese have dictated that you can say these things. That sentence is incorrect. It turns to Oshigaru. Okay, then why write an incorrect sentence? All right, so that's incorrect sentence. So now I guess you're saying Duolingo is incorrect. Okay, sure. Duolingo is incorrect. All right. You have proven your point. This is your point. I think you've made your point. So, in the future, when I'm learning Ken-san wa ramen ga hoshi desu, I am officially incorrect, and I'm going to get laughed out of Japan as a foreigner. You have proven your point. Not only have you proven to be arrogant and misfeeling, it has nothing to do with what I said. In fact, the very point that you're making is ignoring the very point that I'm making. So, I am a foreigner. And I'm looking in on what you just said. And because you say it's incorrect, that proves my points about presumptions. You assume that this will be incorrect because all Japanese people will know what is the right sentiment. You assume I will be laughed out because it's incorrect. And you assume Duolingo is incorrect because of rules. I agree with you. And that's why you are more presumptuous. Because I'm a foreigner. The reason you can say these things is you're presuming I will do these things, and therefore all the other events are predetermined. It's a presumption. It's dictated. Now, I already agree with you. It's not an assumption if it's accepted as a fact. So, if the whole Japanese population have accepted that these are the rules, then they're not presuming anything. I just violated the rules. So, therefore, I'm in the wrong. Fair enough. Right? Every time you bring up another fact about Japan, it has very little relevance to what I'm saying. I'm saying as a foreigner, you have a different perspective than someone who's trying to dictate what the rules are. The whole point of me sharing different perspectives on the Japanese writing system is that I am a foreigner. So yeah. Is that important? It is. Because Ken-san wa ramen ga hoshi desu. I think are you trying to prove that there's no way of expressing that to an English person? Or what? I guess you're just saying it's incorrect. So I'll keep that in mind. I'm sorry you're so upset with Duolingo. Like, they didn't use hoshigaru. There's a difference between poor grammar and being unable to be understood. Oof. You're right about that. It's a shame it's not germane to what I'm saying, but yes. I suppose. So in the future, you can direct that to the people, I suppose. So not only did you indirectly insult, in my opinion, disrespectfully insult a product and then suggest that it's all their fault, you are trying to create rapport with me by saying, I just learned poor grammar because the thing I'm using is incorrect. All right, fair enough. I got it. Sorry that I have learned incorrect. Maybe in the future, I will learn by getting laughed out of a country that I should have been using hoshigaru as opposed to hoshi desu. Hoshi desu. I guess that's what you wanted, right? You're pedantically selfish all the way. So not only do you not comprehend, in my opinion, like now I'm going to make a selfish stand, not only do you not concern yourself with philosophy or psychology, I don't think you even had the intent of engaging in a psychological or a philosophical discussion. You simply wanted to say that Duolingo is incorrect and they are teaching me something that's incorrect and I should understand that. Fair enough. I don't know what to do about that. I guess I could go and learn good grammar and right grammar. Am I in the... I don't know if Duolingo teaches this. It might not. Does it matter? I guess it matters to you more than me appreciating the Japanese language and running the risk of getting laughed out of Japan, which I do feel it's incredibly insensitive to the Japanese culture, because I don't think the decorum that I understand from a psychological perspective, not an anthropological perspective, from a psychological perspective, that the Japanese people would not laugh me out of a country because I misunderstood a grammar point. Because I'm a foreigner. And that's being psychologically and culturally sensitive to understanding how the Japanese people behave, not what their writing system dictates. So, sorry for sounding slightly more aggressive, but I feel like you can be very skilled at understanding a writing system and a grammar system, but still fail to be compelled to understand the psychological interactions between people. Sharing opinions is an interpersonal skill. Sharing facts is being right. So I'm not here to be right. I've said this time again. This isn't the first time. I think you have a high aptitude for being correct. Like, you sit there and say, wrong, right, this is wrong, this is right. Thanks. Like, it's helpful to some extent, but when you try to talk about like people's thoughts and people's feelings, that's when it becomes very difficult to understand. Like, you are only concerned about what is right and what is wrong. And generally speaking, in the field of psychology and philosophy, that can get a little hairy. If you delve in facts, well, the facts are you are assuming people's feelings right now. You are assuming that Japanese people laugh at foreigners when they get grammatical points incorrect, which I beg to differ. I genuinely think that the language does not tell you that. Understanding the grammatical writing system and stuff doesn't help you understand the people in that capacity. Not only do I think also that English may or may not be able to explain Japanese, like a facsimile of Japanese culture, I think that's what makes it rich. When you have two different cultures trying to communicate to each other. But you rarely ever take that into consideration, in my opinion. You are more concerned about the semantics of the Japanese language. And that's very admirable. I will never comprehensively know what I'm doing wrong or right in the Japanese language. I'm dependent on other people for information. So you can continue to provide what is right or wrong. And maybe Duolingo would distinguish between that. I'm sorry if it upset you so much that Hoshides is being implied as you're assuming someone's feelings. And the only comment I have about that is when I see Ken wants ramen, right? Ken wants ramen. Versus like Ken desires ramen, right? That's what you are doing with Indie, and it's not the same, right? Ken wants ramen is not the same as Ken desires ramen. Fair enough. And then I can see the parallels that you were drawing between kimas expressing come, right? To come, and I was using a replacer. I was thinking of arrive. And then obviously the two of you probably say, well, it's not this. It's a perspective shift on to come, as in not in the sense of to come to someone, like to me, but to a place. And I see the parallels between that, like that perspective. It's the perspective is the speaker, right? Like the difference between whether it's the speaker or something. Garu is a grammar point related to a cultural concept, but missing it doesn't change the processing of the lexemes into semantic concept, leading to any kind of disagreement of your intent in speaking the sentence. Hooray. Okay. Let me unpack that for a little bit. So you're suggesting that even if I don't have Garu, it doesn't change the semantic concepts that may lead to disagreements. All right. So now you're saying, at least from what I'm interpreting, that it's not as important as I think it is. Oh, you're saying whatever I'm saying here is irrelevant. Okay, you're saying everything I'm saying here, it's moot. At least that's how it says, to the grammatical concept of Garu. But at least that's your complicated way of saying it. Garu is a grammar point related to a cultural concept, but missing it. Okay, double negative. Missing it doesn't change. So that means missing it doesn't change the process that leads to misunderstanding, any kind of disagreement. So you're saying with or without it, missing doesn't change. So if I don't know anything about garu, there will still be disagreements. Okay. I suppose. I mean, I was trying to talk about your intent, but alright. I think as much as I want to keep talking about this, I don't think there's an end to this in any way. I think you're talking selfishly. Mixing up kimas and ikimas may change the meaning of your intent. Okay. Alright, cool. Sure. I agree. I agree because I never considered, well, I mean, you're presuming I considered ikimasu and kimasu are not different things. They are different things. And I agree. Mixing them up will change their meaning. Thanks for sharing. Where do you go? I still don't see your point. Like, yeah, if you change the meaning, if you mix these up, it'll create disagreement. You're gonna get it's gonna create confusion. There's some inference here, but I think you're just stating it for a matter of fact. I agree. I could have saved time and had I remembered the word intelligible. You could have saved time had I remembered the word intelligible. Okay. So you're saying I'm trying really hard here. Like, I think I'm trying pretty hard here. But third person without garu is grammatically incorrect, but still intelligible. Okay. Alright. I agree with you. Alright. Ikimas may be unintelligible. Okay. Thanks. I don't... Okay. Yeah, I'll take your word for it. Without garu is grammatically incorrect, so you need garu to be grammatically correct. So that means, hey Duolingo, it's not Ken-san wa hoshii desu. It's Ken-san wa garu. Or something to that extent. Because I don't actually know the grammar. Okay? So. Alright. So this is grammatically incorrect without garu. But still intelligible. So when Duolingo says Ken-san wa hoshii desu, it's still intelligible. As in, if I say this to someone will still know. However, somehow when it deals with ikimasu, it's unintelligible. So you're saying it should be ikigaru? Or like it's unintelligible because you're going somewhere. I'm saying ikimasu Ikimas may get confused. Alright. Okay, I agree. You can get them confused. Okay. And then you're suggesting that knowing that kimas is come and ikimas is go is not sufficient to alleviate that confusion, which may lead into something unintelligible. The intent of the speaker may not be intelligible due to this error? Due to what error? To confusion? Say, alright, great. Note it. And my argument was I don't resonate because I know that these are different and I will use these differently. And then it somehow went into an intelligible use or unintelligible use of hoshigaru. That had it's so far out. It's almost like you're talking to someone else. I don't really know what's going on here. But as much as this is incredibly informative, what I gathered is I shouldn't confuse these things. It's very important that I get these right. Got it. I got it. Now, did the way they used it in Duolingo confuse these two? I don't know, because I'm learning Japanese. Is your advice useful? Kind of. Is it even more unintelligible than the intent to clarify the confusion? My answer with that is yes. An incredibly resounding yes. Not only did you make your explainer so unintelligible, it is unfilling, it's not related, and it kind of just tells me that you want to say whatever you want to say, and it doesn't matter what I say. So that's okay, I guess. Thank you for the information that come and go are very different. Even though for me, I was thinking arrive and depart. So when you go somewhere, you depart for somewhere. And then when you arrive, you're coming to the place. But hey, if that leads to even more confusion, then I guess I'll learn how unintelligible it is. But I can't really relate. After all this, this still has so little, in my opinion, to do with anything that I said. So probably excuse me for feeling like I'm disrespected here. So I guess I can't contribute to anything. Yeah, Boo Jelly. 8 hours. I'll leave this up. So I'm gonna section this off, and maybe some greater good, some other people would be interested in how unusual this conversation is. I honestly think I have no idea what's going on, other than I've learned that somehow ikimasu, which I didn't bring up by the way, and kimasu can be confused. And much like I would say 99% of your comments are some sort of advice about confusion. Got it. Thank you for the warning. Thank you for the warning, I suppose. Yeah, these are two words. They can get confused. And then they can lead to something unintelligible. I got it. Meanwhile, I basically lost all form of discussion regarding anything that's not related to this. So, I'm sorry if I have no feedback on this. It's nice to know that it's nice to know that I'm warned about confusing things. I don't know what to do about that. And then the whole Garu thing, I guess you're upset, or maybe you really want to raise the point that Duolingo is teaching me hoshi desu in a different context. And that context is grammatically incorrect. Got it. I will ask other people in the future. So if you're curious, I'm not ignoring this info. I will probably ask, this is pretty interesting. I think it's interesting. Without being pedantic, all the things you said that you've occupied my time, right, is not relevant to what I'm saying. So let's establish that. However, I will take this advice in the future, and I'm going to ask other people. I'm also going to research, right? Because I do this a lot. And I will see if this is grammatically incorrect, right? I'll look around and study on my own and do this. Obviously, Duolingo doesn't provide that. And I was going to rest 2.5 hours ago. However, thank you for clarifying that ikimasu and kimasu are two different things, which I do see two different things. I try my best to learn the patterns. But if you're saying Duolingo just sucks so much because they don't correct their grammatically incorrect stuff, I guess I'll go look. I'll go look how to grammatically be correct. And in the future, I will do what Duolingo wants me to do, and I will always remember that it is grammatically incorrect. Until if it is or it isn't. If you assume something that is absolutely 100% correct, I like to believe that you will give me the respect of challenging that by asking everyone else that I encounter if this is grammatically acceptable. And if that is not the case, then I get to choose how I use that information. So, just to keep in mind that I don't actually know what is right or wrong, and you go out of your way to tell me what's right or wrong, and as someone who discovers things and learns things, I will question them. Without a doubt, 100%, I will question your validity. So now I'm gonna end the stream as respectful as I can. I'm going to find out for myself if you're somehow relentless pursuit of trying to get your point across to me at the expense of me talking about psychology, almost to the point that you overwritten whether I'm talking about psychology or not, and I was trying to qualify it. It's not relevant. So I will find out if people do in fact confuse ikimasu or kimasu. I'll come back and report to you, and I will find out if in fact Ken-san wa hoshi desu is grammatically incorrect, right? Grammatically incorrect, but intelligible. I'll keep all of these in mind. I think in the end, after trying so long to try to express something else that really had very little to do with whether something is grammatically correct or not, I will remember this forever, and I appreciate it. It was a very trying experience. I'm going to be honest about it. It's an incredibly trying experience, especially when someone's compelled to constantly be less and less intelligible about their, ironically, less and less intelligible about their language. You throw things like words that I don't understand, first of all, because my intelligence are not that great, I suppose. Like things like, I mean, I understand a lot of things, but not most of it. And then you somehow manage to get to your point, and that point, I don't even disagree with you. Like I don't know why you're telling me this point. Maybe from the kindness of your heart that you're trying to prevent me from making a mistake or something. And I've already communicated to most people, at least I hope, that I don't mind making mistakes. Mistakes, unless you're telling me that I get laughed out of a country because I make a grammatic mistake, that's kind of scary. I agree, that's kind of scary. However, if I continue to make a Duolingo mistake, I can explain it because psychology. If someone says, oh yeah, Ken-san wa hoshi desu, that doesn't make sense. That's a little bit rude, and that's kind of weird that you're assuming other people's feelings. Like, oh, how do you go about this? Like, can you help me out here? And then that person will explain it to me. I'm like, oh yeah, you know, I tried my best and I learned through Duolingo. And the person's like, oh yeah, Duolingo, yeah, that's kind of inconsistent. Well, okay. I mean, it got me to come to your country and talk about these things and have this discussion. So, not all bad. Hashtag psychology. So, if you're so focused on right and wrong, anthropology is very sufficient for you. Psychology is not, that's not how it works, in my opinion. And I'm not a psychology major. Perspective. Otherwise, I'll just claim to be a very, very uneducated philosopher instead. Philosophically, regardless if I confuse this or not, it was not relevant to my conversation. Just saying. Okay. All right. So I'm going to go and figure out all of this. Is Duolingo wrong? I got some things to go on. And I probably will not reveal what I've come to the conclusion of. Unless someone asks. Because I do not enjoy giving unsolicited advice to someone who's emotionally unintelligible. Right? If you're not going to be emotionally intelligent and open to anything I say and continue to push your task, there's no conversation we're having. It's like talking at someone but not talking with someone. There we go. Just as a fair warning, guys, you can I would love to hear what other people say. So as a way to end this, I would love to hear people's take on Ken-san wa hoshi desu or anything using hoshi desu. And I would love to hear their deep cuts into what their interpretation are. Be it you're hopefully a Japanese speaker that speaks English as a second language. I would love that. A person who speaks multiple languages and learning Japanese as a second language. Or as a third or fourth language. Someone who is a trained professional, like who is a linguist or a polyglot, sure. Anyone that can really, really hammer home. I would love to know. I would love to know. In my case, though, ikimasu and kimasu will be used in a certain context that's provided by Duolingo. And I've been using hoshi desu in this way for quite some time now. And it makes me question because there's also hobbies as well. I'll talk about that more. And anyways, there you have it. It's very important that you keep these things in mind. I'll take it to heart. It's great. It's a shame I didn't get to discuss about the little really weird paradox that's involved in Japanese culture. I had a segue, but we'll throw the segue into the future. All right. I wanted to stop 2.5 hours ago, but that's how the dice rolls. So, as always, guys, if you enjoyed it, fair enough. If you have nothing to say about it, I'd be really surprised. But thanks for listening and thanks for hanging out. Hopefully, some people will find it something interesting. I am going to plead the fifth. I am too ignorant about the Japanese language to understand if any of that is important or not. So I'll leave it up to all the big brain people out there. In my opinion, what I was trying to say is largely about how it feels when you have a culture that agrees with all the rules, and then you have a foreigner enter that culture and feel like you don't have to make assumptions because everyone is making the same assumption. And it's very difficult to understand that. In fact, some might argue it's almost intranslatable. Yep. Okay. All right. So until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, and yeah, keep on learning, I suppose. And have interesting discussions. All right. As always, mata ashita. Ja ne.